If one were to say that Tao Lord Xianxu's rainbow glass body gave everyone a surprise, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic formed by Su Zimo gave everyone an incomparable shock. This was something that no one had expected. It had also surpassed everyone's understanding. How could a void reversion form a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic? What was even more frightening was that the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was 80 feet tall and was comparable to Tao Lord Xianxu's rainbow glass body. Two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics that were 80 feet tall stood in confrontation on the ruins with torrential auras that looked down on the world. How is that possible? Even the sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult was tongue-tied and could not speak properly with a shocked expression. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that he cultivated was only 69 feet. It fell short of 70 feet. However, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic of the void reversion before him was already 80 feet tall. This is way too scary, the sect master of Stellar Luna sect said in a deep voice. This lad is only at the void reversion realm. If he enters the Dharma characteristic realm, how far can his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic grow? Normally, cultivators would be able to condense heaven and earth Dharma characteristics upon entering the Dharma characteristic realm. However, the height of the Dharma characteristic at that time would not be the final height. As a cultivator's cultivation realm increased, their Dharma characteristic would grow as well. Of course, the taller the initial Dharma characteristic, the greater the potential and the stronger it would be at its peak. 90 feet supreme, the sect master of Dragon Tiger sect said in a low voice with a quivering heart. This lad has already formed an 80 feet tall Dharma characteristic at the void reversion realm. This Dharma characteristic will definitely grow into a supreme Dharma characteristic. A 90 feet Dharma characteristic was known as a supreme Dharma characteristic. All these years, none of the upper sect masters and aristocratic family leaders of the North region had seen anyone who could condense a Dharma characteristic. To them, the supreme Dharma characteristic was merely a legend. It was only a sight possible back in the ancient era where multiple emperors rose and monster incarnates reigned. However, at this moment, no one questioned the Dragon Tiger sect master speculation. All the sect masters believed that if Desolate Marshal was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely be able to attain a supreme Dharma characteristic when he reaches the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. In reality, Su Zimo had only comprehended the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic after he advanced to the perfected void reversion realm. The so-called heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was the combination of all dharmic arts. By using one's essence spirit to communicate with the heaven and earth, one could summarize the essence of Tao dharmic arts and create the strongest dharmic art. Normally, there were two reasons why Dharma characteristic could only be formed after one reached the Dharma characteristic realm. First, the strength of his essence spirit. If one's essence spirit was not strong enough, it would shatter before a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic could even be formed. However, although Su Zimo was at the void reversion realm, his essence spirit was already much stronger than most Dharma characteristic Tao lords. This was not a factor that would affect him at all. Second, only by entering the Dharma characteristic realm would one be able to better comprehend the heaven and earth and communicate with it, summarize the Tao and dharmic arts they had learned, combine all dharmic arts and form Dharma characteristics. Su Zimo could not meet that requirement either. However, due to a freak combination of circumstances, in the Tao inheritance ground, his memories fused the Tao comprehension of a half-martial ancestor of the fiend sex. The half-martial ancestor of the fiend sex had long condensed a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Su Zimo had already experienced the union of all dharmic arts, and there was no need for him to continue comprehending and deducing. Therefore, his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was formed based on the memories of the half-martial ancestor of the fiend sex. Naturally, this heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was also the condensation of the essence of the fiend sex. This Dharma characteristic of the fiend sex was 80 feet tall and wore black armor. It was shrouded in demonic chi and wielded a gigantic pitch-black scythe with a chilling intent. What Dharma characteristic is that? To think that it can stand against the rainbow glass body. What a strong fiend chi. To think that Desolate Marshal's cultivation in the fiend Tao would be so accomplished. He's probably comparable to titular disciples of the fiend sex. None of the cultivators present could recognize the origin of the Dharma characteristic. Only the white-robed woman's expression changed as she murmured softly, "It's the long-lost heavenly fiend Dharma body. Furthermore, it's formed together with the heavenly fiend scythe. Is the heavenly fiend Dharma body very powerful?" Little Fox could not help but ask. The white-robed woman said, "That's one of the strongest heaven and earth Dharma characteristics of the fiend sex. The rainbow glass body probably doesn't stand a chance against the heavenly fiend Dharma body." You! On the battlefield, Tao Lord Xianyu looked at the heavenly fiend Dharma body opposite him with a hint of panic in his eyes. He suddenly realized that the situation was beyond his control. "Xianyu, hand over your life," Su Zimo said slowly. "Even your heaven and earth Dharma characteristic can't save you. Kill!" Almost at the same time, the two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics moved. This movement caused the weather to change and the mountains to quake. One could imagine the scene of two divine Dharma characteristics that were 80 feet tall colliding. Bang! 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 The two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics clashed continuously. The heavenly fiend Dharma body released a thick fiend chi that was as black as ink, corroding the divine light of the rainbow glass body with sizzling sounds. Of course, the most terrifying thing about the heavenly fiend Dharma body was the heavenly fiend scythe it wielded. The pitch-black scythe was extremely sharp and could slice the void into two with a casual wave. In the blink of an eye, the two Dharma characteristics were riddled with holes and covered in injuries as they fought to their limits. Finally, the rainbow glass body was the first to crumble and dissipated into dharmic powers that dispersed into the world. Of course, the remaining heavenly fiend Dharma body was also extremely damaged and could dissipate at any moment. Even so, the heavenly fiend Dharma body was still under Su Zimo's control. Waving the damaged scythe, it slashed down viciously towards Tao Lord Xianyu. "Since you punched me, it's your turn to receive a slash from me now," Su Zimo roared with widened eyes. "Ooh! Ooh!" The scythe tore through the void with a black flash and arrived instantly. It was the same as what Su Zimo experienced earlier on. He could not dodge the punch of the rainbow glass body. Tao Lord Xian, you could not dodge the scythe of the heavenly fiend Dharma body either. He could only take out a shield and circulate his blood chi to its limits to defend against the heavenly fiend scythe. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The shield exploded instantly. The flesh on Tao Lord Xian Yu's arm peeled off as well and was corroded by the fiend chi, revealing a white bone beneath. Ah! Tao Lord Xian Yu's face turned pale as he shrieked. Even with his glass true body, he was severely injured and his left arm was mostly crippled. It was almost severed entirely by the heavenly fiend scythe. Of course, after this clash, the heavenly fiend Dharma body could not hold on either and turned into billowing fiend chi that lingered. Su Zimo opened his mouth and sucked. Swoosh! The fiend chi surged in reverse and was devoured in the blink of an eye, replenishing his stamina and blood chi. Su Zimo would not give Tao Lord Xianyu any chance as he slapped his storage bag and brought out the mystic magnet mountain once more. Smash! He pointed forward. The mystic magnet mountain expanded against the wind and transformed into a gigantic mountain that smashed down towards Tao Lord Xianyu. A huge shadow loomed over. The mystic magnet mountain was way too vast. Even if Tao Lord Xianyu wanted to dodge, he could not. His left arm was crippled and he could only raise his right arm. Disregarding his injuries, he channeled his blood chi once more and pushed upwards, lifting the mystic magnet mountain with one hand. Pfft! Tao Lord Xianyu spat out a mouthful of blood the moment they made contact. With his glass true body destroyed, he could no longer withstand the power of the mystic magnet mountain with a single arm. Creak, creak. Under the suppression of the mystic magnet mountain, his skeleton was already making a series of sounds and could not withstand the pressure. His organs began to shift and blood oozed out. Apart from exuding the power of magnetism, the mystic magnet mountain could also control dharmic weapons made of metal, and its weight was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, as his cultivation increased, the mystic magnet mountain's weight would increase as well. Right now, the mystic magnet mountain was more than 100 feet tall and was twice as tall as the heaven and earth dharma characteristics that they had cultivated. One could imagine how terrifying the pressure was for a cultivator to have such a massive mountain pressing down on him. If Tao Lord Xianyu was in his peak condition, the pressure of the mystic magnet mountain would naturally not be able to threaten him. However, he had just been severely injured by the heavenly fiend scythe and his entire left arm was crippled. His blood chi was declining and he was almost crushed into a pulp from the suppression of the mystic magnet mountain. Tao Lord Xianyu's face turned purple as he propped up the mystic magnet mountain with one arm while his entire body trembled. He knew very well that he was at the end of his rope and his life was hanging by a thread. If he could not survive this, his 1,000 years of cultivation would be destroyed. Beams of rainbow-colored divine light suddenly appeared on Tao Lord Xianyu's left arm as his remaining flesh began to crystallize like jade. With that, his blood chi that was initially leaking stopped instantly. Rise! Tao Lord Xianyu released all the energy in his body and his blood chi surged, pushing the mystic magnet mountain upwards violently. The mystic magnet mountain was overturned and rolled to the side. Tao Lord Xianyu felt his body lighten as he panted heavily. However, his aura carried a strong stench of blood. It was a sign that his organs were severely injured. I can't fight anymore. That thought flashed through Tao Lord Xianyu's mind as he turned to flee. However, his vision blurred and a green beam of light appeared, crashing towards his face. Instinctively, Tao Lord Xianyu raised his right arm to defend. Given his physique, he would be able to endure even if Su Zimo summoned a Khanate Tao being dermic weapon. Bang! The right arm collided with the green light with a dull thud. Crack! 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 Immediately after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard from Tao Lord Xianyu's right arm. Ah! A tearing pain surged through his heart as Tao Lord Xianyu let out a hysterical cry with a pained expression. His right arm was shattered by the green light. That green light was not a Khanate Tao being dermic weapon. It's the creation Lotus platform that was comparable to a Khanate Tao Lord dermic weapon. Tao Lord Xianyu was severely injured consecutively and could no longer divert his attention to control the fire-blocking basket. The creation Lotus platform seized the opportunity to break through the restraints of the fire-blocking basket. Under Su Zimo's control, it dealt another heavy blow to Tao Lord Xianyu. Even the fire-blocking basket was in Su Zimo's hands right now. At that moment, Tao Lord Xianyu's arms were crippled and his blood chi was weak. His essence spirit was weak and he no longer had any strength to resist. He had lost. Tao Lord Xianyu was defeated. Everyone had complicated expressions. They truly had not expected this battle to reach such a level and end with such an outcome. Monkey and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. Little Fox burst into laughter through her tears and clapped in high spirits. I knew that young master would definitely win. Goddess True Jade, I won too. She looked at the white-robed woman smugly and waved her paws. The white-robed woman smiled gently and did not refute this time round. Su Zimo's victory was also beyond her expectations. The scene of Su Zimo condensing his heaven and earth dharma characteristic had a huge impact on her mind as well. Xianyu, did you think about this day more than 100 years ago, when you snatched this dermic weapon from Little Fox's hands? When you ordered the massacre of the living beings of the 13 cities of Yen country, did you ever think that one day, you would have to pay with your life and accompany the countless dead souls beneath the ruins? Su Zimo's expression was cold as he held the fire-blocking basket in his left hand. The creation Green Lotus circled around him as he walked towards Tao Lord Xianyu slowly. Fufu. Xianyu laughed and panted. Mortals are like ants to us. What does it matter if we kill them? To think that you can't understand the logic behind it even after cultivating to this point and can't sever your attachments to the mortal world. You're wrong. Right then Xiaoning stood out and hollered. In the primordial era, the human race was extremely weak and was enslaved by the thousands of races. Their lives were as worthless as grass. Later on, the human race fought and the emperors rose together. Under the lead of the human emperor, they fought against the primordial 9 races and the thousands of races. Only then did they escape their tragic fate and welcome the golden era. In that era, many seniors and sages left behind their cultivation inheritances so that we could protect the world and the weak. However, even as the successor of an immortal sect, you treated mortals like ants and slaughtered them as you wished. What you've done is no different from the primordial 9 races in the past. Is that the sort of logic passed down in Glass Palace? Her words were righteous and awe-inspiring. Many cultivators present looked ashamed and lowered their heads. That was the most ironic thing. The human experts of the past chased away the primordial 9 races. However, the descendants of these experts took the place of the primordial 9 races and became even more terrifying. Be it the era ruled by the primordial 9 races or the era ruled by human cultivators later on, the weak mortals still suffered the most miserable and tragic fates. In the current world, how could mortals survive without immense strength? Cultivators could threaten them. Demon beasts could threaten them. In fact, it was even possible for countless mortals to be embroiled and helpless in a battle between cultivators. With a single thought, Tao Lord Xian, you massacred the living beings of the 13 cities of Yen country. Yet that was not just a lone incident. How many people died in the calamity of the Witch Gu a year ago? This is Tianhuang mainland where the strong prey on the weak. There are countless mortals in the world. How many of them can you save? Desolate Marshal. Tao Lord Xian, you glared at Su Zimo and sneered. I've never thought of saving anyone. Su Zimo shook his head. I want to establish my Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. I want to give everyone in the world a chance to control their own fate. I want everyone in the world to be able to cultivate and become immortals. Ha 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 ha. Xian Yu roared with laughter as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world. That's impossible. Desolate Marshal, you must be dreaming. Even in the ancient era where there were countless wise sages of the human race, that was not achieved. What rights do you have? Future generations will naturally know if I can do it. However, you won't have the chance to see it. Su Zimo did not say anything more and said indifferently, hand over your life. Boom. Stepping forward, Su Zimo held the creation lotus platform in his right hand and smashed it towards Tao Lord Xian Yu's head. Shoo! A divine light flashed and escaped from Tao Lord Xian Yu's body with a flustered expression. That was Tao Lord Xian Yu's essence spirit. Kill! Su Zimo shouted. Thunderclap kill! Tao Lord Xian Yu's essence spirit was already extremely weak after the consecutive battles and heavy injuries. Now that he was struck by the sound domain technique, Tao Lord Xian Yu's essence spirit shuddered and almost dissipated on the spot. The next moment, the creation lotus platform descended. Poof! The lotus platform descended and crushed Tao Lord Xian Yu's essence spirit into sludge. Tao Lord Xian Yu was dead. The feud that had lasted for more than 100 years was finally resolved today. The world was silent. All the cultivators looked at the figure standing on the ruins with complex expressions. Desolate Marshal wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. How ambitious! Suddenly, the sect master of Stellar Luna sect shook his head and waved his hand. Forget it. Forget it. From this day forth, the feud between you and Stellar Luna sect shall be written off. There were many paragons of Stellar Luna sect who died in Su Zimo's hands at the North Region Tao meet in the Great Chen ruins. Now that a sect master of one of the North Region's upper sects made that statement, there was a huge significance to it. I've heard of the name Desolate Marshal before. Now that I've seen it for myself, I know that it's true. The Valley Master of Blaze Columbus Valley stood out as well and declared, Tao being Desolate Marshal, let's forget about the feud between you and Blaze Columbus Valley as well. At the end of the day, there was no deep hatred between those sects and Su Zimo. Be it the Great Chen ruins or the battle at the North Region Tao meet, Su Zimo could not be blamed. The sect master of Heaven Motion sect sighed gently and said in a deep voice, Tao being Desolate Marshal, Heaven Motion sect will not look for trouble with you in the future either. In the blink of an eye, 3 sect masters of the 10 upper sects of the North Region had already stood out, expressing that they were no longer on bad terms with Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal, my Murong family will no longer pursue the grudges of the past either. The Murong family's leader was a middle-aged beauty. After pausing for a moment, the Murong family's leader continued, "If you can truly establish your martial arts and allow all living beings in the world to cultivate, I'll personally pay a visit to congratulate you." One of the 4 aristocratic families came forth as well. Su Zimo nodded to the sect masters and the matriarch as a response. As for the other upper sects and aristocratic families, none of them said anything. The forces of the Ouyang and Duanmu families in the north region were second only to Glass Palace and were even above many upper sects and aristocratic families. Their leaders had noble statuses and had been famous for a long time. They would naturally not take the initiative to reconcile with a void reversion. As for the other factions, even though some of the sect masters wanted to reconcile, they remained silent for fear of losing face. However, some of the sect masters had other intentions. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect was expressionless. The situation of the Dragon Tiger sect was different from the other upper sects and aristocratic families. Dragon Tiger sect was involved in the Witch Goo calamity a year ago. Most of the cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect attacked Ethereal Peak before dying in Su Zimo's hands. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect knew very well that Su Zimo would not let this matter rest. Furthermore, he could not take this lying down either. It was as Elder Li had said. Desolate Marshal had to die. Otherwise, not many people would be able to restrain Desolate Marshal once he entered the Dharma characteristic realm. At that time, Dragon Tiger sect would be the one to suffer. Elder Li had already joined forces with the 5 conjoint body mighty figures of Een Ghost sect, 7 Kills sect, Blood Mist sect, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult, and Yuan clan. A total of 6 conjoint body mighty figures. By now, Elder Li and the others should have arrived. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect believed that nothing would happen if 6 conjoint body mighty figures worked together to kill a void reversion. He exchanged glances with the sect master of Blood Mist sect and the others as they nodded imperceptibly. By now, many cultivators had already left. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others did not stay on the spot and left with everyone. In less than an hour, most of the cultivators in the vicinity of the old capital of Yen country had already left. Only some of Su Zimo's friends and acquaintances remained. Monkey, Nian Qi, Tao Yao, Xiaoning, Xianxia, the old immortal crane and the others gathered together and chatted casually with relaxed expressions. When Xiaoning found out that the adorable child Tao Yao was transformed from the peach blossom tree in Su Zimo's courtyard, she was even more amazed. Among everyone, Su Zimo was the only one who frowned slightly, as though he had something on his mind. Everyone did not think too much about it. They merely thought that Su Zimo was feeling emotional after personally settling a huge hatchet with a strong foe. "Young master!" Right then, a soft voice sounded from the crowd. Monkey and the others were stunned for a moment before exchanging glances and looking delighted. Little Fox. They had been with Little Fox for more than 100 years and were naturally extremely familiar with her voice. The crowd parted. A fiery red fox was running towards Su Zimo, wagging its furry tail excitedly with eyes filled with the joy of reuniting. Su Zimo cast away his distracting thoughts and smiled, opening his arms slightly. Little Fox leaped into his embrace and stuck her head out, rubbing against his warm chest. She felt extremely blessed at the scent of that familiar aura. Su Zimo rubbed Little Fox's head and his heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, he looked forward instinctively. Not far away, a white-robed woman stood. She was flawless and otherworldly, like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Among the women present, Qing Qing, Cuckoo and Xiaoning were rare beauties with their own unique characteristics. As the Empress of Great Zhou, Xianxia was even more elegant and beautiful. Her aura was outstanding and she was dazzling. However, after the white-robed woman appeared, the brilliance of the women seemed to dim instantly. Even Monkey, the spirit tiger and the other demon beasts were stunned when they saw the white-robed woman, let alone Su Zimo. "Consort you?" Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he shouted instinctively. The moment he said that, he felt that it was inappropriate. Consort Yu was the title given to her by the Emperor of Great Qin. It was truly disrespectful for him to address her directly, and he was not in the capacity to do so either. Indeed, the white-robed woman frowned slightly when she heard that, seemingly displeased. "Young master, Her Highness's Tao title is True Jade." Little Fox whispered. "Consort you was her previous title. There's no need for that anymore." Su Zimo nodded. "Greetings, Senior True Jade." Su Zimo bowed hurriedly with cupped fists. As he looked at the white-robed woman, he could not help but recall the stunning figure he saw in the cave and was lost in thought. It was not his fault. Even her appearance was unforgettable, let alone the flawless luster of her perfect body. Just as Su Zimo was in a daze, he suddenly felt a chill. He could not help but shudder. Not far away, Goddess True Jade was glaring at him fiercely as she asked in a frosty tone, "What were you thinking about just now?" "Nothing much." Su Zimo looked embarrassed and guilty. If Goddess True Jade was truly enraged and wanted to dig out his eyes, he would truly have no way of resisting. "Young master, what happened to you earlier on? Why are you so worried after the battle?" Although they had been separated for 100 years, Little Fox could tell at a glance that Su Zimo was not quite himself. "For some reason, I feel uneasy." Su Zimo frowned. It was a hunch that would definitely not happen without reason. Su Zimo glanced at Goddess True Jade before shaking his head. Even though she had said some harsh words, Su Zimo could not sense any killing intent from her. But where was the source of this uneasiness? What was wrong? Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, "What happened in the North region while I was in seclusion?" "Nothing much." Xianxia shook her head. "Many sects and factions were waiting to see the battle between you and Tao Lord Xianyu." Pausing for a moment, Xianxia thought for a moment and continued, "However, there was indeed something unusual. The grand elders of some of the upper sects, such as Dragon Tiger Sect and Blood Mist Sect, suddenly announced that they were leaving their sections." After a moment of silence, Su Zimo's expression changed starkly. "Something's not right." Su Zimo shook his head with a grim expression. "What's wrong with that?" When everyone saw Su Zimo's terrible expression, they stopped talking and asked, "If I'm not wrong, the Grand Elders of Dragon Tiger Sect and Blood Mist Sect are all conjoint body mighty figures." Su Zimo said slowly, "It's way too strange for these conjoint body mighty figures to announce that they're leaving the sect at such a time. They must have other motives." "Young master, you mean that they will attack you?" Xianxi's heart sank as she realized that something was amiss as well. Xianxia frowned. 10 years ago, the conjoint body mighty figures of the various super sects attacked Dragon Burial Valley but returned in defeat. Zimo, the Mahayana patriarch backing you, has already warned the Cultivation world. Won't the conjoint body mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect be afraid of angering the patriarch and implicating his sect if he attacks you? At that point, Xiaoshua's expression changed as though she had realized something. The reason why those conjoint body mighty figures left their sects at this time was because they were worried about implicating their sects? Su Zimo remained silent. The sense of danger was getting closer and he even felt suffocated. "They're here." Suddenly, Su Zimo said. The moment he said that, 6 figures suddenly appeared in midair, each of them emitting a shuddering aura. That aura had already far surpassed the Dharma characteristic realm. There were 5 old men and a middle-aged man. 6 conjoint body mighty figures. Spirit consciousness barrier. Dimensional lock. The 6 conjoint body mighty figures shouted at the same time and waved their hands, causing visible ripples in the void. Immediately after, a strange feeling surfaced in the hearts of Su Zimo and the others. It was as though the space they were in was completely isolated from the outside world. It was as though the entire old capital of Yen country was completely sealed. In fact, they could not even sense the heaven and earth powers. Su Zimo's gaze was cold. The old immortal crane and the others had ugly expressions and were burning with anxiety. Among everyone, the only one who was calm and composed without any change in expression the entire time was Goddess True Jade. In midair, the gazes of the 6 conjoint body mighty figures landed on Su Zimo after they laid the formations. "Desolate Marshal, you're smart. You've already guessed our intention of leaving our sections." Among them, an old man stood out and shook his head with a smile. Unfortunately, you realized it too late. Who are you? Su Zimo asked coldly. There's no harm in telling you. You're someone about to die anyway. The old man smiled indifferently. I'm the Grand Elder of the Dragon Tiger Sect. My Tao title is Bone Spirit. Dragon Tiger Sect, very good. Su Zimo nodded. Another old man's face was withered and yellow like a sickly child. He exuded a sinister aura and said, I'm Elder Xianxia of Ghost Sect. The third old man was filled with killing intent and said simply, 7 kills sect, cruel Sunday. I'm Lust Fiend of Blood Mist Sect. Desolate Marshal. I heard that your combat strength has not diminished even after you reconstructed your body. I want to taste your blood. The fourth old man stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. I'm Yuan Xiong. The background of the fifth old man was known without need for elaboration. After a brief pause, Yuan Xiong looked at Su Zimo and said indifferently, Yuan Wushuang is my grandson. Yuan Xiong looked very calm when he said that. However, everyone could sense the surging killing intent behind that calmness. The sixth conjoint body mighty figure was a middle-aged man. That person gave a sinister smile, looking unrestrained and cynical. Mystic Firmament Divine Cult. Lang Yu. You can also call me Exalted Master Lang Yu. 5 of the 10 upper sects of the North region were here. There was one of the 4 gentry clans. Even in the ancient era, there had never been the need for such a grand lineup just to kill a single void reversion. 6 conjoint body mighty figures. I'm truly flattered. Su Zimo laughed self-deprecatingly. Are you stalling for time? Elder Bone Spirit of Dragon Tiger Sect suddenly asked before shaking his head. Desolate Marshal, give up. Since we've already decided to join forces to kill you, we won't allow any accidents to happen. Oh, Su Zimo raised his brow. Elder Bone Spirit said proudly, with the spirit consciousness barrier, even your messenger talismans can't be sent out. The space here has already been sealed by us. Even if you have a treasure like a transference talisman, you won't be able to escape. This time round, they were fully prepared. Apart from the creation Green Lotus and other treasures, the main reason why Su Zimo was able to survive in the Tao inheritance ground was because of the major transference talisman. Therefore, the first thing the 6 of them did after appearing was to seal the space here. Even a major transference talisman could not be released here. Despicable, Nian Qi said coldly. As conjoint body experts, you guys actually joined forces to kill a void reversion. Do you guys have any shame? Little Fox could not help but grumble. Fufu, you're way too childish. Elder Bone Spirit sneered. Yuan Xiong said, you crippled my grandson. It's only right and proper for me to take revenge. Desolate Marshal. Your mistake is that you shouldn't have provoked my Yuan clan. Elder Lust Fiend of Blood Mist Sect grinned. Our upper sects and gentry clans have been around for more than 10,000 years. What sort of foundation do you think we have? Do you think you can challenge us? Since you want to challenge, prepare to be destroyed at any moment. Ji Yaoshua took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Seniors, Zimo has the backing of a Mahayana patriarch. Are you guys really not afraid of the patriarch's wrath for injuring his life? The few of us don't have much lifespan left. Elder Bone Spirit said. Even if that's not the case, we'll only live on for a few hundred years more at most. TSK. Our lives are worth it in exchange for the life of the number 1 monster incarnate in history. Elder Xianxia of Ghost Sect laughed sinisterly. Of course, among the 6 conjoint body mighty figures, apart from the 5 old men, Exalted Master Lang Yu of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult was at his peak. Exalted Master Lang Yu did not mind at all. He smiled and said, I'll leave after killing Desolate Marshal. Maybe to the Middle Continent, maybe to the West region. Even if the Mahayana Patriarch is extremely powerful, he might not be able to find me as long as I hide carefully. I heard that the Patriarch at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley doesn't have many years left to live. At most, I'll wait till he's dead before coming out of seclusion. Exalted Master Lang Yu was excited. Who knows? I might even be able to break through to the Mahayana realm under the pressure of the pursuit of a Mahayana Patriarch. The 5 old men had already seen through life and death. As for exalted Master Lang Yu, it was clear that he was a fearless maniac with no regard for consequences. These 6 conjoint body mighty figures truly had no reservations for grouping up together. What should we do? Shall we kill our way out? How do we kill them? Even 1 conjoint body mighty figure is enough to kill us, let alone 6 of them. But we can't wait for death here. Monkey and the others frowned and communicated with their spirit consciousnesses. Su Zimo was not involved. Without batting an eyelid, he glanced at Goddess True Jade, who was not far away. At that moment, Goddess True Jade had an indifferent expression. She was neither frustrated nor impatient. Su Zimo felt relieved when he saw her expression. The killing plan of Elder Bone Spirit and the others this time round was truly flawless. If there was truly a variable, it could only be Goddess True Jade. A few hundred kilometers away from the old capital of Yen Country, the sect masters of Dragon Tiger Sect, Blood Mist Sect, 7 Kills Sect, and the other upper sects exchanged glances and nodded. All of them paused and looked in the direction of the old capital of Yen Country. "Why aren't you guys leaving?" the sect master of Stellar Luna Sect asked with a frown. "Nothing much. We're just waiting for an outcome," the sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect replied indifferently. The sect master of Stellar Luna Sect was shocked and asked hurriedly, "You guys really attacked Desolate Marshal?" The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect sneered. "If Stellar Luna Sect doesn't make a move, there will naturally be other sects. This lad won't survive beyond today." Elder Bone Spirit of Dragon Tiger Sect had not only invited the conjoint body mighty figures of Blood Mist Sect, Een Ghost Sect, and other sects for help. He tried persuading the other sects as well. However, sects like Stellar Luna Sect did not agree to it. The matriarch of Morong clan mulled in silence before shaking her head. Desolate Marshal wishes to impart martial arts to all living beings. If he succeeds, it will be the fortune of the world. You guys should not kill him. Humph. The patriarch of Yuan clan's tone was unfriendly as he said coldly, "Desolate Marshal doesn't differentiate between good and evil. He is sworn siblings with fiend demons and does everything based on impulse without any restraint at all. It would definitely be a disaster for the North region to let such a person live and grow." The sect master of 7 Kills Sect nodded in agreement. "That's right. This lad is way too sharp. We have to kill him." The sect master of Stellar Luna Sect and the others did not agree with that statement. However, they were naturally unwilling to get into a fight with the sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect and the others over that. The Valley Master of Blaze Columbus Valley asked, "Who's there?" "Including Elder Bone Spirit of our sect, there are a total of 6 Grand Elders," the sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect declared proudly. The hearts of the sect master of Stellar Luna Sect and the others skipped a beat as they exchanged glances. Sighing internally, they shook their heads. There was no hope. Initially, they were still thinking that Desolate Marshal's luck was strong and he had many trump cards. He might be able to find a chance to survive. Now that they knew it was a combined attack from 6 conjoint body mighty figures, Desolate Marshal was definitely doomed. Elder Bone Spirit and the others have already sealed the space over there. It should be over soon. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect murmured softly. Although he knew that there wouldn't be any accidents, he still wanted to wait and see the outcome. Cold wind blew. Suddenly, he felt a chill and could not help but frown as he muttered to himself, "There shouldn't be any variables, right?" After pondering for a long time, he shook his head. "I don't think so. Yes, definitely not. The old capital of Yen Country. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you." Suddenly, Elder Bone Spirit laughed. "We decided to take action after confirming that there's no activity in the Dragon Burial Valley. Therefore, you don't have to hope for that patriarch to appear and save you. We've already preempted all the variables that you can think of." He sighed. "Desolate Marshal, it's time to send you on your way." "Preempted all the variables?" "Not necessarily," Su Zimo said indifferently before looking at Goddess True Jade, who was not far away. He cupped his fists. "Senior, do help us with this calamity." She was not standing together with Su Zimo and the others. It was only now that Elder Bone Spirit and the others noticed her. What a stunner! Exalted Master Lang, you could not help but exclaim. Elder Bone Spirit and the others glanced at Goddess True Jade and frowned. Although this woman was indeed extremely beautiful, she did not pose much attraction to the few old men. Furthermore, apart from her beauty, there was nothing special about her. She did not exude any powerful aura and looked like a mortal. She looked at Su Zimo with a fake smile and asked instead, "Why should I help you?" Su Zimo smiled bitterly. "It's clear that the 6 conjoint body mighty figures don't intend to kill me alone. I'm afraid you won't be able to stay out of it, senior." "That's fine," Goddess True Jade replied indifferently. "When the time comes, I'll take Little Fox away. Nobody can stop me. What has your life and death got to do with me? All of you have to die. None of you can escape." Elder Lust Fiend of Blood Mist Sect smacked his lips and said murderously. Goddess True Jade frowned in displeasure. However, Elder Bone Spirit and the others did not notice it at all. Even if they noticed the change in Goddess True Jade's expression, they wouldn't take it to heart. "Don't," Exalted Master Lang Yu hurriedly said. "Fellow Taoists, please do me a favor. Leave this beauty and that fox to me." "Why? Are you tempted?" Exalted Master, Elder Xianxia of Yin Ghost Sect asked. Exalted Master Lang Yu smiled knowingly and nodded. "That woman is of the highest quality. Such beauty is rare in this world. Since I've bumped into her, there's no way I'll let her off." Elder Xianxia leered. "I do know of a secret skill that allows this beauty to serve you obediently as her master. She will be utterly loyal and will abide by all your commands." Exalted Master Lang Yu's eyes lit up. The two of them discussed as though there was no one else around and did not notice that Goddess True Jade's expression had already turned completely frosty. "You guys truly have a death wish," she murmured softly. "Oh? The lady is angry." Exalted Master Lang Yu smirked evilly. "Even when you're angry, you are so captivating." "Lang Yu!" Right then, Elder Bone Spirit hollered. He had already vaguely realized that something was amiss. He could not see through this woman's cultivation realm. Initially, he thought that this was Immortal. However, why would Immortal be here? Furthermore, how could she remain calm in the face of their auras? Could this woman be a conjoint body mighty figure as well? However, Elder Bone Spirit was puzzled. Every single conjoint body mighty figure was renowned throughout the world, and it was impossible for him not to know them. However, he had never seen this woman before. Goddess True Jade. "Kill them." Right then, Little Fox gripped her paws and shouted. "All right." Goddess True Jade nodded. She did not make any large movements. With just a single stride, she ignored the distance between them and arrived before Elder Xianxia instantly. "Pest! What speed?" Elder Xianxia was alarmed. He did not have time to think and instinctively punched back at Goddess True Jade. A conjoint body mighty figure could shake the world with every move. What seemed like a simple punch released an extremely terrifying power. Countless ghostly shadows burst forth at the same time and lunged at Goddess True Jade. Her expression did not change, and she merely opened her mouth slightly before exhaling gently. Instantly, the temperature in the void plummeted. Even Su Zimo and the others on the ground felt a chilling sensation. The world seemed to have frozen. Crack, crack, crack. Countless ghosts were frozen by the cold air. A layer of frost covered Elder Xianxia's fist and arm as well. The speed of his punch decreased significantly. Right then, Goddess True Jade extended a jade-white finger that was crystal clear and tender. Instantly, it tapped on Elder Xianxia's glabella. It was too fast. Although the fight sounded slow upon narration, it happened in a flash. Elder Xianxia's expression froze as disbelief streaked through his eyes. Thereafter, his gaze dimmed and he fell from midair. Before he even landed on the ground, there was already no life left in his body. A conjoint body mighty figure was dead. "You!" Elder Bone Spirit and the others were shocked. This change had completely exceeded their expectations. Even though they had already sensed that something was amiss, they did not expect that this seemingly weak woman with a beauty that could topple countries would be so terrifying the moment she attacked. Even Elder Xianxia could not last 2 blows from this woman. Su Zimo and the others were shocked as well. There was no need to elaborate on the others. Apart from Little Fox, none of them knew who Goddess True Jade was. On the other hand, Su Zimo was clear about the background of Goddess True Jade. He had also heard Monk Yuan Bei mention that she had reached the conjoint body realm after cultivating for 2,000 years. Her potential was heaven-defying and could be considered terrifying. However, the Great Qian Empire was destroyed by the catastrophe later on, and Consort Yu vanished as well. According to his deduction, she should have fallen asleep in the volcano beneath the ruins and only awakened in this lifetime. In other words, she was at least at the conjoint body realm. Su Zimo had another thought. It was only logical that Goddess True Jade could kill Elder Xianxia so easily. According to his calculations, she should be around 12,000 years old. For a conjoint body realm cultivator with 20,000 years of lifespan, she was at the peak and had a strong blood qi. However, Elder Xianxia was already in his twilight years and only had a few hundred years to live. His blood qi was deteriorating and his combat strength was decreasing. He was naturally no match for Goddess True Jade. Furthermore, Elder Xianxia had underestimated his opponent. There was no way he would have expected such a terrifying variable to exist in this ruin. "Be careful, everyone," Elder Bone Spirit reminded hurriedly. The remaining 5 conjoint body mighty figures reacted extremely quickly and made a prompt decision to attack Goddess True Jade at almost the same time. Suddenly, a gigantic bone saber appeared in Elder Bone Spirit's hands. It burned with white flames and emitted a terrifying aura. Swash! Elder Bone Spirit wielded his saber with both hands and charged towards Goddess True Jade. Dragon Tiger Sect specialized in body tempering. Even though he was already in his twilight years, his specialty was still melee combat. Yuan Xiong took out a gigantic, heavy iron spear from his storage bag and dragged it through the void, leaving a trail behind. He strode forward and closed in on Goddess True Jade as well. Elder Cruel Son of 7 Kills Sect, Elder Lust Fiend of Blood Mist Sect, and Exalted Master Lang Yu of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult released powerful dermic arts from the periphery. Blood Mist Devour. Elder Lust Fiend conjured hand seals and pointed forward. A blood mist spread out around his body and rapidly formed a blood-colored head that was malevolent and terrifying as it devoured towards Goddess True Jade. 7 Kills Sword. With a cold expression, Elder Cruel Son hollered and slashed forward with his sword fingers. Suddenly, 7 long swords with a chilling killing intent appeared above Goddess True Jade's head and slashed down viciously. Exalted Master Lang Yu's glabella shone and an ancient mirror surfaced. Mystic Firmament Treasure Mirror. Sea of Misery. Wielding a mighty figure dermic weapon, he conjured a dermic art and shot a stream of dermic powers into the ancient mirror. Suddenly, the ancient mirror shone with a beam of light that scattered into the void where Goddess True Jade landed. Bang! Boom! Boom! A shocking scene descended. Su Zimo and the others looked up and saw a vast ocean appear out of thin air. It blotted out the skies and surged with waves, as though it could devour all living beings. They could clearly sense that every single drop of seawater in the Sea of Misery was formed from extremely pure dermic powers. A single drop of seawater could cause mountains to collapse and kill Dharma-characteristic Tao lords with ease. Everyone was shocked. Conjoint body mighty figures truly had the power to shake the heavens, quake the earth, move mountains and fill oceans, range and melee combat. Even though this was the first time the 5 conjoint body mighty figures were joining forces, they were experienced and cooperated extremely well. The attacks of the 5 of them were terrifying and almost drowned Goddess True Jade. Although they had witnessed the capabilities of Goddess True Jade, Su Zimo and the others were still worried. Sharp swords hovered, the Sea of Misery beneath, and incoming blood mist alongside attacks from the bone saber and iron spear. Even in the face of such intense attacks, Goddess True Jade's expression was indifferent. With light steps, she charged towards Yuan Xiong at the side, leaving behind a series of graceful figures. She was truly elegant and classy as a dragon. Even during the battle, Goddess True Jade's figure was extremely beautiful without any signs of wretchedness. What was even rarer was that she managed to dodge most of the attacks with that beautiful dance. The 7 kills sword missed completely. Reaching out with her jade-like hand, she pulled out a jade-green hairpin that was only the length of a finger from the black hair on her head. Her black hair fell along with the wind, making her look even more elegant. Goddess True Jade raised her palm. Shoo! A jade-green light flashed and pierced through the incoming blood-colored head. The blood-colored head paused in midair for a moment before exploding. With a flash of light, the jade hairpin pierced towards Elder Lust Fiend's glabella. Ah! Elder Lust Fiend was shocked. He had not expected that Goddess True Jade would have the strength to retaliate despite being surrounded. Furthermore, he had been attacking from afar and had not expected that she would choose to attack him first. The jade hairpin arrived instantly. In a flash, Elder Lust Fiend took out a gigantic turtle shell from his storage bag and blocked the jade hairpin. The turtle shell had a powerful origin. It was obtained by killing a pure-blooded grand demon black turtle in the East Sea. The most indestructible part of the black turtle's body was the shell on its back. It might even be tougher than perfect mighty figure dermic weapons. Clang! The jade hairpin made a crisp sound when it collided against the mysterious turtle shell. Immediately after, Elder Lust Fiend heard a jarring sound. It was as though something was shattering in front of him. Could it be? A thought flashed through Elder Lust Fiend's mind. That was impossible. That tiny jade hairpin was incomparably fragile. How could it pierce through the shell of a grand demon black turtle? Unless that jade hairpin is a dermic treasure? Dermic treasures were weapons that were infused with divine powers and could only be wielded by Ancestor Realm experts. Elder Lust Fiend stared at the turtle shell in his palm, and his pupils constricted. Crack! Suddenly, the center of the turtle shell shattered, and a green beam of light pierced through his palm without any resistance. Ah! Elder Lust Fiend shrieked from the pain. However, right after, the shriek came to an abrupt stop. A bloody hole appeared on Elder Lust Fiend's glabella. Behind his head, a jade-green jade hairpin pierced through his skull slowly and stuck out. There was no trace of blood on it. Elder Lust Fiend died on the spot. Against the encirclement of 5 conjoint body mighty figures, Goddess True Jade retaliated domineeringly and killed one of them right away. However, she did not stop. Stepping on the sea of misery's jade waves, she distanced herself from Elder Bone Spirit and avoided the 7 kills sword, arriving before Yuan Xiong. Herg! Yuan Xiong was strong and muscular. With a furious roar, he raised his iron spear with both hands and thrust it towards Goddess True Jade. The power of the spear was immense and it was extremely fast. Ripples even appeared around the spear. It tore through the air and headed straight for Goddess True Jade's face. In the face of the incoming heavy, iron spear, Goddess True Jade's expression did not change as she reached out with her slender hand and grabbed the spear's head. Yuan Xiong's expression changed, and he wanted to burst forth with his blood chi to blast Goddess True Jade away. However, no matter how hard he tried and even as his face flushed red, she would not budge at all. Even Goddess True Jade's wrist did not show any signs of trembling. It was only at that moment that Yuan Xiong realized the difference between him and Goddess True Jade. Unfortunately, he realized it too late. Even despite your age. Suddenly, Goddess True Jade spoke. Gripping the iron spear in her right hand, she strode forward and extended her left hand, slapping towards Yuan Xiong's chest in a seemingly light manner. You have no morals. With that remark, Goddess True Jade's palm pushed against Yuan Xiong's chest. Bang! Yuan Xiong's chest caved in rapidly, almost sticking to his spine. From the looks of it, it was as though he was smashed into pieces by a single palm strike from Goddess True Jade. The physical body of a conjoint body mighty figure was fused with their heaven and earth dharma characteristic alongside dermic powers. They were invulnerable to weapons, fire, water, and would never decay. To think that his life would have been severed by Goddess True Jade's seemingly frail palm. Yuan Xiong's essence spirit flew out from the top of his head and fled into the distance with a flustered expression. Even if he did not have much lifespan left, He did not want to be randomly beaten to death by a woman who appeared out of nowhere. Without even looking at him, Goddess True Jade turned around and walked towards exalted Master Langyu, graceful as a fairy. The meaning of ethereal was embodied completely through her elegant strides. Yuan Xiong was delighted. Escaping from this calamity was better than dying here with his Tao destroyed. However, before the joy in his eyes dissipated, he sensed a strong sense of danger and caught sight of a jade-green glow from the corner of his eye. "It's that jade hairpin?" A final thought flashed through Yuan Xiong's mind. Poof! The jade hairpin passed through his essence spirit without stopping. Yuan Xiong was dead. Goddess True Jade's methods were so powerful and terrifying that half of the 6 conjoint body mighty figures were dead in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo and the others were invigorated. Of course, the remaining 3 conjoint body mighty figures were even more difficult to deal with. Among them, Exalted Master Langyu of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult was at his peak age and his blood chi was domineering, far surpassing the other 5 conjoint body elders. True enough, Exalted Master Langyu had a grim expression as he conjured hand seals repeatedly, sending dermic powers into the ancient mirror before him. Although he spoke with zero restraint, his combat strength was indeed much stronger than Elder Xianxia and the others. Mystic Firmament Treasure Mirror. Hidden Dragon goes to sea. With a loud shout from Exalted Master Langyu, the initially turbulent sea of misery suddenly caved in, forming a gigantic vortex. A divine dragon with a terrifying aura crawled out of the sea. Its horns were towering and its gaze was sharp. Opening its mouth, it let out an earth-shaking dragon roar towards Goddess True Jade. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Although the divine dragon was only condensed from the dermic powers of Exalted Master Langyu, it was already lifelike and filled with a dragon might that shook the skies. Under the gaze of the divine dragon, Goddess True Jade looked incomparably tiny as she stood on the water surface, as though she could be devoured at any moment. "It's just a small trick. It's nothing much." She harumphed coldly and stomped her feet gently. The howling sea of misery seemed to have been severely injured by the stomp and calmed down instantly. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately after, frost filled the air above the sea of misery, and with Goddess True Jade as the center, it spread out rapidly and froze the surroundings. The divine dragon that had just leaped out of the sea merely roared. Before it could do anything, it was enveloped by the cold aura and froze into ice. This Exalted Master Langyu was starting to panic. That dermic art could be considered as his strongest trump card. However, he had not expected it to be completely vulnerable before Goddess True Jade. At that moment, Goddess True Jade had already arrived before him with a cold expression. "They're old fogies, it's fine if they die. However, you're different. Initially, I wanted to spare your life on account of how difficult it was for you to cultivate. However, it's a pity that you're so brazen with that dirty mouth to harbor designs on me. I'm left with no choice but to send you on your way." Before she finished her sentence, Goddess True Jade had already extended her palm and slapped the top of Exalted Master Langyu's head. Exalted Master Langyu did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly placed the ancient mirror above his head and released a blazing beam of light. The beam of light was so strong that it could even penetrate a conjoint body mighty figure's body. However, there were no ripples when the beam of light landed on Goddess True Jade's delicate palm. All of a sudden, a ball of scorching flames appeared in Goddess True Jade's palm and engulfed the ancient mirror, burning furiously. "Pest!" Exalted Master Langyu gasped. The ancient mirror was his destiny dermic weapon that was inherited from Mystic Firmament Divine Cult. Coupled with his sex cultivation technique, the Mystic Firmament Treasure Mirror, it was extremely powerful. However, against the raging flames in Goddess True Jade's palm, the ancient mirror creaked and was burned red, almost transparent. "I've got to give it my all." Exalted Master Langyu's eyes were bloodshot as he bit his tongue gently and spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the ancient mirror. That was his destiny dermic weapon, and he could not abandon it. With the augmentation of the essence blood, The ancient mirror shone brightly and was still resisting with all its might. A look of mockery flashed through Goddess True Jade's eyes as she retracted the flames in her palm. In its place was a bone-chilling coldness that enveloped the ancient mirror instantly. Xing. The different powers of ice and fire were activated on the ancient mirror, emanating an extremely terrifying aura. Exalted Master Lang Yu was not the only one affected by the aura. Even Elder Bone Spirit and Elder Cruel Sun, who were charging forward, were shocked and exclaimed, "Divine powers!" The power of extreme heat and coldness struck the ancient mirror and released a terrifying power that surpassed dermic powers. Divine powers. Divine powers were divided into different grades: lesser, greater, or peerless divine powers. But no matter what, divine powers were something that only Ancestor Realm experts could control. This power was already above the conjoint body realm. It was only at that moment that Elder Bone Spirit and the other two realized that the woman before them was not at the conjoint body realm at all. She was a half-step Mahayana. In other words, she was a legendary half-martial ancestor expert. This turn of events truly scared the three of them out of their wits. Boom! Under the effect of the divine power, the ancient mirror exploded. Many shards flew towards Goddess True Jade and fell before they could get close. However, Exalted Master Lang Yu was not that lucky. His destiny dermic weapon was destroyed and his essence spirit was implicated. As though he was struck by lightning, his body shuddered and his mind was in chaos. At that moment, there was no way he could dodge the incoming shards of the dermic weapon. The dermic weapon shards contained remnants of the divine power and were extremely powerful. Numerous dermic weapon shards entered his body instantly and penetrated it, causing blood to splatter everywhere. His consciousness was pierced by at least 3 shards and his essence spirit was smashed into pieces. It had long dissipated. Exalted Master Lang Yu's corpse fell onto the ruins and died. Goddess True Jade seemed extremely disdainful towards Exalted Master Lang Yu and did not even touch the latter even by the clothes the entire time. However, Exalted Master Lang Yu was already a dead man. A huge battle broke out between the two parties and in a flash, only 2 of the 6 conjoint body mighty figures were left. Furthermore, the remaining Elder Bone Spirit and Elder Cruel Sun were both old men in their twilight years. How could this be? How could there be a half-martial ancestor expert in this desolate and dilapidated old capital? Ancestor realm. Even half-martial ancestors were a barrier that many conjoint body mighty figures could not reach. Throughout history, countless paragons and cultivators had entered the conjoint body realm and become mighty figures. All of those mighty figures had immense luck and countless fortuitous encounters. All of them were famous existences. However, with the sands of time, how many conjoint body mighty figures could take that step forward and advance to the Mahayana realm? Not to mention a full step. Even half a step was enough to stump countless mighty figures. All of those mighty figures were extremely powerful and intimidating. They roamed the world unhindered and rarely met their match. They had a lifespan of 20,000 years, but most of them stopped before the Ancestor Realm and died after expending their lifespans. At the Ancestor Realm, one could extend their lifespan to 100,000 years after comprehending divine powers. From 20,000 to 100,000 years of lifespan, it was clear how huge the gap between the 2 major cultivation realms was. Elder Bone Spirit stood on the spot motionlessly with a conflicted expression. There was panic, indignance, fear, and regret. Elder Cruel Sun's reaction was extremely fast, and he did not have that many thoughts in his mind. He made a prompt decision and turned to flee without hesitation. Why waste your energy? You won't be able to escape. Goddess True Jade smiled indifferently and strode forward. As though she had crossed the limits of space, she caught up to Elder Cruel Sun in the blink of an eye. I'll fight it out with you. Seeing that he could not escape, Elder Cruel Sun turned around with bloodshot eyes. He conjured hand seals repeatedly and growled, "8th kill, killing body." 7 kills sect originally had 7 killing techniques. However, in reality, only a small number of people in the sect knew that above the 7 kills, there was an 8th killing technique, the killing body technique. The so-called killing body technique was to abandon one's life to release a most terrifying attack. Once that secret skill was released, he would be the first to die. Elder Cruel Sun's body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every single drop of his flesh was filled with immense dermic powers and was about to explode. Humph! Goddess True Jade waved her sleeves gently and a streak of frost engulfed Elder Cruel Sunday. The dermic powers that were already boiling in Elder Cruel Sun's body calmed down instantly and layers of ice condensed around him, chilling him to the bones. It's fine if you want to die. Just stay away and don't spill any blood on me. Goddess True Jade frowned. She was always picky about cleanliness. Even after a huge battle, her body would be spotless. She hated filthy things like blood the most. The layers of ice froze Elder Cruel Sun's bloodline and dermic powers. Even his consciousness was invaded by the frost chi and gradually turned into ice. Elder Cruel Sun could only stare with widened eyes. The coldness seeped in and he could not even move his eyeballs. Gradually, frost filled his entire consciousness and his essence spirit was filled with ice crystals. His life was gone. Elder Cruel Sun was frozen into a human-shaped ice block. Goddess True Jade gave a casual slap on the surface. Elder Cruel Sun shattered into many pieces of ice without any blood splattering on the ground. This was a mighty figure. 10,000 years ago, he was a renowned expert of the North region and was invincible. To think that right now, he would end up in a state where his essence spirit was destroyed and he did not even have a corpse remaining. Of the 6 conjoint body mighty figures, there was only one left. Elder Bone Spirit did not escape. He knew very well that he could not escape from a half-martial ancestor given his capabilities. He felt a strong sense of indignance when he looked at the white-robed woman who was walking over slowly. Finally, he could not help but ask, "May I know what sect or faction you are from, fellow Taoist? Why are you asking this?" Goddess True Jade asked instead of answering. "I just want to die knowing why." Elder Bone Spirit clenched his fists and said slowly, "As a half-martial ancestor, you're definitely not a nobody. I've cultivated in the cultivation world for more than 20,000 years, but I've never seen you before." Goddess True Jade replied indifferently, 10,000 years ago, I spent most of my time in the palace and almost never roamed the cultivation world. It's only natural that you've never seen me before." 10,000 years ago? Palace? Elder Bone Spirit was stunned. Before long, he realized something and exclaimed, "Why, you're from the great Qian Empire." After a brief pause, a legendary character crossed his mind as he yelped, "Your consort you of the great Qian Empire." "That's me." Goddess True Jade nodded. "You can pass away in peace now." Elder Bone Spirit's lips curled into a bitter smile as he looked at Goddess True Jade's smooth finger that was extending towards him. He sighed. "After all the scheming, we can't win against fate." Bang! Goddess True Jade tapped Elder Bone Spirit on the glabella. Elder Bone Spirit shuddered and his essence spirit was destroyed as he fell from midair. Dead. When they saw that, Su Zimo and the others felt emotional. That was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Conjoint body mighty figures were almost at the peak of the cultivation world. However, if these people took a wrong step, they would still end up dead with a tragic ending. Under normal circumstances, the 6 conjoint body mighty figures coming out of seclusion and joining forces to kill Su Zimo was a sure victory without any accidents. They had predicted almost all possible variables. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes. They had not expected that the woman who had been asleep for 10,000 years in the Great Qian Empire would awaken and become the only variable in this sure-kill situation. This one single variable cost them their lives. "Thank you for saving me, Senior True Jade. I'm extremely grateful." Su Zimo bowed towards Goddess True Jade. If Goddess True Jade had not intervened this time round, all of them would have been doomed. She rolled her eyes at Su Zimo and said indifferently, "I'm not trying to save you. I just don't want little Fox to get hurt." Monkey and the others were carefree and did not think much about it, merely thinking that they were lucky. However, the women present were extremely sensitive. Xianxia, Xiaoning and the others shifted their gazes between Goddess True Jade and Su Zimo. muttering internally. If she was worried about little fox getting hurt, she could have just taken the ladder away. Why did she have to fight? They had a feeling that there was something that no one else knew about between Su Zimo and Goddess True Jade. Goddess True Jade's gaze landed on Su Zimo's embrace as she asked, "Little fox, are you going to follow me, or are you staying?" "Your Highness, can't you stay as well?" Little fox blinked her large eyes and asked timidly. Goddess True Jade shook her head. "I'm leaving." After a brief pause, she continued, "If you want to leave with me, I'll bring you along. Naturally, I won't let you suffer. However, if you want to stay, I won't force you either. Your Highness, I can't bear to part with you as well. But..." Little Fox was conflicted and could not continue. In her heart, she wanted to stay by Su Zimo's side and be with Monkey and the others. She led a carefree life in Thousand Demon Valley and was very happy. However, Goddess True Jade had been in a deep slumber for 10,000 years. Now that she had woken up, she was desolate and pitiful without any old friends by her side. Goddess True Jade smiled. "I understand." With that said, she turned to leave and a voice sounded, "Su Zimo, take good care of her. Otherwise, I'll come looking for you again." Now that this is over, the North region should be peaceful for a period of time. The old immortal crane lamented. After the battle between Su Zimo and Tao Lord Xianxia, Stellar Luna Sect, Blaze Columbus Valley, and some other upper sects and aristocratic families had already expressed that they would no longer hold grudges. Furthermore, now that 6 conjoint body mighty figures were dead, it won't take long before news of it spread through the entire North region. As such, the upper sects and aristocratic families should settle down. Over the years, the North region has been in turmoil. The feudal vassals have risen and the flames of war have spread. Su Zimo said, "After the Witch Goo calamity and the destruction of the 3 dynasties, the North region is devastated. I hope that there will be a period of peace and rest." "Zimo, what are your plans from now on?" Xianxia asked. "That's right. Xianxia is dead and the blood feud of the 13 cities of Yen country has been avenged. That's a weight on the shoulder lifted." "Brother, where are you going from now on?" Xiaoning echoed. The old immortal crane smiled. "Why don't you follow me back to Ethereal Peak? 100 years ago, you were forced to leave because you were afraid of implicating the sect. Now you can return." "Sure." Nian Qi nodded hurriedly. Su Zimo remained silent. "Why don't you follow us to the demon region?" Monkey grinned. "When we came out this time round, the spirit tiger used the demon ceiling diagram and brought almost everyone from Howling Moon Mountain that can fight. If we head to the North region's Wild Lion Ridge, we can dominate the place and become territorial lords still." "Territorial lords?" Shaking its head, the spirit tiger pouted and said in an arrogant manner, "Since we're all here, we've got to become overlords no matter what." "That's right." This time round, Monkey did not retort the spirit tiger. Xianxia smiled without saying anything. Be it Wild Lion Ridge or Ethereal Peak, they were both in the North region. As long as he was in the North region, there would definitely be opportunities for them to meet. Su Zimo did not reply the entire time. He merely looked in a direction and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he smiled apologetically. "I have to go somewhere else and leave for a period of time." "Ah, where? Is it dangerous?" Xiaoning asked hurriedly with a worried expression. "It's fine," Su Zimo smiled. "There's no one else there. It's very safe." After pausing for a moment, he took a deep breath and said slowly with a resolute gaze, "There's something that needs to be done." "What?" everyone asked instinctively. "Deduce the martial Tao," Su Zimo said word by word. Everyone was shocked. They were clear about Su Zimo's Tao heart. The entire cultivation world knew that Desolate Martial wanted to establish a Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. However, everyone was even clearer about how tough that path was. He was creating a path that no one had ever walked before. He was going to deduce his own Tao and dermic arts. That's way too difficult. In a rare moment of speech, Night Spirit said while shaking his head gently, "Throughout history, countless wise sages and experts tried this Tao and expended their lifespans but to no avail. Moreover, Su Zimo was only at the void reversion realm. That's right. Su Zimo smiled gently. That's why I don't know when I'll be able to return. Where are you going, young master? Xianxia asked. The Dao Inheritance Ground. Su Zimo said in a deep voice. I want to enter the Dao Inheritance Ground again. There are many ancient inheritances there that I haven't comprehended yet. After obtaining those inheritances, I'll fuse them with my life, what I've seen, heard, learned, and understood. I'll do my best to deduce the martial Dao. This was the result of Su Zimo's careful consideration. His current cultivation was already at the perfected void reversion realm. As for the Dao Inheritance Ground, it was a separate dimension with many seals. If he was at the Dharma characteristic realm, he would not be able to enter it. This was his final chance. This time round, no one tried to persuade or stop him. That was Su Zimo's Dao heart. He had to do it. It wasn't easy for us brothers to get together. Now we're going to separate again. The spirit tiger was a little frustrated. It's not like he's going to some dangerous place. We'll meet again sooner or later. Monkey was rather carefree about it. Let's take a walk around Wild Lion Ridge then. If we're in a good mood, we'll take over it and stay for a period of time. Once you're out, look for us at the Wild Lion Ridge. Things will definitely move smoothly at the mention of our names. Sure. Su Zimo laughed and turned to ask, what are your plans, Xiaoning? I'll stay in the North region for a period of time first and see if the Witch Goo calamity will resurface. Xiaoning held Ji Yaoshua's arm. I can accompany Sister Yaoshua as well. If the North region is fine, I'll head back to Elixir Yangtsek to take a look. Yes, it's been more than 100 years since you've been back as well. It's time for you to head back. Su Zimo nodded. The Great Zhou dynasty had fused with 3 dynasties and there were many political matters to attend to. Naturally, Ji Yaoshua chose to stay in the Great Zhou dynasty. Nian Qi returned to Ethereal Peak. Everyone knew their paths and in the blink of an eye, it was time to part. Young master. Right then, a timid voice sounded. Everyone turned towards the sound. In the crowd, a boy looked down at Su Zimo. His cheeks were flushed red as though he was nervous. Pinching the corner of his shirt, he asked softly, Where am I going? Little Tao Yao, of course you're coming with us. Qing Qing pinched Tao Yao's tender cheeks and said with a smile, You're a demon. If you follow us, we'll bring you to live a good life. Tao Yao's face flushed even redder, but he said nothing. Su Zimo smiled and asked, Where do you want to go? See, can I follow you to that Dao Inheritance Ground, young master? Tao Yao asked expectantly, blinking his sparkling eyes. No, Su Zimo shook his head. It was not because he was heartless. The Dao Inheritance Ground was restricted by the wills of mighty figures. Tao Yao's blood qi and dermic powers would be restricted upon entering, and that would not be beneficial to this child. Furthermore, the place he was headed to was a forbidden ground in the Dao Inheritance Ground that no one else could enter. Oh, Tao Yao was slightly disappointed. Su Zimo said, Why don't you follow Qing Qing and the others to Wild Lion Ridge? Tao Yao tilted his head slightly, seemingly in deep thought. After a moment, he asked, If I leave, who will protect the grandpas, grandmas, uncles and aunties of Pingyang Town? Upon hearing that question, Su Zimo's gaze at Tao Yao turned even gentler. Nobody. He shook his head. I'll stay here then. I'll stay in Pingyang Town, Tao Yao said seriously. Qing Qing said, But how lonely will you be as the only demon? I won't. Tao Yao revealed an innocent smile. The grandpas and grandmas in the town are very nice to me. They're not afraid of me and even told me many things about young master in the past. The elders of Pingyang Town were extremely grateful towards the Su family and the second young master of the Su family. When Su Hong was king, he protected Pingyang Town from the flames of war. Later on, when the allied army of the 3 dynasties invaded, second young master Su appeared and buried the allied army of the 3 dynasties in Songlang mountain range. In the town, he killed many nascent souls that were chasing after him. Many people witnessed that scene. Some of the children back then were more than 100 years old by now. They were now the elderly of Pingyang Town. In fact, they were even vaguely aware that the reason why Pingyang Town was able to survive in this chaotic world was because of Second Young Master Su. The stories of the Su family and the legend of Second Young Master Su ascending to immortality were passed down from their ancestors. All right. Su Zimo caressed Tao Yao's forehead and said gently, "Stay in Pingyang Town and wait for my return." Ugh! Tao Yao's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others were gathered together and had not gone far. They were looking in the direction of the old capital of Yen country hundreds of kilometers away, waiting for the final outcome. Before long, a violent fluctuation came from the direction of the old capital. The spirit consciousness barrier and spatial seal on the outer perimeter had been removed and the outline of a dilapidated city could be vaguely seen. It's over. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect heaved a sigh of relief. In his opinion, the 6 conjoint body mighty figures had already killed Su Zimo and the others before unlocking the spatial seal. Desolate marshal establishing his Tao? Strongest monster incarnate in history? He can't escape the fate of being killed either. The sect master of Een Ghost sect sneered. Desolate marshal's death can be considered as a weight lifted off our shoulders. The sect master of Blood Mist sect chuckled and shook his head. Given that lad's talent, it's hard to imagine what level he will reach if he was allowed to continue growing. That's right. If he enters the Dharma characteristic realm, even the 6 conjoint body mighty figures might not be able to kill him. The sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult agreed deeply. Unfortunately, a monster incarnate of a generation was killed just like that. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect lamented. The Morong clan's matriarch shook her head in pity as well. In reality, after witnessing Desolate Marshal with their own eyes, they were already subdued by his bearing and were unwilling to be his enemy. To think that Desolate Marshal would still be doomed to end in such a tragic state. "Let's go," the sect master of Stellar Luna sect said. "Now that Desolate Marshal is dead, the patriarch of the Dragon Burial Valley is probably about to head out. I wonder what sort of chaos is about to happen in the North region." Yes. The Morong clan's matriarch nodded and turned, prepared to leave. Right then, she swept her gaze and could not help but exclaim softly. She paused and looked in the direction of the old capital of Yen country with a confused expression. The sect masters of the upper sects and leaders of the other aristocratic families noticed this as well. A spirit vessel rose from the old capital and sped over. This? The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect frowned slightly. It was definitely not Elder Bone Spirit and the others on the spirit vessel. Given the capabilities of conjoint body mighty figures, there was no need for them to ride on a spirit vessel. Furthermore, the speed of the spirit vessel would not be that slow either. Could Elder Bone Spirit and the others have shown mercy to spare some unimportant people? While everyone was pondering, the spirit vessel approached. Figures stood at the bow of the spirit vessel. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others focused their gazes and could not help but be shocked. Instinctively, they opened their mouths with disbelief in their eyes. The leader of the spirit vessel was dressed in green robes with black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. He had delicate features. It was Tao being Desolate Marshal who was supposed to be dead. How could this be? What were Elder Bone Spirit and the others doing? If Desolate Marshal was not dead, why did Elder Bone Spirit and the others remove the spirit consciousness barrier and release the spatial seal, allowing Desolate Marshal and the others to leave? The sect masters of Dragon Tiger sect, Blood Mist sect and the others glared at the figure on the spirit vessel with widened eyes. A guess flashed through their minds. However, that guess was way too shocking and impossible. Right then, the figure on the spirit vessel bowed slightly and looked over with a hint of mockery in his pitch-black eyes. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others panicked. In fact, they did not even dare to meet Su Zimo's gaze. The spirit vessel passed over their heads quickly without stopping. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others exchanged glances and hurried off, heading towards the old capital of Yen country. They wanted to head over and see what was going on. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect and the others followed curiously as well. Before long, Many sect masters of upper sects and leaders of aristocratic families arrived above the old capital and looked down at the corpses in the ruins. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others turned pale as their bodies swayed. Dead. All 6 conjoint body mighty figures were dead without exception. A chill ran down the back of the sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others when they recalled the look in desolate Marshall's eyes. They did not know what exactly happened in the old capital. However, they knew one thing. The attempt to kill him this time round was an extremely stupid decision. On the spirit vessel, Su Zimo did not attack the sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others. Firstly, he had just engaged in a huge battle with Dao Lord Xianxia and had expended a lot of energy. He did not want to start another battle. Secondly, the death of 6 conjoint body mighty figures was already a huge loss for these upper sects and aristocratic families. Furthermore, the 6 mighty figures were no longer related to the sect. There was no way he could kill all the sect masters of the upper sects just because of the mighty figures. Of course, this matter would not end just like that. He would remember this debt and settle it in the future. Monkey and the others were reluctant and did not leave first. They insisted on sending Su Zimo to Dragon Burial Valley before parting ways. Nobody was in a hurry to travel as they chatted merrily on the spirit vessel. Although the spirit vessel was slow, it still arrived at the edge of Dragon Burial Valley after more than 10 days. All right, there's no need to send me further. Turning around to look at everyone, Su Zimo smiled and cupped his fists. I have no idea when I'll return upon leaving. Everyone, take care. Young master, Little Fox called out gently with reddened eyes. She was on the brink of tears at their imminent parting. Slapping his forehead, Su Zimo took out a pitch-black metal barrier from his storage bag and stuffed it into Little Fox's hands. He smiled. I almost forgot that I haven't returned this fire-blocking basket to you. Pausing for a moment, he pinched her on the nose gently and teased. Are you feeling sad because you're worried I'll leave with your treasure? No way. Little Fox laughed through her tears and harumphed. Zimo, be careful. If anything doesn't work out, don't force yourself. Xianxia reminded with a gentle expression. Yes. Su Zimo nodded and turned around. Waving his hand, he leaped down the Dragon Burial Valley. In order to enter the Dao inheritance ground, one had to possess the strength of the conjoint body realm to break through the spatial barrier. Goddess True Jade's whereabouts were unknown, and she had already left. In the North region, the only way to meet that requirement now was to return to the Dragon Burial Valley. Su Zimo entered the ancient temple and went straight to the backyard. Monk Yuan Bei was sitting there. The red-headed ghost was not far away as well. Beside the two of them, there was a gigantic black vortex that was dark and deep. It blew with a cold wind that led to an unknown place. It seemed like the two of them had been waiting for a long time. Have you decided? Monk Yuan Bei asked. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. This is the best opportunity. Monk Yuan Bei pointed to the black vortex beside him and nodded with a smile. Go on. I hope that you can witness the descent of the martial Dao before I pass away. Definitely. After bidding farewell to Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost, Su Zimo leaped into the black vortex. After a moment of dizziness, he descended into a space that was filled with a savage aura. Not far away, there was a region that was filled with a biting cold wind. It was the Three Tribulations domain. Su Zimo took a deep breath and walked in. He had once passed the test of the Three Tribulations domain. Now that he crossed it once more, he faced no resistance. In no time, he had already arrived at the center of the Three Tribulations domain, Stone Statue Cemetery, looking at the 32 inheritance stone statues in the cemetery. Su Zimo smiled gently and murmured, I'm back again. As though they sensed something, the inheritance stone statues shone with beams of light that shot into the skies, illuminating one another in a spectacular manner. Those who could leave their inheritance in this cemetery were all top-tier figures who dominated the ancient era. For example, although half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky of the Fiend Sects died, he left behind the Dao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra and nearly made use of Su Zimo's Dao Heart to reincarnate a second time. What sort of capabilities were those? Furthermore, there were inheritances from the Immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects in this cemetery. If he could comprehend all 30-odd inheritances, his comprehension of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Daos would reach an unimaginable level. There was another important reason why Su Zimo was prepared to deduce the martial Tao in this cemetery. Before long, he stopped in front of an inheritance stone statue. The cultivator who left behind the inheritance stone statue was also a half-martial ancestor back then, and his Tao title was instant. Time sped up within 5 feet of the stone statue of half-martial ancestor instant. A day outside was a year here. Back then, Su Zimo relied on the 15 years of cultivation here to break through to the void reversion realm and kill many titular disciples and Deen. He was clear that it might take up to 1,000 years just to inherit the 30-odd legacies here in the cemetery. Furthermore, he had to exhaust his mental energy to deduce the martial Tao. That would take even longer. Perhaps such a long time would not affect him much. However, there could be a massive change in Tianhuang mainland. How many major events had happened in the cultivation world in the past 100 years, let alone 1,000 years? The blood-colored ghost face appeared. The god, Rakshasa, and even witch race had all appeared. All signs indicated that a storm was about to descend upon Tianhuang mainland, possibly restoring the chaotic situation of the ancient era, where everyone was in danger. At that time, most cultivators might not even be able to protect themselves, let alone weak mortals. If he had truly spent thousands of years away, even if he managed to divine the martial Tao in return, the world would have changed. Therefore, Su Zimo intended to make use of the 5 feet area beneath his feet to divine. Even if 1,000 years passed here, it would only be 3 years on Tianhuang mainland. This was equivalent to stealing the heavenly secrets. Of course, if Su Zimo was here, time would definitely leave a mark on him. In other words, although only 3 years would have passed on Tianhuang mainland, Su Zimo would have spent 1,000 years of his lifespan here. One had to pay a price if they wanted to steal the heavenly secrets. Let's begin. Su Zimo assumed a lotus position and exchanged glances with the stone statue of half-martial ancestor instant. 2 divine lights burst forth from the eyes of the stone statue and entered Su Zimo's eyes as a long-lost cultivation technique gradually entered his mind. Deep at night, at the intersection of the North region and the Middle continent, in a vast forest, ferocious beasts roamed and birds covered the skies. Countless ferocious beasts fought and let out deafening roars. Right then, 13 figures descended into the forest. The cries in the forest gradually subsided. Before long, silence ensued. All the ferocious beasts on the ground seemed to be stunned by a sinister aura and did not dare to make a single sound. Any demon beast with some cultivation would be extremely sharp towards danger. They knew that an unimaginably terrifying existence had arrived in the forest. This was a fear and suppression from the depths of their bloodlines. The bright moonlight shone on the 13 figures and shone with a faint green light, resembling ghosts in the night. The 13 figures wore green robes and large hoods that covered their faces. Even if someone was here, they would not be able to make out their appearances. Their leader was leaning on a white, creepy walking stick. It was dark under the hood and there were 2 faint green lights shining from it. It was breathtaking, like ghost fires burning in a cemetery. Elder Scorpion, we've already arrived in the North region. Should we head straight to the Dragonbone Valley? The figure asked softly. There's no rush, the cultivator named Elder Scorpion said slowly with a hoarse voice. The young master died in the Dragonbone Valley, so we'll definitely head there. The dragon race has to be accountable for that. Pausing for a moment, Elder Scorpion said, For now, let's head elsewhere first. Where? 10,000 Goose Swamp, Elder Scorpion said. The young master followed a remnant of the witch race who was from Goose Sect. Now that the young master is dead, everyone from Goose Sect will have to die with him. Although Elder Scorpion's tone was calm, his words were filled with killing intent. Those 13 figures were from the witch race of the primordial 9 races. Just as those witches were about to leave, a faint sound of crickets echoed from the forest beneath their feet. The face beneath Elder Scorpion's hood frowned and he suddenly asked, You guys haven't left the Ghost Curse tomb before. It must be difficult holding it in, right? Yes, the witches behind him replied. Elder Scorpion said indifferently, "The crickets in the forest are disturbing me. Attack and kill all the living beings in the forest." "All right," the witches behind Elder Scorpion replied excitedly. An hour later, after the 13 witches left, the forest behind them was already strewn with corpses and rivers of blood with a torrential blood stench. Half a month later, at the 10,000 Goose Swamp, the 13 witches descended. Everyone looked down at the charred ground beneath their feet and exclaimed softly. This was the place of Goose Sect, but now it was reduced to a charred ruin, as though all living beings were burned to ashes by a fire. How could this be? Someone destroyed Goose Sect before us? Elder Scorpion released his spirit consciousness and scanned for a long time. There were no signs of life within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Elder Scorpion descended and passed through the charred ground, arriving at a dried-up pool underground. He sniffed and narrowed his eyes. It's the aura of a divine spring. Unfortunately, someone else got their hands on it first. A witch said softly, "What happened here? What has the fire here got to do with the young master?" A few witches frowned and asked, "Let me take a look." Elder Scorpion extended a withered arm from his wide sleeves and conjured hand seals repeatedly. Finally, he tapped his glabella and spat out a strange word. A sinister energy fluctuation spread out. It was as though time was reversing in front of Elder Scorpion. The ruins vanished and countless structures of Goose Sect were erected once more, revealing the 10,000 Goose Swamp. Such methods were truly shocking. He saw a huge fire. A green-robed cultivator conjured hand seals and released terrifying flames that burned hundreds of kilometers into the distance, burning the goo worms in the 10,000 Goose Swamp to death. He merely glanced at the cultivator briefly. That was because he was completely drawn in by another scene. He saw an extremely terrifying figure that could not have existed in this world. Pest! Elder Scorpion's heart skipped a beat and he gasped. His palm trembled and the dermic art that he had just conjured dissipated instantly. How was that possible? How could a bloodline from that race still exist? Elder Scorpion's eyes were filled with shock and his aura was unstable. "Elder, what happened?" Sensing the abnormality in Elder Scorpion, a witch hurried forward and asked softly. Elder Scorpion closed his eyes and remained silent, merely panting slowly to compose himself. Was he seeing things? He was still in disbelief as he recalled what he had seen. The dermic art he released earlier on was incomplete and was close to a divine power. Even with his capabilities, he could only rely on the remnant memories of this place to trace back to what happened. It was already impossible for him to release that dermic art again and catch a clear glimpse of that terrifying figure. He could only recall through his memories. There was no mistake. Even if he was in a daze and did not manage to catch sight of that figure clearly, there was no way he could be mistaken about the aura that came from the primordial era. Even after the sands of time had passed, the aura emitted by that figure still gave him shudders. It was a shuddering feeling. It was like a rat meeting a cat. Even if he wanted to resist, he could not. To his relief, the figure had yet to truly grow. Elder Scorpion's expression darkened. Still worried, he released his spirit consciousness and scanned the surroundings carefully. He did not miss out on anything, even beneath the scorched earth and cracks of the ruins. A long time later, his body shuddered and he arrived beside a ruin of rocks in a flash. Waving his sleeves, he sent many rocks above flying, creating a huge pit. Thereafter, he bent down and removed his hood, revealing a pair of ghastly green eyes that glared at the huge pit before him. There was nothing else there but a black scale lying quietly. Even though it was buried by the ruins, the scale was still shiny without any scratches. It was only when he saw the scale that Elder Scorpion was certain that the bloodline still existed. Furthermore, it was growing stealthily. This was a huge matter. The death of the young master caused a huge stir in the witch race. However, if word of this were to spread, the entire witch race would explode. Elder Scorpion, what's wrong? A witch walked forward and stuck his head out, asking curiously. Elder Scorpion's spirit consciousness moved and he put away the scale instantly. He had no intention of telling the younger generation of the witch race behind him about this for the time being lest they panic. "It's fine," he replied casually without batting an eyelid. "Where should we go next?" the witch asked again. "Dragon Bone Valley." Initially, Elder Scorpion wanted to make use of the secret skill of the witch race to trace the aura left behind by the young master and check out where the latter had been. However, since this discovery, he could only change his plan at the last minute. They would head to the Dragon Bone Valley right away to resolve that matter as soon as possible before returning to the sect. Without hesitation, Elder Scorpion ordered, and everyone from the witch race stood up to leave. 3 days later, Dragon Bone Valley. The dragon true body was cultivating in seclusion within its lair. The spirit refinement technique of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the Yin and Yang spirit sections, came from the Dragon King Desolate Ocean. The words of the dragon race within were difficult to understand. Prior to this, Su Zimo's cultivation speed was extremely slow and he stumbled. However, after coming to the dragon race, he learned the dragon race's language and cultivated some basic aura cultivation techniques of the dragon race. Many of the confusion in the Yin and Yang spirit sections were easily resolved. It now took him half the effort to cultivate the 2 cultivation techniques. In the span of a mere 11 years in the Dragon Bone Valley, Su Zimo's cultivation had improved tremendously, and he was even at the perfected void reversion realm. This day, Su Zimo was awakened by a voice transmission. He had already instructed that nobody was to disturb his seclusion if nothing major happened within the clan. Now that someone was calling for him, it meant that something major had happened to the dragon race. Su Zimo pushed the doors open and walked out. Long Shi was standing at the entrance with an anxious expression. When she saw Su Zimo come out, she said hurriedly, "Not good. The witch race has arrived." "Which race?" A cold glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. The reason why the witch race came to the dragon race at this time should be because of the young master of the witch race. Long Shi continued, "I heard that the mighty figure of the witch race leading them has terrifying combat strength and has been famous for a long time. He's older than most of the elders in the race. Many elders of the race are receiving them at the Divine Dragon Hall, and they want you to join them." "I've got it." Su Zimo nodded and was about to move. "Long Zhu, you?" Long Shi hesitated for a moment and instructed, "Be careful when you're in the hall. Don't go against this mighty figure of the witch race." "What's wrong?" Su Zimo raised his brow and asked instead, "As the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, would the witch race dare to attack and kill me in the Dragon Bone Valley?" Long Shi shook her head. "That won't happen. Don't worry, the dragon race protects their own. The elders will definitely protect you." After a brief pause, she continued, "However, a young master of the witch race with a noble status has died after all. It's not easy to explain this matter either. You might have to suffer a little, but it'll pass after a while." Su Zimo nodded and did not say anything more, heading to the Divine Dragon Hall with Long Shi. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Even before he entered the hall, Su Zimo already felt waves of pressure. On the main seat opposite the entrance sat 5 figures with powerful auras. They were elders of the 5 lineages of the dragon race. The arrival of the 5 elders was clear proof of how highly they regarded the witch race. Among them was Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage, who held Su Zimo in high regards. The other 4 elders looked familiar as well. The elder of the Horned Dragon lineage was Long Zhong. Prior to this, he tried to force Su Zimo to hand over Baron and the reverse scale secret skills. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. At that moment, Long Zhong's expression was grim as he glared at Su Zimo coldly and harumphed. A figure sat at the bottom right of the 5 elders. He was extremely young and wore green-blue armor. With a burning gaze and a straight back, he sat there with a mighty aura that could almost match the 5 elders. Young dragons like Long Shi could only stand in the Divine Dragon Hall. However, this dragon was not only sitting. Furthermore, his seat was only beneath the 5 elders. That was because he was the number 1 of the heavenly dragon ranking, and the only 5-clawed divine dragon of the dragon race, Long Tsong. Opposite him, An old man in green robes sat to the left of the 5 elders. The old man's hair was thin, and he wielded a white walking stick in his left hand. His cheeks were gaunt and his eyes were deep with a green glint. The most prominent feature of the witch race was their green eyes. The deeper the green color, the purer the bloodline of the witch race. Behind the old witch stood 12 juniors of the witch race. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. That was because apart from those people, there was another person lying in the middle of the hall. However, it was a dead man. It was the young master of the witch race. The moment Su Zimo appeared at the entrance of the grand hall, he attracted gazes. The eyes of the dozens of witches were filled with hostility and killing intent. Su Zimo believed that if they were not in the Dragon Bone Valley, those witches might have charged forward and torn him into pieces. The old man from the witch race who was sitting turned over and his green eyes suddenly rippled. He narrowed his gaze and glared at Su Zimo's face. He seemed to have seen that appearance somewhere before. The old man from the witch race pondered for a moment and a thought flashed through his mind. 10,000 Goose Swamp, the cultivator who released the flames. When he used his secret skill to retrace the past, he vaguely remembered that the green-robed cultivator looked like this. Of course, he was not certain either. After all, he had merely caught a fleeting glance and his attention was drawn over by another terrifying figure. Furthermore, he vaguely remembered that the cultivator had green robes and black hair. However, the person before him was clad in blazing battle armor and had shoulder-length scarlet hair. Their auras were completely different as well. "Who are you?" the old man of the witch race asked slowly. "He's Long Zhu, the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage." Illumination Dragon Elder 4 stood up and nodded to Su Zimo, reassuring the latter. He introduced, "This is Elder Scorpion of the witch race." "In that case, you were the one who killed our young master?" Elder Scorpion asked. "Yes." Su Zimo entered the hall fearlessly. "Why did you set the 10,000 Goose Swamp on fire?" Elder Scorpion glared at Su Zimo fixedly and suddenly changed the topic. The questioning technique was extremely ingenious. He did not ask if Su Zimo had been to the 10,000 Goose Swamp. Instead, he asked directly why Su Zimo set the 10,000 Goose Swamp on fire. It would give Su Zimo the illusion that he already knew everything. If Su Zimo had been to the 10,000 Goose Swamp and set the fire, his expression would definitely reveal flaws and his mind would waver. Unfortunately, the one who had been to the 10,000 Goose Swamp was the Green Lotus True Body. His Dragon True Body did not know about that matter. When he heard Elder Scorpion's sudden question, Su Zimo was stunned and could not react in time. Noticing the slight change in Su Zimo's expression, Elder Scorpion could not help but wonder internally, "Could I have thought too much?" "Elder Scorpion, what are you talking about?" Illumination Dragon Elder 4 asked with a frown. Puzzled, Elder Scorpion turned to look at the elder of the 5 lineages in the middle and pointed at Su Zimo. "Did he leave the Dragon Bone Valley a year ago?" "Absolutely not." Illumination Dragon Elder 4 shook his head in denial. The elders of the other 4 dragon lineages shook their heads as well. Even if the Horn Dragon Elder, Long Zhong, had some animosity towards Su Zimo, he had to admit that the latter had been in the Dragon Bone Valley for the past few years. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult for any dragon to want to leave the valley. Su Zimo was not qualified. Elder Scorpion nodded and let the matter go for the time being. There were no emotions on his bark-like face. Without any warning, he turned around once more. There was a strange power in his eyes that seemed to penetrate Su Zimo's body and strike his Tao heart. Su Zimo was expressionless, but his heart skipped a beat. The witch race specialized in beguiling techniques. This was the first time he had seen a technique that could break a cultivator's Tao heart with a single glance. This was indeed a secret skill of the witch race. If a cultivator's Tao heart was slightly imperfect, there was a high chance that their foundation would waver against that gaze, and they might even end up losing their mind in their future cultivation. If a cultivator's Tao heart had any flaws, that gaze would be able to destroy their minds completely. That power was almost impossible to detect and defend against. Unfortunately, although Su Zimo's body possessed the bloodline of the dragon race, his Tao heart was the same, It was unshakable, and even the three tribulations domain could not sway it. The strange power descended and dissipated without causing any ripples on Su Zimo's body. Su Zimo's expression was calm and composed. A hint of surprise flickered through Elder Scorpion's eyes briefly. It seemed as though nothing had happened throughout the process. However, those with sharper eyes were clear that Su Zimo had just experienced immense danger. If he did not deal with it correctly, the best outcome would be for his Tao heart to waver and his cultivation to be stuck in the future. If it was bad, there was a high chance that his Tao heart would have collapsed on the spot. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 broke out in cold sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Scorpion merely cast a single glance this time round. Even then, Elder 4 could not even stop the former. Furthermore, that power was untraceable, and he did not know how he should interfere even if he wanted to. Thankfully, Su Zimo defended himself. Illumination Dragon Elder 4's expression darkened. Elder Scorpion, as a conjoint body expert, don't you think that it's shameful for you to attack a junior of the dragon race? Hee hee. Elder Scorpion chuckled dryly. It's just a small test. If this junior can't defend against it, he can only blame his shallow cultivation. That's easy for you to say, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 sneered. If he failed to defend, there was a high chance his cultivation would have been crippled by you. That warmed Su Zimo's heart. No matter what, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 truly had his best intentions at heart. Furthermore, he had caused huge trouble by killing the young master of the witch race. The fact that Illumination Dragon Elder 4 was so domineering when the witch race came to question him was proof of how much the Illumination Dragon lineage valued him. That's enough. The Horned Dragon Elder, Long Zhong, waved his hand. We called this lad here because we have important matters to discuss. Don't harp on this matter. Furthermore, isn't he fine? The elders of the other three lineages nodded as well. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 harumphed and said nothing more. Elder Scorpion chuckled but did not let it go. Instead, he glared at Illumination Dragon Elder 4 and asked, "So what if he's crippled? Our young master of the witch race is already dead. Which of you dragons is going to pay for this blood debt?" It did not matter which of the primordial 9 races it was. The death of a young master was a monumental event. Even the death of an ordinary clansman of the primordial 9 races could bring about a calamity. The might of the wrath of the primordial 9 races was clear judging from the catastrophe that befell the great Qin Empire 10,000 years ago. If this matter was not handled properly, there was a high chance that the dragon and witch race would end up on bad terms. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said in a deep voice, "There's more to this matter. Furthermore, your young master of the witch race was the one who released an essence spirit secret skill on Long Zhu first. Long Zhu was forced to retaliate before killing him by accident. It was definitely not intentional." "Oh," Elder Scorpion said coolly, "not intentional? That's easy for you to say. Is the dragon race implying that our young master of the witch race deserved to die?" Elder Scorpion, "There's no need to get angry," the Blue Dragon Elder said. The elders of the 5 lineages still took the Blue Dragon Elder as the leader. The Blue Dragon Elder pondered for a moment. Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage did not mean that. He merely said that this should be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Elder Scorpion stood up slowly with a dark expression. "The young master of the witch race came to your dragon race as a guest but was killed here by someone from your dragon race. Are you telling me now that this is a misunderstanding? The most amusing thing is that the explanation of your dragon race is that our young master of the witch race attacked this lad first. In that case, let me ask you, why would our young master come to the Dragon Bone Valley to kill a dragon? This?" The Blue Dragon Elder shook his head. "We don't know either." Although they knew about the conflict between Su Zimo and the young master of the witch race, they did not know why the latter attacked him. Su Zimo was probably the only one who knew the reason behind it. Long Tsong glanced sideways at Su Zimo deeply. He had already noticed that something was amiss back then, and it was not surprising that the witch race elder thought about it. Elder Scorpion said, "This is the Dragon Bone Valley. Even a fool knows what will happen if he attacks a dragon. Did my young master go mad and wanted to court death? Is the dragon race going to use such a ridiculous reason to dodge the question? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 took a deep breath and said, "Although it sounds ridiculous, there were many dragons present at the time and everyone saw it clearly. Would I believe such words?" Elder Scorpion sneered. "This means that you're telling me that the young master of my race came all the way to Dragon Bone Valley to commit suicide. We are all part of the primordial 9 races and you are all reasonable people," he continued indifferently. "I'd like to ask everyone if you would let the young master of the dragon race run to our race's ghost curse tomb and die there for no reason. Would you let things go if we gave you such an explanation?" The elders of the 5 lineages exchanged glances without saying anything. The blue dragon elder pondered for a moment. "Elder Scorpion, now that things have come to this, there won't be any outcome even if we insist on our claims. What do you want? Why don't you say it?" "My race's young master died. Naturally, the murderer has to pay with his life," Elder Scorpion said slowly. "That's impossible," Illumination Dragon Elder 4 denied flatly. Elder Scorpion opened his mouth and revealed a few lone yellow teeth. "The fact that we're only asking the dragon race to repay the death of our young master with a single life is already the most we can compromise. If the young master had died outside, it won't be enough even if millions of living beings were buried with him." Illumination Dragon Elder 4 shook his head. "Don't even think about it. Long Zhu is the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, and will definitely not pay with his life." Throughout the entire process, Su Zimo watched coldly from the sidelines. As a junior of the dragon race, he did not have the chance to speak either. Right from the beginning, it was Illumination Dragon Elder 4 who protected him and fought against Elder Scorpion without being disadvantaged. "Interesting." Elder Scorpion glanced at Su Zimo and sniffed in the air before saying with a fake smile, "If I'm not wrong, the dragon blood in Long Zhu's body is not pure at all." The expressions of the elders of the 5 lineages changed slightly. That was indeed the truth. Up till now, Su Zimo was still unable to conjure a complete dragon form. Elder Scorpion said, "The dragon race has already fallen so badly. To think that a remnant beast with an impure bloodline would become a young master." The moment he said that, the elders of the 5 lineages looked terrible. The horned dragon elder, Long Zhong, harumphed coldly. "That's a matter of the Illumination Dragon lineage. There's no such situation among the other 4 dragon lineages. In that case, what's wrong with sacrificing the life of a remnant beast with an impure bloodline for our young master?" Elder Scorpion said, "Why? Is there really no one else from the Illumination Dragon lineage that you have to depend on this remnant beast?" The elders of the blue, winged and hornless dragon lineages did not say anything. Under normal circumstances, there was nothing inappropriate about using a remnant of the dragon race in exchange for a friendship with the witch race and ending this conflict. It was definitely worth it. However, this remnant of the dragon race was different. Firstly, he was the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. Secondly, he was the number 1 of the hidden dragon ranking. Most importantly, the Illumination Dragon lineage thought highly of this lad. Whether or not they would accede to the request depended on the Illumination Dragon lineage. Therefore, the elders of the 3 lineages said nothing. However, the horned dragon elder Long Zhong was tempted. "In my opinion, no." Illumination Dragon Elder 4 could already read Long Zhong's mind and rejected him before he could finish. The witch race can discuss any compensation and conditions they want. However, he's the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. It's impossible for him to die. Illumination Dragon Elder 4's tone was resolute and unquestionable. The situation was in a stalemate. Elder Scorpion's expression darkened completely as well. Long Tsong did not say anything the entire time. It was not that he was not qualified. He possessed the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon, and his status in the hall was almost on par with the elders of the 5 lineages. The reason why he did not say anything was because he did not agree with Elder Scorpion's suggestion either. The life of the young master of the witch race was precious. However, the lives of those of the dragon race were not cheap either. It was impossible to repay a life with a life. Although he declared that he wanted to suppress Su Zimo, deep in his heart, he thought highly of the latter. In fact, he even wanted Su Zimo to grow before he defeated the latter. I am Wu Jie and I have a doubt. Right then, a witch stood out from behind Elder Scorpion. The person named Wu Jie had a dark expression and a cold gaze. He looked at Su Zimo and asked, "You're just a bastard with an impure bloodline. Your cultivation realm is only at the void reversion realm, the same level as my young master. I want to know how a bastard child like you managed to kill our young master in a single move." Someone had long reported the situation to the witch race. That was the reason why Wu Jie said that. Elder Scorpion did not stop him, as though he was waiting for an answer as well. In his opinion, that was impossible as well. From what he knew, the young master of the witch race still had protection talismans and other treasures. How could he be killed in a single move? Furthermore, both of them were at the void reversion realm. The reason why the young master of the witch race could become the young master was because he was invincible among his peers and had terrifying combat strength. How could he be killed so easily? What are you trying to say? Su Zimo asked with a calm expression. Wu Jie declared loudly, "I'm saying that if you can't provide an answer, it will mean that it was a deliberate attempt by the dragon race to kill our young master." That was a huge accusation. The witch race could start a war against the dragon race because of this. You want an answer? It's simple. Su Zimo said indifferently. Your young master was weak and was killed by me in a single move. Bullshit. Wu Jie pointed at Su Zimo and hollered, "Bastard. There's no way you can hurt our young master." Su Zimo's expression turned cold. Elder Scorpion's attack that struck his Dao heart without warning earlier on had already aroused his killing intent. Now that Wu Jie did not know what was good for him and scolded him as a bastard, his killing intent intensified. There were not many people who dared to speak to him like that after he established his Dao. Wu Jie stood out and glared at Su Zimo, saying slowly, "I'm also at the void reversion realm. Since you're so powerful, how about we fight to the death? It doesn't matter. Let's see what you've got that can kill our young master in a single move." Elder Scorpion remained silent and did not express anything. It was clear that he acknowledged the matter. Elder Scorpion praised internally. Although Wu Jie's challenge seemed reckless, it was actually a win-win situation. Wu Jie was one of the top paragons of the void reversion realm in the clan. Otherwise, he would not have been qualified to accompany Elder Scorpion and travel outside. If both parties were to fight, it would be best if Wu Jie could take the opportunity to kill Long Zhu. That would be revenge for the young master. If the two of them were in a stalemate, he could stand out and accuse the dragon race after a few rounds. If Long Zhu could not even suppress Wu Jie within a few rounds, how could he kill the young master of the witch race? The dragon race schemed against the young master of the witch race and even hid the truth intentionally. If those two facts were true, it would be enough for the witch race to wage war. At that time, there was no way the dragon race would wage war against the witch race for the sake of a remnant beast. Is there a need for a life and death battle? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 frowned slightly and asked. Elder Scorpion asked with a fake smile. This is an affair between the juniors? What are you worried about? Feeling guilty? Ha. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 roared in laughter and cursed the latter as an idiot internally. He was worried. However, he was not worried about Su Zimo. Instead, he was worried that Wu Jie would be killed by Su Zimo with a single move. At that time, if another witch were to die in this hall in front of everyone, the situation might turn even worse. Since the dragon race has no objections, there are some things we have to make clear beforehand. Elder Scorpion said in a deep voice, since it's a fight between the younger generation, as seniors, there's no need for us to interfere. What do you guys think? Of course. The blue dragon elder nodded. All right. Elder Scorpion glanced sideways. Wu Jie, go on. Wu Jie walked out slowly with an arrogant expression and shouted at Su Zimo. Bastard. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you afraid? Don't be hasty. Su Zimo smiled gently. I'll send you on your way right now to meet your young master. Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo's blood chi burst forth, and he arrived before Wuxia in a flash with a torrential aura, as though a god of death had descended. You! Wuxia's expression changed starkly. He had not expected Su Zimo to be this strong and possess such ferocious speed that the voids trembled wherever he passed. It was too fast. How terrifying was Su Zimo's blood chi and physique. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and fusing it with dragon blood, a full power burst could cover dozens of feet in an instant. The moment Wu Jie relaxed his guard in the hall, Su Zimo had already arrived before him. Poof! A single punch. Wu Jie's head exploded on the spot, and his essence spirit was destroyed. Long Tsang's eyelids twitched. Apart from Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage, the other 4 elders were stunned as well. Elder Scorpion was about to sit back on his chair and watch the battle properly. However, he did not expect that the battle would end before he even sat down. Wu Jie, who was still alive earlier on, had turned into a headless corpse. Elder Scorpion planned everything. In fact, he was prepared for how he was going to interfere if Wu Jie was disadvantaged. However, he had not expected Wu Jie to be killed in a single round. Or rather, this could only be considered as half a round, and Wu Jie did not even manage to retaliate. In reality, if he were to increase the distance between them, Wu Jie would be on guard, and it would be difficult for him to be killed in a single move unless Su Zimo used any major killing moves. Wu Jie possessed the bloodline of the witch race after all. As long as he attacked with his full strength and released many secret skills of the witch race, he would be able to defend against Su Zimo's attacks. Alas, he no longer had a chance. If he said that he would kill with a single move, he would definitely make sure there was no need for a second attack. Elder Scorpion glared at Su Zimo coldly. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 came to Su Zimo's side and shielded him. I just reminded you not to engage in any life and death battles. Elder Scorpion closed his eyes for a long time before letting out a long breath. Dragon race? Aren't you going to give me an explanation? What explanation do you want? Who can you blame if that person wants to die? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 sneered. Elder Scorpion shook his head. I don't care about the process. I only know that the young master of my race died in your Dragon Bone Valley for no reason. I came to demand an explanation, yet you guys killed another of my clansmen. Everyone, what do you think the witch race will do if word of this spreads? Elder Scorpion said sternly, does the dragon race intend to wage war against the witch race for the sake of a remnant beast with an impure bloodline? Apart from Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage, the elders of the other 4 lineages fell silent. The Horned Dragon Elder, Long Zhong, had a feud with Su Zimo to begin with. That was secondary. The elders of the other 3 lineages did not have much feelings towards Su Zimo either. Su Zimo had only entered the Dragon Bone Valley for 11 years. Was it worth it to wage war against the witch race for a remnant beast that merely entered the Dragon Bone Valley 11 years ago? That was ridiculous. Although the dragon race was indeed protective of their own, they would not be so unwise. Actually, Long Zhu's bloodline is impure, and he did not have the chance to enter the Dragon Bone Valley initially, Long Zhong said. We already did him a huge favor allowing him to cultivate in the Dragon Bone Valley. Who knew what he would go on to get into big trouble again? There's truly no reason for us to have bad blood with the witch race for the sake of a remnant beast. The Blue Dragon, Winged Dragon, and Hornless Dragon elders were tempted as well. Bullshit. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 had a fiery temper and shouted. Even if his bloodline is impure, he's still the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. No one can let him die. Illumination Elder 4, do you think you can shoulder the responsibility of implicating the entire dragon race because of a remnant beast? Long Zhong shouted. Fuck your mother. Do you want to fight? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 cursed. You. Long Zhong soared up with a murderous aura as well. Interesting. Elder Scorpion rubbed his palms and laughed. The fact that the dragon race can fight because of a remnant beast is truly a rare sight for the primordial 9 races. All right, both of you, quiet down. You'll be a joke to others. The Blue Dragon Elder frowned. After a moment of silence, he glanced sideways and asked, Long Tsong, what do you think? No. Long Tsong glanced at Su Zimo and said firmly, he's not an ordinary remnant. He's the number one of the hidden dragon ranking. How can he be used to repay a life? The dragon race must not bow down. As a five-clawed divine dragon, Long Tsong's words carried a lot of weight. Even if he was on opposing ends with Su Zimo, there were some things he was clear about. No matter what, you guys owe the witch race an explanation, Elder Scorpion said. Our young master and another clansman died in the hands of a remnant beast. Does the dragon race want me to return empty-handed? The blue dragon elder asked. What do you want? Elder Scorpion said indifferently, since that's the case, I'll take a compromise. Slay that person's right arm and I'll take it back to the witch race with an explanation. The blue dragon elder and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. A compromise on both parties with just a lost arm on Longzhu. At the same time, a war with the witch race could be avoided. This was the best outcome that would please everyone. After all, the death of the young master of the witch race was no small matter. If the young master of the dragon race were to die in the witch race, the dragon race would not let things go so easily. This time round, even Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said nothing. At this point, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 could no longer persist. Using an arm in exchange for the life of the young master of the witch race and avoiding a war, that was the best solution. Child, you'll have to suffer. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and sighed helplessly. The Blue Dragon Elder said, Longzhu, sever your arm. Go back and recuperate well thereafter. If there's nothing else, don't come out for now. You want my arm? Su Zimo smiled and said slowly, No. The expressions of the Blue Dragon Elder and the others changed. The current situation was already the best they could do for Longzhu. It would be ungrateful of him if he was still unsatisfied. Longzhong sneered. This is not up to you. Don't forget who you are. The hornless dragon elder shook his head gently and said in a gentle voice, Child, don't worry. Although losing an arm will affect your combat strength somewhat, you won't encounter any life and death dangers in the Dragonbone Valley. As long as you continue cultivating and advance to the conjoint body realm, you will naturally be able to regrow your arm. I understand that. Su Zimo nodded and changed the topic. However, it's impossible if you want my arm. The divine phoenix bone was in his right arm. How could he sever it and give it to the witch race? Interesting, Elder Scorpion laughed. In my opinion, that lad's bloodline is impure and he can be considered as someone from a foreign race. He doesn't care about the safety of the dragon race at all. The reason why he did that was most likely because he wanted to sow grudges between our two races. Those words were meant to kill. Apart from Illumination Dragon Elder 4, the other elders of the dragon race had odd expressions. Everyone had to be wary of anyone that wasn't of the same race as them. Even if they did not believe it now, the seeds of doubt would be planted. Furthermore, Su Zimo's background was unknown and was suspicious to begin with. The methods of the witch race were not limited to fighting. Even through words, they carried killing potential. Longzhong said coldly, I knew that something was off with you when you refused to hand over the secret skills previously. Now, you're even trying to go against the orders of us elders. If you won't sever your arm, I'll do it personally. Longzhong strode forward and released the terrifying might of a conjoint body, grabbing towards Su Zimo's right arm. Bang! A figure darted in and punched Longzhong's palm. Longzhong took 2 steps back. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 was the one who interjected in time in front of Su Zimo. Illumination Elder 4, what are you doing? How dare you protect this lad still? Longzhong glared and hollered. The Blue Dragon Elder frowned slightly as well. Illumination Elder 4, you're too protective of him. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 knew very well that he could no longer deal with the current situation. After a long silence, he said, I have to inform the Grand Elder of the Illumination Dragon lineage about this before I can make a decision. Is there a need to alarm the Grand Elder for such a small matter? The Winged Dragon Elder shook his head in disappointment as well. The grand elders of the 5 lineages were the most experienced existences of the dragon race and had noble statuses. They would not appear easily. Long Zhu, don't make things difficult for others. At that moment, Long Tsong stood out as well. Su Zimo smiled. The dragon race must not bow down. How can you forget what you just said in the blink of an eye? Long Tsong said in a deep voice. This is not bowing down. This is merely a step back. Oh, Su Zimo asked instead. If it was you, would you agree to having your arms severed? Fufu. Long Tsong smiled. Long Zhu, you've disappointed me. You have decent talent and immense potential, but you're not qualified to compare to me. Pausing for a moment, he declared proudly. I can tell you that I won't sever my arm or even a single finger. Furthermore, there won't be any dragon that's qualified to have me sever my arm. That's because I'm the young master of the dragon race and will reign over the 5 lineages. I remember that you're not one yet. Su Zimo smiled gently. Is there a difference? Long Tsong said indifferently. I'm the only 5-clawed divine dragon of the dragon race, the number 1 of the heavenly dragon ranking. Once the ceremony of the race is held, I will be conferred the title of young master. The difference is merely ceremonial. That was the truth. Almost every dragon, including the elders, had already acknowledged Long Tsong as the young master of the dragon race. However, according to the rules, the conferment of the title would have to wait till the ceremony of the dragon race took place, where there would be a fight within the race to determine the young master. However, there was no one in this generation who could threaten Long Tsong's status. In fact, no dragon would even bother to fight him at the dragon race ceremony and cause trouble for themselves. Therefore, there was indeed merely a ceremonial difference before Long Tsong was conferred the title of the young master. Su Zimo said, in other words, if I'm the young master of the dragon race, you guys won't be qualified to have me sever my arm? Long Tsong roared in laughter. Good, you want to challenge me. I admire your courage, but unfortunately, you're not qualified. You can consider fighting for the position of the young master of the dragon race after you cultivate to the Dharma characteristic realm. You're still far from that. According to the rules of the dragon race, fights could only be fought within the same cultivation realm. Su Zimo was at the void reversion realm while Long Tsong was at the Dharma characteristic realm. Dharma characteristic realm. Su Zimo focused his gaze and said slowly, it's not completely impossible. He had already cultivated to the perfected void reversion realm, and it was unlikely for him to advance to the Dharma characteristic realm within a short period of time. However, there was a high chance of success in the Dragon Bone Valley with external help. A look of determination flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he said in a deep voice, Elder 4, please take me to the ancestral dragon divine pillar. I want to be baptized by it. Ah! A series of cries sounded from the dragons. How is that possible? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 denied as well. The ancestral dragon divine pillar was a mythical object that originated from the primordial era in the Dragon Bone Valley and contained a terrifyingly pure power. Every dragon had a chance to receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar, and their physical and bloodline powers would increase tremendously, awakening their innate divine powers. However, there was a prerequisite. The dragon race had to advance to the Dharma characteristic realm first. It did not mean that one could not accept it at the void reversion realm. It was because the body of a void reversion could not withstand the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The baptism was extremely terrifying. Even the physique of a dragon would explode instantly. Back then, Long Tsong only underwent the baptism after entering the Dharma characteristic realm as well. Most importantly, there was no need for the dragon race to take such a huge risk and undergo the ancestral dragon's baptism in advance. However, the situation that Su Zimo was in right now did not give him much time. If he wanted to advance to the Dharma characteristic realm as soon as possible, he would have to take the risk. Furthermore, Su Zimo believed that although the other dragons could not do it, his body and bloodline that cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness could withstand the ancestral dragon divine pillar. He had that thought long ago. However, at this point of the situation, he was even more convinced of that thought. The reason why Su Zimo wanted to advance to the Dharma characteristic realm was not only to challenge Longcong and resolve the current crisis. More importantly, he had a feeling that the Yang spirit section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was not the final section. Dayu might have left something else behind. The only way for him to find out was to advance to the Dharma characteristic realm. Longzhu, are you sure? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 had a grim expression as he whispered. The ancestral dragon's baptism is extraordinary and must not be joked about, if you can't withstand it. Although he did not continue, the meaning behind his words was clear. Longcong frowned slightly as well and said in a deep voice, Longzhu, you had better calm down. If you take a step back now, you'll only lose an arm. However, you will lose your life if you're unable to endure the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Although Longcong's words were unpleasant, it was out of goodwill. However, Su Zimo had already made up his mind and shook his head. When he saw that, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 no longer tried to persuade him. Interesting. Elder Scorpion did not continue pushing and smiled faintly. That's perfect. I'll be a witness as well to see how strong this generation's young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage is. Everyone, let's go. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 looked at the Blue Dragon Elder and the others and said, a single elder of the dragon race won't be enough to activate the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar. There had to be at least 5. Everyone headed towards the center of the Dragon Bone Valley. Longzhu, you were a little rash. Longxi was worried. The baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar won't be so easy to endure. Some dragons fail even after entering the Dharma characteristic realm. Since things have come to this, I can only give it a shot. Su Zimo smiled calmly with a relaxed expression. Before long, the news that Longzhu was about to receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar spread through the entire Dragon Bone Valley. What? Longzhu is going to receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar? Isn't he at the void reversion realm? Could he have broken through? Impossible. Look, he's still the top of the hidden dragon ranking. Longzhu has gone mad. He's going to receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar at the void reversion realm. When the news spread, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples and caused an uproar. Almost all the dragons that were not in seclusion were alarmed and moved one after another, rushing towards the ancestral dragon divine pillar in the central region. Before long, more than 1,000 dragons were gathered around the ancestral dragon divine pillar, and they were densely packed with voices. The ancestral dragon divine pillar stood upright in the skies. Grayish-white in color, it gave off an ancient aura and was located right in the middle of the Dragon Bone Valley. It could be said that the valley and the habitat of the dragon race was built around the ancestral dragon divine pillar. It was clear how much this pillar meant to the dragon race. Legend has it that the stone pillar came from the immortal world and had existed since the primordial era. There was even an ancestral dragon spirit within the stone pillar. It was the lifelike 5-clawed divine dragon etched on the stone pillar. Of course, there were many other legends about the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Around the ancestral dragon divine pillar was a spacious, 5-pointed stone platform. At that moment, Su Zimo stood on the stone platform beneath the ancestral dragon divine pillar, with a calm expression and a resolute gaze. In the 5 corners of the stone platform, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 and the other 5 dragon elders stood still. Longzhu, have you decided? It's not too late to regret now, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said sternly. Once the baptism begins, even we can't stop it. If you meet with danger, no one will be able to save you. Thank you for your concern, Elder. I've made up my mind. Su Zimo nodded. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said in a deep voice, Everyone, let's begin. The elders of the 5 lineages exchanged glances and conjured hand seals respectively, spitting out obscure words that possessed a strange power that shook the ancestral dragon divine pillar. That was a language unique to the dragon race. The 5 elders cut their fingertips at the same time and squeezed out a drop of blood. Fusing it into their hand seals, It formed a blood beam that entered the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The ancestral dragon divine pillar could only be activated with the bloodline of the dragon race as a medium and a secret skill. None of the dragons present were unfamiliar with it. They had been in the Dragon Bone Valley for countless years and had witnessed the ancestral dragon divine pillar opening countless times. However, this was extremely novel to the witches. A witch whispered, "Elder Scorpion, do you think Long Zhu will be able to receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon pillar successfully?" "Fu," Elder Scorpion sneered. "Absolutely impossible. Haven't you heard? Even that five-clawed divine dragon was only baptized after reaching the Dharma characteristic realm. This lad's bloodline is impure. Can he compare to a five-clawed divine dragon?" Another witch explained, "What if? Long Zhu is the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage after all." The witch said. This time round, Elder Scorpion said nothing. However, he sent a voice transmission secretly with his spirit consciousness. "Even if that lad manages to survive, I'll be able to cripple him without anyone knowing given my capabilities." With Elder Scorpion's words, the many witches no longer had any worries. "Activate!" Right then, the elders of the five lineages shouted at the same time. Boom! Suddenly, the ancestral dragon divine pillar vibrated with a loud bang. Right in front of everyone. One of the divine dragon's claws lit up beneath its abdomen, as though it was burning with flames. Immediately after, divine dragons blazing with flames burst forth from the stone pillars and filled the skies. At a glance, they were dense and emitted a terrifying might. That scene was extremely shocking. It was all right for the dragons present. Most of them had seen this before. However, the witches looked somewhat pale. The divine dragons blazing with scarlet flames circled in midair for a moment before lowering their heads and charging towards Su Zimo, who was beneath the stone pillar. Those divine dragons were formed from the dragon chi in the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The so-called baptism was the infusion of dragon chi into one's body. The dragon chi would constantly refine and nourish the body and bloodline of the dragon race, causing their combat strength to increase exponentially. Under normal circumstances, if an illumination dragon were to undergo the baptism, he would awaken the dragon chi of the illumination dragon lineage. A winged dragon would awaken the dragon chi of the winged dragon lineage. Of course, that was not absolute. If there was a dragon with exceptional talent and a pure and powerful bloodline, the ancestral dragon divine pillar would naturally sense it and awaken even more dragon chi. For example, Longsong possessed the bloodline of a five-clawed divine dragon, and the ancestral dragon divine pillar released as much dragon chi as the five lineages. Although the scene before them was shocking, in reality, it was merely the awakening of a single lineage's dragon chi. That was because only a single claw of the five-clawed divine dragon etched on the stone pillar lit up. Instantly, countless scarlet divine dragons swooped down and surged into Su Zimo's body from all directions. A massive scorching power exploded within his body. Su Zimo grunted and his body swayed. That power was way too domineering and pure, almost burning every single inch of his flesh. Bang! Boom! Boom! Su Zimo channeled his bloodline and a tsunami surged, attempting to contain that power. However, he turned into a gigantic flaming man before long and scarlet flames burst forth from his body. Under the baptism of the dragon chi, cracks appeared on his skin in a shocking manner. 15 minutes passed. The divine dragons blazing with scarlet flames in the skies were still endless and swooped down continuously. Su Zimo stood on the stone platform and endured the baptism of the illumination dragon chi. His body and bloodline were transforming rapidly. The baptism of the dragon chi and the blazing flames. This is going to be an extremely terrifying torture. Some illumination dragons had undergone the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar before. Therefore, they could empathize with that feeling and still had lingering fears. By the looks of it, Long Zhu won't be able to last long and will be burned to ashes. However, his body is truly strong as well. To think that he could last till now against the impact of the Scarlet Flame Divine Dragons. Just as some of the dragons were discussing, The ancestral dragon divine pillar vibrated once more. Roar! Immediately after, a dragon roar sounded. Another claw lit up on the five-clawed divine dragon on the stone pillar. The dragons were shocked. This was a sign that a second dragon lineage's chi had been awakened. True enough. After the dragon claw lit up, streaks of green light burst forth from the stone pillar. The moment they left the stone pillar, green divine dragons were formed and coiled in midair, communicating with the scarlet flame divine dragons. The green and scarlet divine dragons swooped down at Su Zimo at the same time. Long Zhu's bloodline is so strong. Long Zhu might not be able to withstand the awakening of a single lineage's dragon chi. Now that there are dragon chi of two lineages descending, he's definitely dead. The dragons discussed. When he saw that, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 had mixed emotions. In the entire Dragon Bone Valley, there were less than 10 people who were qualified to awaken dragon chi of two lineages. Naturally, it was good that he was able to awaken the dragon chi of two lineages. However, that also meant that Su Zimo would have to endure twice the impact and baptism of the dragon chi. How could a void reversion's body endure the terrifying power? It wasn't easy for our Illumination Dragon lineage to produce a monster incarnate. Is he going to be destroyed just like that? Illumination Dragon Elder 4 gripped his fists tightly and was extremely nervous. On the stone platform, Su Zimo was still holding on. The baptism of the dragon chi of two lineages was unable to cause devastating damage to his body and bloodline just yet. However, that pain was indeed arduous. His entire body hurt. The dragon chi had not only infiltrated his flesh and bloodline, but also his marrow and organs. Flesh and blood were incinerated, bones shattered and organs melted. Immediately after, life was restored to him under his powerful regeneration capabilities, and the process repeated itself. As time passed, the figure that was surrounded by dragons on the stone platform was still standing. Could Long Zhu have survived this calamity? That thought flashed through the minds of the cultivators. All of a sudden, with a boom, the ancestral dragon divine pillar shook once more. Roar! Immediately after, a third dragon roar echoed through the entire Dragon Bone Valley. The dragons were shocked. Under countless gazes, a third dragon claw lit up on the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Dragon chi of a third lineage had been awakened. This time round, it was not only the other dragons. Even the elders of the 5 lineages present were shocked. There were less than 10 dragons in the entire Dragon Bone Valley who had awakened the dragon chi of 2 lineages. However, there was none who managed to awaken the dragon chi of 3 lineages. This meant that Long Zhu's bloodline talent was second only to the 5-clawed divine dragon who had awakened all 5 dragon lineages. Streaks of white light tore through the air and formed divine dragons that descended from the skies, entering Su Zimo's body. The dragon chi of 3 lineages descended at the same time. Su Zimo's body swayed unsteadily and his body trembled. However, he grit his teeth and endured it. Churning his blood chi, the sound of tsunami surged within his body as he absorbed the power of the dragon chi of 3 dragon lineages to strengthen himself. He cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness all year round and experienced the bone-piercing Yin wind and the pain of the karmic flames in the Tao inheritance ground. Later on, he received nourishment from the primordial divine spring. This body could be said to have been through countless hardships. How could it be defeated by the 3 dragon chi? In the depths of the Illumination Dragon lineage, in a cave deep in the mountains, a white-haired old man with a face full of wrinkles sat in a lotus position with a scarlet walking stick beside him, resting with his eyes closed. The old man was the Grand Elder of the Illumination Dragon lineage. Even when 2 dragon roars sounded from the ancestral dragon divine pillar, he was unmoved, as though he was petrified. However, he only opened his eyes when he heard the 3rd dragon roar. Nodding his head, he murmured, "Dragon chi of 3 lineages. Not bad." On the other side, in the depths of a cave in the blue dragon lineage, there were countless jewels and treasures. An old dragon with blue scales and beard was sprawled on it, snoring soundly. When he heard the 3rd dragon roar, The old dragon did not even open his eyes. He merely turned around and mumbled, "I wonder which cub is receiving the baptism. What a stir." Before long, a fourth dragon roar sounded from the direction of the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The old dragon was motionless. After a brief pause, the old dragon suddenly transformed into his human form and leaped up from his spot. There was disbelief in his eyes, and there was no hint of drowsiness. He has actually awakened the dragon chi of 4 lineages. The old dragon looked in the direction of the ancestral dragon divine pillar, and his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the barrier and descend there. He's at the void reversion realm. The old dragon was even more shocked. At that moment, the vicinity of the ancestral dragon divine pillar was already silent. No one spoke. All the dragons were fixated on the figure on the stone platform with dumbfounded expressions. Dragon chi of 4 lineages. 4 of the 5 claws on the ancestral dragon divine pillar were lit up. The dragon chi of the 4 lineages descended and struck Su Zimo's body. The dragon chi rampaged within his body and released a terrifying destructive power. Su Zimo could no longer stand as he knelt on the ground with his head lowered and a pale expression. His body was gradually expanding. It was as though there was a terrifying power within his body that was about to burst through his skin. At that time, he would definitely die, and even his essence spirit would not be able to avoid it. When he saw that, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 turned around suddenly and glared at Elder Scorpion with hatred in his heart. If Su Zimo were to die here, Elder Scorpion would be the culprit. If not for Elder Scorpion's pressure, Su Zimo would not have received the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar at the void reversion realm. Elder Scorpion had a pleased expression and smiled, awaiting the final outcome quietly. On the stone platform, scarlet scales appeared one after another on Su Zimo's body. Under the impact of the dragon chi from 4 lineages, he was forced to undergo dragonification to increase the strength of his flesh. Of course, this dragonification was far from its peak. He merely grew some dragon scales. It was far from his dragonification in battle. Slowly, right in front of everyone, Su Zimo stood up from his spot, and his aura rose continuously. His gaze was burning, and the scarlet scales on his body burned with flames that were almost transparent and shone with a crystalline luster. He made it! Illumination Dragon Elder 4 was delighted. Right then, a 5th dragon roar sounded. Pest! The dragons gasped. On the ancestral dragon divine pillar, the 5 claws beneath the divine dragon's abdomen shone completely. Dragon chi of all 5 lineages descended. The smile on Elder Scorpion's face had vanished as well. What did the descent of dragon chi of 5 dragon lineages imply? Could another 5-clawed divine dragon be born from the dragon race? How is that possible? Long Zhong exclaimed. Long Tsong was initially sitting not far away with a calm expression. However, at that moment, he could not help but stand up. It was only at that moment that he realized he had a match. At the same time, the Dragon Bone Valley shook and the dragons were shocked. Many elders of the dragon race appeared in the firmaments to witness this scene. Good, good, good. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder stood up and looked in the direction of the ancestral dragon divine pillar from the cave. His eyes shone brightly as he nodded repeatedly. Dragon chi of 5 lineages, haha. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder could not help but laugh as the wrinkles on his face crumpled. Initially, he defended Su Zimo against everyone's objections, partly because of the red-headed ghost and partly because he valued Su Zimo's potential. What happened proved that his judgment and decision were not wrong. Swash! The space within the cave distorted. A green-haired old man appeared. He was burly, hale, and hearty. Without any pleasantries, he said directly, "Congratulations, Boss Illumination." Well said, well said. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder replied with a smile. The person who arrived was the Blue Dragon Grand Elder. The Grand Elder of the 5 lineages was almost always the oldest and most noble existence among the dragon race. Given their status, although they were shocked, they could still calm down and not rush over to watch the show like the other dragon elders. Of course, The awakening of the dragon chi of 5 dragon lineages was an extremely rare event. Even they could not help but chat heartily. The Grand Elders of the winged, hornless, and horned dragon lineages were in seclusion, and the Blue Dragon Grand Elder could only run to the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder. Even back in the primordial era, the birth of 2 5-clawed divine dragons was unprecedented. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder had lived for countless years. However, he was still excited at the mention of this matter. Every race had their own destiny and fortune. Typically speaking, for the dragon race, the fact that a 5-clawed divine dragon could be born was already a culmination of the fortune of the dragons. It was rare for a second 5-clawed divine dragon to be born. However, 2 of them were born in this generation. I wonder what would happen if the 2 5-clawed divine dragons were to clash, and who would be stronger. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder grinned. Hehe. Even I'm looking forward to it now. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder waved his hand. Long Tsong has been in the Dharma characteristic realm for many years and has already cultivated to the perfected stage. Long Zhu is still too inexperienced. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder smiled without saying anything. Eh? The Blue Dragon Grand Elder frowned slightly and asked, "Why hasn't that lad transformed into his true form? Why is he still in his half-dragon form?" Beneath the ancestral dragon divine pillar, the dragon chi of the 5 lineages formed into thousands of divine dragons that charged at a tall figure continuously. The figure was covered in scarlet scales that burned with scorching flames. However, the figure had not transformed into a complete dragon the entire time. Something's not right. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder frowned and shook his head. His bloodline aura is impure, and he can't even conjure a complete dragon body. He's not a 5-clawed divine dragon. A 5-clawed divine dragon was a king of the dragon race and had the purest bloodline, even resulting in the birth of a terrifying 5th claw. How could it not even conjure a complete dragon body? The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder gradually calmed down as well and realized that something was amiss. They seemed to be celebrating too early. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder looked at Su Zimo's right hand and said in a deep voice, "His bloodline is impure and it's difficult for him to transform into a complete dragon. I do know the reason why." "What is it?" the Blue Dragon Grand Elder asked. "That lad's right hand is the divine phoenix bone," the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said. "With a divine phoenix bone in his body, it's only natural that his bloodline is impure. It's difficult for him to conjure a complete dragon body." When he heard that explanation, the Blue Dragon Grand Elder was even more puzzled. However, if his bloodline is impure, how did the ancestral dragon divine pillar awaken the dragon chi of 5 lineages? No matter how he looked at it, the situation was a paradox. Even with their experience, they could not figure out the logic behind it. Dragon blood, divine phoenix bone. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder murmured instinctively. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. At the same time, the Blue Dragon Grand Elder shuddered as though he recalled something. Could it be? The 2 old men turned around slowly and exchanged glances with widened eyes. Both could see the shock in the other's eyes. The moment that thought crossed their minds, their hairs stood on end. The thought was simply way too crazy. Impossible. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder gulped and shook his head. That's impossible. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder nodded as well. We should be imagining things. It's indeed impossible. At the same time, many dragons near the ancestral dragon divine pillar had already realized that Su Zimo did not possess the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon within his body. Of course, they could not understand why the ancestral dragon divine pillar would awaken the dragon chi of all 5 lineages. They could only assume that there was a problem with the ancestral dragon divine pillar that resulted in this situation. Long Tsong heaved a sigh of relief and sat back down. In his opinion, without the bloodline of the 5-clawed divine dragon, Su Zimo won't be his match even if the latter advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 was a little disappointed. However, on second thought, Su Zimo was only at the Void Reversion realm and had to endure the baptism of the 5 dragon chi. As long as he could tide through it safely, the benefits he would receive would be unimaginable. Some of the dragon elders in midair shook their heads as well. Elder Scorpion's initially tense heart gradually relaxed alongside his expression. If Su Zimo was truly a five-clawed divine dragon, he would have to return fruitless. As time passed by, Su Zimo endured the baptism of the dragon chi of 5 lineages, and the power within his body rose continuously. He had finally arrived at a critical point. There was a long silence. The world seemed to have frozen. An unknown period of time passed. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's body shuddered, and there was a boom in his body, as though a barrier was smashed. His aura climbed rapidly, and a powerful energy fluctuation burst forth from his surroundings. The void surged and even rippled. His dragon true body had entered the Dharma characteristic realm. At the same time, a strange feeling rose in Su Zimo's heart. A unique power began to emanate from his eyes. That was the power of divine powers. Innate divine powers. Awakened. Innate divine powers were different from the divine powers comprehended in the cultivation world. Innate divine powers were powers that demons or dragons could automatically awaken after entering the Dharma characteristic realm. This was a talent that originated from the bloodline. Every race had different endowments and awakened different innate divine powers. For example, the armored mountain beast comprehended mountain-cleaving divine powers. Some of the rat demons comprehended burrowing divine powers. The innate divine powers awakened by the 5 lineages of the dragon race were different as well. The horned dragon lineage's innate divine power was the dragon tooth. Once awakened, the teeth in its mouth became even sharper and could even crush dermic weapons, dermic treasures, and tear everything apart. The winged dragon lineage's innate divine power was the dragon scale. Once awakened, one's defense would increase tremendously. The blue dragon lineage's innate divine power was the dragon claw. Dragon claws were the most offensive and killing moves of the dragon race. Once awakened, they could penetrate everything. The hornless dragon lineage's innate divine power was the dragon horn. The illumination dragon lineage's innate divine power was the dragon eye. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm and awakening their innate divine powers, the power of the divine powers would first appear, and it would cleanse their bodies and bloodlines, causing their bodies to become stronger and transform. The strength of a 5-clawed divine dragon was not merely in terms of bloodline. In the future cultivation path of the 5-clawed divine dragon, there was even a chance for it to awaken all the innate divine powers of the 5 dragon lineages and undergo 5 transformations. Ah! Roaring into the skies, Su Zimo's eyes shone with 2 terrifying scarlet flames that shot into the skies, disappearing into the clouds. Swoosh! The clouds in the firmaments seemed to be burning. In the blink of an eye, they turned into fiery clouds that dyed the skies red. The dragons were moved. What a strong divine power aura! To think that he would cause such a huge commotion after awakening his innate divine powers. Even when Longtsong awakened, he was only at this level. The illumination dragon lineage has been dormant for many years. How long has it been since someone has awakened their innate divine powers like this? The dragons discussed in shock. Longtsong's expression was indifferent. In his opinion, Su Zimo was not worthy of being his opponent if the latter could not even reach that level. Raging flames burned in Su Zimo's eyes, and a steady stream of energy surged out, covering his body like scorching lava. The power of divine powers tempered his body. His body and bloodline underwent a transformation. Every illumination dragon could awaken their innate divine powers. Although they had the same awakened dragon eyes, some of them were stronger and some were weaker. There was naturally a difference in their strength. That's right. In a cave far away, the blue dragon Grand Elder nodded slightly. Even if that lad isn't a 5-clawed divine dragon, his innate divine power has already been awakened to its limits. There was a illumination stone in Su Zimo's eyes. The innate divine powers that could awaken one's eyes could naturally reach their limits or even be stronger. However, the illumination dragon Grand Elder did not say anything. He merely frowned slightly, and his gaze crossed the obstacles to land on the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Why? What's wrong? The Blue Dragon Grand Elder could not help but ask when he saw his unusual expression. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said in a deep voice, "The baptism under the ancestral dragon divine pillar is no small matter. Throughout history, every dragon has had to reveal their true dragon forms. This is a form of respect for the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon divine pillar was the utmost treasure of the dragon race, and was left here to stabilize the fortune of the race." The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder continued, "If you receive the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar without even revealing your true form, something might happen that could incur the punishment of the ancestral dragon. Are you sure that's true?" The Blue Dragon Grand Elder asked. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder pointed in the direction of the ancestral dragon divine pillar and narrowed his eyes. "Have you noticed any changes to the ancestral dragon divine pillar?" "Eh?" The Blue Dragon Grand Elder's expression changed slightly and his gaze froze. Dragon Chi of the 5 lineages were awakened, and the ancestral dragon on the stone pillar had 5 shimmering claws beneath its abdomen. At that moment, it was not just the 5 dragon claws. The body, tail, and horns of the ancestral dragon shone with a mysterious aura from head to toe. That scene gave them a feeling. It was as though the ancestral dragon was about to come alive the next moment and soar through the air from the stone pillar. All of a sudden, the ancestral dragon's initially dark eyes lit up with 2 bedazzling glows. Bang! Boom! Boom! On the ancestral dragon divine pillar, a 5-clawed divine dragon with horns on its head circled around the stone pillar. Digging into the stone pillar with its 5 claws, it spiraled upwards and countless stone shards fell beneath it. The ancestral dragon had truly awakened. Pest! In the cave, the 2 elders gasped and their expressions changed. The ancestral dragon looked down from above with his bronze bell-sized dragon eyes that were filled with torrential flames. Looking down at Su Zimo beneath him, he exuded an extremely terrifying might and suddenly roared. Roar! A dragon roar sounded and the ground shook. If the 2 grand elders were already so shocked, it was easy to imagine what would happen around the ancestral dragon divine pillar. That dragon roar nearly caused many dragon elders who were standing in midair to fall. A look of reverence flashed through the eyes of the dragons as they knelt and kowtowed in a spectacular manner. Even Illumination Dragon Elder 4, Long Zhong, and the other 5 elders who were standing on the 5 corners of the stone platform knelt instinctively with horrified expressions. All the dragons present could sense the rage contained in the dragon roar. Even the witches half knelt on the ground at Elder Scorpion's signal. Elder Scorpion was smart and did not want to attract the ancestral dragon's attention by standing there like a crane in a flock of chicken. How could this be? The arm of the Blue Dragon Grand Elder trembled slightly. He had lived for countless years, but he had never experienced such a situation. How did an ancestral dragon that was carved on a stone pillar awaken? The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder was tense as well and glared fixedly at the ancestral dragon in the distance. Both of them were clear that Su Zimo's life was hanging by a thread. However, even if they wanted to save Su Zimo, they did not have the guts and courage. This was the ancestral dragon of the primordial era. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was their patriarch. But now, the patriarch was enraged and wanted to kill a dragon with an impure bloodline. Who would dare to stop him? It's over. It's over. I knew something big was about to happen. Long Zhu's bloodline is impure. By forcefully receiving the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar and not transforming into a complete dragon, he's challenging the ancestral dragon. In the eyes of the ancestral dragon, Long Zhu's actions are completely from an alien race that has come to steal his power. Some dragons trembled in fear. Even though they were watching from the sidelines, they could still feel their hearts trembling against the might of the ancestral dragon. It was a bloodline suppression. The dragons could not imagine how Su Zimo would feel being glared at by the ancestral dragon. At that moment, Su Zimo was still unconscious beneath the stone pillar. He had just entered the Dharma characteristic realm and awakened his innate divine powers. The power of the divine power tempered his body, and scorching lava flowed out from his eyes, washing through his body continuously. The pain was even more unbearable than the tempering of the dragon chi of 5 lineages. His consciousness was a little blurry and he could only grit his teeth and persevere through sheer willpower. He did not know about the ancestral dragon's awakening at all. However, in his daze, he felt a terrifying pressure that threatened to tear him apart. At that moment, he was already suffering to begin with. Coupled with the pressure he was experiencing, he felt frustrated and a surge of rage. Instinctively, Su Zimo reared his head in the direction of the ancestral dragon with a scarlet gaze. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. Upon seeing that, the 2 elders in the cave shivered in fear. What was Long Zhu doing? He was actually shouting at the patriarch? He was truly tired of living. The 2 elders had ashen expressions. Initially, they were contemplating how they should plead for mercy to save Su Zimo from the ancestral dragon's wrath. But now, neither of them bore any hope. The 2 elders were waiting for the ancestral dragon to strike and kill Su Zimo. However, the strange thing was that the ancestral dragon hovered above the stone pillar motionlessly. Instead, the flames in his eyes showed signs of subsiding. The ancestral dragon's eyes were fixed on Su Zimo, as though he was contemplating and sensing something. What's going on? The 2 elders were puzzled. Beneath the stone pillar, Su Zimo panted slightly as veins popped up on his neck, seemingly still angry. Roar! He roared at the ancestral dragon once more. The next moment, the pupils of the 2 elders constricted and their hearts skipped a beat. They witnessed an incomparably shocking scene. Under Su Zimo's roar, the ancestral dragon seemed to have been shocked and actually shirked briefly. What did that action imply? Was the ancestral dragon feeling fear? The ancestral dragon's action was not obvious. The dragons near the stone pillars were already kneeling on the ground with lowered heads and did not notice this detail. If not for the fact that the 2 elders were fixated on the ancestral dragon, they would not have noticed it either. However, they still could not believe it. After all, they were thousands of kilometers away in the cave and could not see everything clearly. The moment the ancestral dragon shirked might have been their imagination. However, if the ancestral dragon was truly afraid, what was he afraid of? What was in Long Zhu's body that caused the ancestral dragon to feel fear and retreat? Under normal circumstances, the dragon race would not bow down to any race. As an ancestral dragon, he would not cower in the face of the other primordial 8 races or emperors, let alone avoid reversion with an impure bloodline of the dragon race. However, how else would they explain that scene? Unless the 2 elders exchanged glances filled with shock and surprise. If the ancestral dragon was truly fearful, the guess that flashed through their minds earlier on was most likely true. That was the only guess that could explain the ancestral dragon's shirk of fear. That was the only guess that could explain why Long Zhu could awaken the dragon chi of the 5 lineages, even though he was not a 5-clawed divine dragon. Of course, that was way too shocking. If it was confirmed, it would cause a massive change in the entire Tianhuang mainland. Even the 2 grand elders did not dare to make a conclusion with a single subtle action from the ancestral dragon. Both of them held their breaths and remained silent. Although they were in the cave, they were even more nervous than the other dragons as they glared at the ancestral dragon divine pillar without blinking. At that moment, the might of the ancestral dragon had dissipated entirely. His hostility and anger towards Su Zimo earlier on had vanished without a trace as well. There was no activity for a long time and some dragons looked up instinctively. All of a sudden, the ancestral dragon soared into the air and spiraled down, transforming into an ancient and pure dragon chi that burrowed into Su Zimo's head. The dragons were dumbfounded. Immediately after, a powerful aura burst forth from Su Zimo's body. The wounds on his body were healing at a visible speed. His skin that was burned by the lava flowing out of his eyes peeled off and new muscles grew. His scarlet hair grew once more and danced wildly like flames as his aura climbed rapidly. What's going on? The ancestral dragon disappeared. The ancestral dragon did not kill Long Zhu, and instead gave him an opportunity? The scene before them was completely different from what everyone had imagined. In the cave, The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder's heart skipped a beat as realization flashed through his eyes. I got it. That ancestral dragon was merely condensed from a dragon chi in the stone pillar. That's right. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder nodded as well. The ancient books in the clan clearly recorded that apart from the 5 dragon lineages, there's another chi of the ancestral dragon in the stone pillar. However, it has never appeared throughout history. To think that it would be true, the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder lamented. This meant that Su Zimo's bloodline had not only awakened the dragon chi of the 5 lineages, but also of the ancestral dragon. This ancestral dragon chi was even more precious than the 5 dragon chi combined. Su Zimo was already covered in injuries after the baptism of the 5 dragon chi. If not for the fact that he cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness regularly and possessed shocking regeneration capabilities, he would have been destroyed by the dragon chi of the 5 lineages. Thereafter, he entered the Dharma characteristic realm and awakened his innate divine powers. The scorching lava formed by his divine powers baptized his body and bloodline once again. Standing beneath the stone pillar, Su Zimo's half-dragon body looked battered and wretched. But now, with the augmentation of the chi of the ancestral dragon, his body shone with a powerful vitality once more. Every single dragon scale on his body shone with a scarlet crystalline glow, as though they had been refined countless times. The divine power in Su Zimo's eyes faded gradually. The awakening of his innate divine powers was coming to an end. His eyes shone with a scarlet-red glow and his gaze was like a torch. Even the dermic powers in the void burned when he looked at it. That gaze was enough to kill. At that moment, Su Zimo was already awake. He surveyed his surroundings and froze instinctively. Why, are you guys kneeling on the ground? He asked with a frown. Earlier on, the ancestral dragon was clearly enraged and the dragons knelt down in fear. Even on the stone platform, Illumination Dragon Elder, Long Zhong and the others, including Elder Scorpion and the rest of the witch race, knelt down. But now, Su Zimo was the only one standing beneath the stone pillar. It was as though he was the ruler of the world, causing all the dragons to kneel and submit. Of course, among the dragons, a figure stood upright with a sharp aura. He glared at Su Zimo with a surging battle intent. Long Tsong. Even the elders of the dragon race knelt down. However, he did not bow down. He possessed the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon and would not bow down even against the ancestral dragon. Humph! Elder Scorpion looked terrible as he stood up hurriedly. It would be embarrassing if news of this were to spread. As a conjoint body expert, he knelt in front of a dragon that had just entered the Dharma characteristic realm. The dragons rose one after another as well, still filled with questions. Right then, Su Zimo's body shuddered and he looked a little dazed. Once again, a terrifying aura spread from his body. This is divine powers. What's going on? Why is there divine power spilling out from Long Zhu's body? The dragons were shocked and exclaimed, "Something's not right. This divine power seems to be even stronger than Long Zhu's newly awakened innate divine power." A dragon elder said sternly. Could it be? The dragons thought of a possibility. Long Zhu has awakened his second divine power. A dragon elder exclaimed. The dragons were in an uproar. Although there was a chance for a 5-clawed divine dragon to awaken the 5 innate divine powers, it was not something that one could comprehend fully upon entering the Dharma characteristic realm. It was a gradual comprehension as one's cultivation advanced. Even Long Tsong only awakened a single innate divine power when he entered the Dharma characteristic realm. But now it was clear that Su Zimo had awakened a second one. How could this be? His bloodline is impure and he can't even conjure a complete dragon body. How can a second divine power be awakened? The dragons were puzzled and discussed. It's the chi of the ancestral dragon, a dragon elder said in a deep voice. The chi of the ancestral dragon not only changed Long Zhu's bloodline and body, it also granted him a second divine power. There's such a good thing? I've got it. Long Zhu must have received a baptism as a half-dragon, and by some freak coincidence, obtained the acknowledgement of the chi of the ancestral dragon. The dragons did not know the reason at all, nor did they notice the ancestral dragon's fearful shirk as they made wild guesses. All of a sudden, the power of divine powers burst forth from Su Zimo's body. Instantly, the world shook and a phenomenon descended. The dragons were shocked. A terrifying pressure descended from the skies, and many dragons could not withstand it. They cried out tragically and had just stood up when they knelt down once more with a thud. It was said that in the primordial era, some dragons with heavenly defying bloodlines and shocking talent would trigger universal phenomenons when they awakened their innate divine powers. Initially, in the eyes of the dragons, this was only a legend. After all, even Long Tsong, who possessed the bloodline of a five-clawed divine dragon, did not cause such a stir when he awakened his innate divine powers. But now, the dragons witnessed this legend personally. Above the firmaments, the clouds split apart and a gigantic, menacing dragon head appeared slowly, looking down at the Dragon Bone Valley with a rampant might. Although the dragon head was not corporeal and was merely a phantom, every dragon could feel a tremendous pressure. Some dragons could not withstand it and knelt down. Only some of the dragon elders present could remain standing. How strong was the divine power to be able to cause the world to tremble and send down phenomenons after its awakening. More importantly, the awakening of the second divine power also meant that Su Zimo's body and bloodline would undergo another transformation. True enough, the power of divine powers spread and Su Zimo's bloodline rumbled, as though raging tides were surging through his body. Coupled with the awakening of his innate divine powers and the infusion of the ancestral dragon chi, Su Zimo's body and bloodline had evolved 3 times after he entered the Dharma characteristic realm. This change could be considered as a complete transformation of his body. Many dragons were envious of such an opportunity. Good, good, good. Long Tsong nodded repeatedly. There was no hint of jealousy or fear in his eyes. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified. It was only now that he truly stopped underestimating Su Zimo and regarded the latter as a supreme opponent that could match him. Elder Scorpion remained silent with a dark expression. The more outstanding Su Zimo's performance was, the higher his status in the dragon race and the harder it would be for him to attack this lad. Initially, he merely wanted to watch the hype. The best scenario would be if Su Zimo failed the baptism and he would be able to relax. To think that the situation would develop beyond his expectations. Or rather, nobody expected this. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, 2 divine powers were awakened consecutively. This was rare even in the primordial era, when the primordial 9 races ruled over Tianhuang mainland. The fortune of this generation's dragon race is way too strong. Elder Scorpion narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, apart from the birth of a 5-clawed divine dragon, there's now another monster incarnate. Should I step in to kill him? A cold glint flashed through Elder Scorpion's eyes and he wanted to kill. However, he knew in his heart that with so many dragon elders present, it was impossible for him to kill Su Zimo silently. Once he attacked, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed as well. To pay with my life for the sake of a Dharma characteristic dragon. Elder Scorpion's expression was dark as he contemplated countermeasures while weighing the pros and cons. In a cave far away, the 2 Grand Elders looked pleased. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder lamented. The awakening of a divine power caused the world to tremble and a phenomenon to descend. It's been many years since something like that has happened. Now that this lad has obtained the recognition of the ancestral dragon chi, our guess should be rather close. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder said excitedly. The dragon race is flourishing in this generation. What lad? The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder glared at the Blue Dragon Grand Elder and corrected him with a stern expression. We have to address him as young master from now on as well. Why yes. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder did not resist or refute. Instead, he agreed with a smile. Although Su Zimo had yet to fight against Long Tsong, the 2 elders knew that there was no doubt about who the young master of the dragon race would be. Furthermore, the status of this young master of the dragon race was above them. Or rather, it was above the entire dragon race. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder was older and pondered for a moment before reminding, "This is a serious matter. It's enough that you and I know about it. We must not spread it. The young master has yet to grow to his peak. If his identity is exposed, it might cause panic among the other races and he might get killed." "Humph," the Blue Dragon Grand Elder said coldly. "Who would dare to touch our young master in the Dragonbone Valley? No matter what, it's never wrong to be careful." The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder sighed gently. "Don't forget the battle of the primordial era." The Blue Dragon Grand Elder fell silent at the mention of that battle. A moment later, their gazes returned to the ancestral dragon divine pillar. At that moment, Su Zimo was almost done with the baptism of the second divine power. "Eh?" The Blue Dragon Grand Elder frowned slightly and pointed into the distance. "What's up with those witches? Why are they in our Dragonbone Valley?" "Wuxia," the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder murmured softly. "What is he doing here?" The Grand Elders of the 5 lineages were almost always in seclusion all the time to recuperate. Unless something major happened, they would not be disturbed. The death of the young master of the witch race in Su Zimo's hands was not made known to the 2 Grand Elders yet. Beneath the ancestral dragon divine pillar, Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and was delighted. Some of the Dragon Elders guessed correctly. The second divine power he awakened came from the ancestral dragon Qi. To think that there would be such a benefit to receiving the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Su Zimo muttered to himself. If any other dragon heard that, they would probably vomit blood from anger. The power of divine powers tempered his body once more, and his body and bloodline had already transformed to a brand new realm. Every single move he made was filled with immense strength. Su Zimo nodded to himself as he contemplated the obscurity of the second divine power. The divine power was known as the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Using the bloodline of an ancestral dragon as a medium, it gathered the Qi of the dragon race and summoned a divine pillar. It could suppress fortune and the 10,000 races. It was extremely powerful. Right then, Su Zimo's heart stirred. He remembered something. Now that he was at the Dharma characteristic realm, what else was there to the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness? Instinctively, he looked within his consciousness. True enough, something had already happened within his consciousness. For fist-sized balls of light surrounded his essence spirit. It was impossible to tell what was within each ball of light. However, every single ball of light emitted an extremely terrifying aura that caused even Su Zimo's heart to skip a beat. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded in Su Zimo's consciousness. Su Zimo was stunned when he heard that voice. A strong sense of longing surged in his heart and his expression turned gentle. That was Dai Yu's voice. Su Zimo would never be able to forget it. After the Yang Spirit section, there's a 10th section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, and that's the divine powers section. It's difficult to record divine powers in words, and there are no cultivation techniques. They can only be passed down through memories. Dai Yu's voice was still indifferent and calm as water. If you can reach this point, you will naturally be able to hear those words. If you can't, it's useless even if I tell you beforehand. It will only add to your troubles and obsession. There are 4 divine powers in the divine power section that correspond to the Dharma characteristic, conjoint body, Mahayana, and tribulation transcendence realms. You can only comprehend a divine power when your cultivation realm is high enough. The statement came to an end at that point. It was left behind by Dai Yu beforehand. In fact, if Su Zimo had not cultivated to the Dharma characteristic realm, he would not have even heard those words. If I'm not wrong, these should be the 4 divine powers recorded in the divine power section. Su Zimo looked at the 4 mysterious balls of light that revolved around his essence spirit in his consciousness. It was only now that the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was truly revealed. Initially, only 8 demon kings were formed after he cultivated to the Yang Spirit section. If the 4 mysterious balls of light meant that there were 4 demon kings, there would be a total of 12 including the previous 8. Just as he was pondering, one of the balls of light in his consciousness shattered. Within, a palm-sized divine turtle appeared. It was extremely sentient and floated in an ocean, looking at Su Zimo motionlessly. The moment Su Zimo met with the divine turtle's gaze, his mind buzzed. A mysterious realization gradually flowed through his heart. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, the first divine power of the divine power section was dispelled. The divine power came from one of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the sea-calming turtle. In the vast wilderness there was a desolate ocean. Among them, a true dragon reigned supreme and was invincible, known as the Desolate Ocean Dragon King. In the depths of the endless desolate ocean, there was a spirit turtle that was much older than the Desolate Ocean Dragon King. Normally, the spirit turtle hid in the depths of the desolate ocean in silence. However, once it appeared, even the Desolate Ocean Dragon King would not be able to cause much of a stir. Through the gaze of the sea-calming turtle, Su Zimo gradually recalled some of the legends about the vast wilderness. It was like a memory inheritance. Through the gaze of the spirit turtle, there was not only the legacy of those legends, but also a divine power. Su Zimo stood motionlessly beneath the stone pillar with his eyes closed. All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation burst forth from his body and was released. The dragons widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. That was the power of divine powers. Su Zimo, who had just awakened 2 divine powers, had a 3rd divine power burst forth from his body. Furthermore, the aura of that divine power seemed to be even more terrifying than the first 2. If the dragons were shocked when Su Zimo awakened his 2nd divine power, by the time the 3rd divine power descended, the world was silent. The scene before them had completely exceeded their understanding. The dragons held their breaths and focused, merely looking at the figure beneath the stone pillar with widened mouths. Their expressions were filled with extreme shock, and their eyes could not help but reveal a hint of reverence. A 3rd divine power has awakened? In the cave, the 2 grand elders shuddered and were dumbfounded. Even with their experience, they could not understand such a situation, let alone the other dragons. A large shadow shrouded the top of the Dragon Bone Valley. Boom! 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 Stomping on the Dragon Bone Valley like 4 heavenly piercing pillars. Every single step caused the ground to quake and the weather to change. The dragons looked up instinctively. A spirit turtle with an ancient aura was carrying a gigantic and heavy turtle shell on its back. Walking over slowly, it looked like a god. The gigantic, malevolent phantom of the ancestral dragon that appeared when Su Zimo awakened his 2nd divine power had yet to dissipate completely from within the clouds above the firmaments. After the spirit turtle descended, the phantom of the ancestral dragon cried tragically and dissipated instantly. It could not defend against it at all. This. Some of the dragons were so shocked that they could no longer speak. Look! A dragon pointed to the foot of a spirit turtle not far away. There was a gigantic pit. This was an actual pit created by the phenomenon of the spirit turtle after Su Zimo awakened his divine powers. The ancestral dragon phenomenon that descended when his 2nd divine power was awakened was merely a phantom. However, that spirit turtle was completely corporeal. This meant that the 3rd divine power that was awakened might be even more terrifying than the 2nd divine power of the ancestral dragon's inheritance. At that moment, a pair of sinister eyes were hidden among the dragons. Initially, Elder Scorpion was still hesitant. However, when he saw Su Zimo awaken his 3rd divine power, he made up his mind to attack. He had to kill Longzhu. This lad was way too terrifying. Of course, Elder Scorpion did not dare to attack brazenly either. He merely activated the secret skill of the witch race in secret and released a wisp of imperceptible spirit consciousness that silently pierced into Su Zimo's consciousness. At that moment, there were many dragon elders present. However, the attention of those dragons were drawn in by the terrifying gigantic spirit turtle in the firmaments and did not notice Elder Scorpion's actions at all. At the same time, in a cave far away, the blue dragon Grand Elder felt emotional and lamented. Young Master's potential is way too terrifying. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder nodded as well. That's right. Furthermore, the young master has many secrets on him. There might be even more than we imagined. All of a sudden, the two grand elders seemed to have sensed something and their expressions changed. Wuxia, how dare you? Without hesitation, the two grand elders roared and vanished from the spot, descending above the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Although Wuxia's actions were obscure and could deceive the other dragon elders, it could not deceive the two grand elders. However, even if the two grand elders sensed it and wanted to stop it, it was already too late. They truly had not expected Wuxia to be so audacious as to attack a dragon in the Dragon Bone Valley. When he heard the roars of the two grand elders of the dragon race, Elder Scorpion sneered internally. The moment he attacked Su Zimo, he had already torn a major transference talisman in his palm. If Su Zimo were to die and he used the major transference talisman to escape, even the two grand elders of the dragon race would not be able to capture him. As for the other witches that followed him, it did not matter even if they died in the Dragon Bone Valley. It did not matter if some people from the witch race were compensated to be able to kill such a monster incarnate of the dragon race. His wisp of spirit consciousness had already entered Su Zimo's consciousness and transformed into a figure that was identical to him. Elder Scorpion was shocked when he saw the phenomenon in Su Zimo's consciousness. Even with his cultivation, he felt shudders in the consciousness against the three balls of light. At that moment, Su Zimo's essence spirit was meeting the spirit turtle's gaze. It was receiving its inheritance and did not notice the danger at all. Fufu, so what if you're a monster incarnate? Pay with your life. The spirit consciousness sneered and was about to attack. All of a sudden, in the consciousness, the spirit turtle that was floating silently at the side turned around and looked at Elder Scorpion's spirit consciousness with a cold gaze. Roar! Opening its mouth, the spirit turtle let out a deafening roar at Elder Scorpion's spirit consciousness. Boom! The spirit consciousness conjured by Elder Scorpion dissipated instantly. Not only that, even Elder Scorpion in the crowd was shocked and grunted. He felt a sharp pain in his essence spirit and almost fainted. Elder Scorpion realized that his essence spirit was already injured. What was that? He cursed internally. How could there be such a terrifying spirit being in Long Zhu's consciousness that could sense killing intent and attack him? At that moment, the two grand elders of the Illumination Dragon and Blue Dragon lineages arrived. Elder Scorpion had already torn the major transference talisman preemptively, and a gigantic pitch-black dimensional tear appeared behind him. Actually, when the two grand elders descended above the ancestral dragon divine pillar, they realized that they were a step too late and could not save Su Zimo in time. Both of them were shocked and furious. After clarifying their guesses, Su Zimo's life was even more important than theirs. But now, an outsider had attempted to kill their young master right under their noses in the Dragon Bone Valley. That was akin to touching their reverse scale. However, a strange scene happened the moment the two grand elders appeared. Beneath the stone pillar, Su Zimo was still motionless. His eyes were closed as he continued to comprehend his divine powers, seemingly unaffected. On the contrary, Wuxia, who attacked Su Zimo, grunted dully with a change in expression, as though he was severely injured. Initially, Wuxia wanted to tear the major transference talisman and was about to be teleported away. However, he was delayed for a moment due to the stagger of his body. The entire process happened in a flash. The two grand elders did not have time to think about the reason behind this and made a prompt decision to attack right away. Where can you run to? The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder harumphed coldly, and two scorching beams of light shot out from his eyes. They were extremely fast and shot towards Elder Scorpion instantly. However, the major transference talisman was already shattered. A gigantic pitch-black crack appeared behind Elder Scorpion and he leaped into it, disappearing. The two blazing beams of light shot into the dark and cold crack without causing any ripples. The gigantic crack closed rapidly. Once the crack closed and space was restored, the two grand elders would not be able to capture Elder Scorpion even if they had divine powers, unless they killed their way into the ghost cursed tomb. You want to escape after coming to my Dragon Bone Valley to kill? The blue dragon Grand Elder was enraged and extended his arm from dozens of feet away. A menacing gigantic dragon claw appeared and reached into the crack. Elder Scorpion made use of the dimensional tear to avoid the fatal attack of the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder and thought to himself that he was lucky. Before he could catch his breath, he felt a strong sense of danger. Immediately after, a menacing claw descended from the darkness and grabbed him. Against that claw, his body was like paper and was penetrated instantly, causing blood to flow. There was no race that could defend against the sharpest claws of the dragon race with their bodies. Furthermore, among the primordial 9 races, the witch race had the weakest physique. Ah! Elder Scorpion let out a tragic cry. In the void, just as the gigantic pitch-black crack was about to close, the blue dragon Grand Elder yanked Elder Scorpion out. A few bloodied holes appeared on Elder Scorpion's body. Dark green blood flowed out slowly with a nauseating stench. The dragon claw of the blue dragon Grand Elder had already pierced through Elder Scorpion's body. His tendons and bones were broken and his organs were completely destroyed. Conjoint body mighty figures had boundless dermic powers and could regrow severed limbs. An injury as such was not fatal for Elder Scorpion. However, he had fallen completely into the hands of the blue dragon Grand Elder and his vitals were pierced. His blood chi was deteriorating and it was impossible for him to break free. The blue dragon Grand Elder pinched this conjoint body realm expert of the witch race as though he was carrying a weak chick. Cough! Elder Scorpion's face was frightfully pale as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. He cursed internally. If the mysterious spirit turtle in Su Zimo's consciousness had not roared and caused a backlash to his essence spirit, causing it to pause for a moment, even the blue dragon Grand Elder would not have been able to capture him. He would have most likely returned to the ghost curse tomb by now. Many dragons were stunned and did not know what happened. A Grand Elder of the dragon race would not appear so easily. But now, 2 of them had appeared at the same time with a murderous intent. Furthermore, Elder Scorpion caused the 2 Grand Elders to attack at the same time. It was clear how furious they were. The witches were even trembling in fear. None of them were fools. They had witnessed the scene of Elder Scorpion tearing the major transference talisman. It was clear that Elder Scorpion wanted to abandon them and escape alone. If Elder Scorpion were to escape, their fates would be imaginable against the wrath of the dragon race experts. "How dare you?" the blue dragon Grand Elder hollered. That single casual statement from him contained the shock of a dragon roar. Although Wuxia was a conjoint body expert, he was severely injured and his blood chi was weak. He still felt a sharp pain in his ears and his features were contorted. If that was the case for Wuxia, it was even worse for the other witches. Ah! 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 The remaining 10-odd witches cried tragically and their eardrums were pierced. All of them fell to the ground with pained expressions, curled up as green blood oozed from their ears. The 2 Grand Elders were truly enraged. I wonder what I did to provoke the killing intent of the Grand Elders of the dragon race. Elder Scorpion grit his teeth and asked slowly. You're asking the obvious. The blue dragon Grand Elder sneered. How dare you attack the young master of the dragon race in the Dragonbone Valley? You truly don't know what's good for you. The young master of the dragon race? The dragons were slightly stunned when they heard that. However, the dragons did not think too much about it and merely thought that it was a slip of the tongue from the enraged blue dragon Grand Elder. He should be referring to the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. Fufu. Elder Scorpion chuckled and quibbled. What a joke. Look at Longzhu. Is he injured at all? Can he still be alive if I had attacked him? It was extremely easy for a conjoint body expert to attack an unguarded dragon who had just advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm. However, at that moment, Su Zimo was still standing beneath the ancestral dragon divine pillar and comprehending his divine powers without being affected. This was truly strange. The 2 Grand Elders were puzzled as well. The strangest thing was that after Elder Scorpion attacked, he seemed to have received an impact and was injured instead. Although they were puzzled, what sort of characters were the 2 Grand Elders? They were all decisive to kill and were completely unmoved. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder had white hair. However, his eyes were burning with rage as he said coldly, "Do you think that such words can protect your life? Let me tell you clearly that it's lucky that Longzhu is fine today. If anything happens to him, the dragon race will definitely wage war against the witch race at all costs." Everyone could hear the killing intent in the tone of the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder. A thought flashed through the minds of the dragons. If anything happened to Longzhu, the dragon race would truly wage war at all costs. However, what the dragons did not understand was that even though Longzhu was the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, the two Grand Elders seemed to be way too emotional. "Don't kill me." Elder Scorpion was truly flustered. He could clearly sense that the two Grand Elders of the dragon race were truly bent on killing him. In that life and death moment, his mind raced and a thought flashed through his mind as he said hurriedly, "I can trade a secret for my life." "What secret?" "I don't want to know at all." The Blue Dragon Grand Elder sneered with a disdainful expression. In his opinion, this was merely Elder Scorpion's final struggle. Elder Scorpion said word by word, "You must want to know. Furthermore, this secret concerns the safety of the primordial 9 races. If you kill me, you dragons will definitely regret it." The Blue Dragon Grand Elder frowned slightly and hesitated. He could tell that Elder Scorpion did not sound like he was lying. What could have happened that would affect the safety of the primordial 9 races? The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said indifferently, "Why not listen to him? I want to see what secrets he can reveal. Elders, you have to give me a promise to spare my life." Elder Scorpion's gaze was dark as he grit his teeth. "Otherwise, I won't tell you even if I die. We'll have to see what you can say if you want to live." The Blue Dragon Grand Elder sneered. Elder Scorpion said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. This secret is enough to trade my life." "All right." The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder nodded. "Don't worry. As long as the secret you reveal can move us, we'll let you live." When he heard that, Elder Scorpion's spirit consciousness moved. Suddenly, a black scale flew out from his storage bag. When they saw the scale, the two Grand Elders of the dragon race were slightly stunned and looked confused. But soon, the two of them seemed to have thought of something and their hearts skipped a beat. Their expressions changed and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder released his grip and without even looking at Elder Scorpion who was on the ground, he held the black scale at his fingertip and focused. "Pest!" he gasped. There was no mistake about the scale's appearance and the aura it emanated. The pupils of the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder constricted slightly with a bewildered expression. The two Grand Elders could tell that the scale could not be from the primordial era. Otherwise, the aura on it would have dissipated long ago. The scale looked like it had just fallen off and was relatively tender. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder flipped his palm. Apart from the two Grand Elders, the other dragons did not manage to make out what it was. This was no small matter, and it was inconvenient for outsiders to know about it unless they knew the exact situation. "What's going on?" The Blue Dragon Grand Elder glared at Elder Scorpion on the ground and asked sternly. "The two of you can't recognize it?" Elder Scorpion asked instead with a mocking expression. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder took a deep breath. "A bloodline of it is still alive?" Elder Scorpion said slowly. "That's right. As you can see, it has already returned in this generation." The other dragons were confused, but the two Grand Elders knew the seriousness of the matter. Elder Scorpion continued, "Don't blame me for not reminding you guys, but it's growing. Right now, it should be at the Void Reversion or Dharma characteristic realm. Once it grows up, he gave a strange laugh and did not continue. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder pondered for a moment before asking again, "How can I be certain that this is true? Isn't it too hasty to judge based on a single scale?" "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do either," Elder Scorpion said. "This time round, if it wasn't by chance, I wouldn't have been able to discover its tracks. If I'm not wrong, Goose Sect was destroyed by it. It was easy to verify the matter. As long as one were to take a look at Goose Sect's mountain gate, they would know if it was true." "How?" Elder Scorpion asked. "It's enough to trade my life for this secret, right? This time round, The two Grand Elders remained silent. That secret was way too shocking. It would be worth it even if Elder Scorpion was spared 100 or even 1,000 times for it. Leave. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder waved his hand and threw the scale to Wuxia. Elder Scorpion was delighted, but he maintained his composure and grinned. Thank you for your kindness, Grand Elder. Immediately, Elder Scorpion turned slightly and growled, Help me? Let's go. It was only then that the remaining witches reacted and advanced one after another, helping the severely injured Scorpion Elder up. They summoned their spirit vessels and sped out of the Dragon Bone Valley, not daring to linger for a moment. That was not the only reason why the two Grand Elders chose to release Elder Scorpion. It was also because Su Zimo was safe and sound. If Su Zimo were to die, the two Grand Elders would not give Elder Scorpion the chance to reveal the secret in their wrath. What Elder Scorpion said was way too terrifying. Even after Elder Scorpion left, the two Grand Elders remained silent with grim expressions. In that short period of time, Su Zimo had already finished comprehending his divine powers. As the inheritance divine power ended, the spirit turtle that he was looking at in his consciousness vanished as well. There were only 3 balls of light left in his consciousness. Su Zimo could not see what was within, and neither did he know which demon king the 3 balls of light corresponded to. He opened his eyes and snapped out of his stupor only to discover 2 old men with long beards standing in the air, frowning in deep thoughts with grim expressions. The other dragons were mostly confused. As for Elder Scorpion and the others of the witch race, they had already vanished. Earlier on, he was comprehending his divine powers and was unaware of everything that happened. Although he was done comprehending the divine powers, the body tempering process was not over yet. Su Zimo awakened his 3rd divine power. Now, his body and bloodline underwent another transformation. This meant that he endured 4 transformation processes after he advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm. This was a true, complete transformation. At that moment, even Long Tsong felt waves of pressure. Even when Su Zimo awakened his 2nd divine power, Long Tsong was 70% confident that he could suppress Su Zimo. At that moment, he was not even confident of success. Of course, the more that was the case, the more excited he was. He was not afraid of failure. He was afraid that no one would be able to defeat him. We've got to think about this matter at length. Let's take a mental note of it first. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder sent a voice transmission to the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder. Yes. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder nodded and looked at Su Zimo beneath the ancestral dragon divine pillar. If Long Zhu can awaken his true bloodline and revert to his true form, he might be able to fight it. That's right. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder said. However, we don't know where the opportunity for Long Zhu to awaken his bloodline will be. Pausing for a moment, the Blue Dragon Grand Elder suddenly frowned. Surveying his surroundings, he asked loudly, What was the witch race doing here? Neither of them knew why Wuxia was in the Dragon Bone Valley yet. The Horned Dragon Elder, Long Zhong, recounted how Su Zimo killed the young master of the witch race and another witch thereafter. Finally, he said, This matter started because of Long Zhu. Wuxia wanted an explanation. Later on, under our persistence, he asked Long Zhu to sever his arm to resolve the matter. Long Zhong's statement was somewhat exaggerated and was even veering towards tattling. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 frowned when he heard that, but he did not know how to refute. After all, what Long Zhong said was the truth. Sever his own arm, sever his own arm. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder had a dark expression and grit his teeth. Long Zhong could not guess the thoughts of the Blue Dragon Grand Elder and continued. To think that this lad would ignore the big picture completely and was not willing to sever his arm. Sever your head. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder could no longer hold it in and cursed. He charged in front of Long Zhong and smacked his head with a huge slap. Who gave you permission to sever his arm? Who gave you permission to sever his arm? Each time he said that, the Blue Dragon Grand Elder would give Long Zhong a tight slap. Right in front of everyone. Long Zhong was beaten silly with a helpless expression. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder said angrily, He cannot lose even a single hair, let alone an arm. Long Zhong was not the only one stunned by the few slaps. Even the dragons were dumbfounded, and there was an uproar. No matter what, Long Zhong was one of the elders of the Horned Dragon lineage and had a noble status. The Grand Elder of the 5 lineages had an extraordinary status in the clan and ignored worldly affairs. There had never been a time when they were furious enough to punish an elder for the sake of a junior. They left zero dignity for Long Zhong. As the young master of the Blue Dragon lineage, Long Tsong had not seen the Blue Dragon Grand Elder stand up for him. What puzzled the dragons the most was that this was not a big deal to begin with. Even if Long Zhu had lost an arm, there was no need for an elder to be beaten this badly, right? What did the Grand Elder mean by that? Can't lose even a single strand of hair. Isn't that way too protective of Long Zhu? I think so too. The 2 Grand Elders are acting a little overly extreme. The dragons discussed softly. Long Zhong's face was flushed red. It was unknown whether it was due to the slaps or embarrassment, but his blood surged as he straightened his neck and shouted, "I respect you as the Blue Dragon Grand Elder, but I want to know what rights you have to slap me." Even Su Zimo was shocked, let alone Long Zhong, who was beaten up. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder said coldly, "You wanted the young master of our race to sever his arm to resolve this matter. Do you think you deserve a beating?" "Ha!" Long Zhong laughed in anger instead. "Grand Elder, you must be joking. The dragon race's grand ceremony has yet to be held, and Long Zhu is only the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. He's not the young master of our 5 lineages. His body isn't so precious that we can't even touch him. If I say that he's the young master of the dragon race, he is." The Blue Dragon Grand Elder asked expressionlessly, "Are you unconvinced? I'm not the only one. Our clansmen have witnessed everything. Who among them is convinced? The young master of the dragon race is no small matter. How can we be so casual about it?" Long Zhong was fearless as well and said in a deep voice, "Long Tsong possesses the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon, and yet he has to wait till the dragon race's grand ceremony to be conferred the title of young master. What rights does Long Zhu have?" Indeed, as Long Zhong had said, most of the dragons were indignant. How long had Su Zimo been in the dragon race for? At most, it was less than 10 years. In terms of emotions, most of the dragons leaned towards Long Tsong. Although Su Zimo had also awakened the dragon chi of 5 lineages and 3 divine powers when he entered the Dharma characteristic realm, his bloodline was impure after all. He could not even conjure his true form as a dragon. Strictly speaking, he was not even a true dragon. How could someone like that become the young master of the dragon race? As for Long Tsong, he possessed the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon and was a king among the dragon race. It was clear who was qualified. Right then, Long Tsong stood up slowly and glared at Su Zimo with a sharp gaze with a raring battle intent. "If you want to become the young master of our race, you've got to defeat me first." At that moment, the tempering of Su Zimo's body by his 3rd divine power had already ended. He awakened 3 divine powers and underwent 4 transformations. At that moment, Su Zimo felt that every single inch of his flesh was filled with a terrifying power that was about to spew out, seeking an outlet. He no longer had the danger of losing his arm and was in no hurry to fight Long Tsong. However, he had just broken through and wanted to find a true opponent to fight to his heart's content. Among his peers, the only one who could fight him was Long Tsong. "As you wish." Su Zimo was fearless as well. "Let's head to the Dragon Blood battlefield." "All right." Long Tsong's gaze shone brightly as he agreed without hesitation. "Long Zhu, you've just entered the Dharma characteristic realm and are unfamiliar with the power of the Dharma characteristic realm. As such, you might not be familiar with the use of divine powers." The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said, "Why don't the 2 of you fight to your heart's content during the ceremony?" "That's right." Before Su Zimo could reply, Long Tsong nodded. "You're right, Grand Elder. I was a little anxious." Long Tsong's honesty left a good impression on Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled gently and waved his hand. "There's no need. I'll use our fight to familiarize myself with the powers of the Dharma characteristic realm and comprehend the divine powers. confidence, pride, and arrogance. This was equivalent to using a 5-clawed divine dragon as a whetstone. All right. Long Song no longer pushed back and leaped onto the dragon blood battlefield. The two Grand Elders exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. However, both of them smiled right after, feeling relieved. It was already a great fortune for the dragon race to have any one of the two monster incarnates. The most rare thing was that these two monster incarnates of the dragon race were open and honest without any scheming plots or connivery. No matter who won this battle, the rise of the dragon race was inevitable. Seems like the grand ceremony is about to be brought forward, the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said with a smile. In my opinion, there's no time like the present. Let's do it today, the Blue Dragon Grand Elder said in a deep voice. The most important thing in the grand ceremony of the clan is to be conferred the title of the young master of the dragon race. One of them will definitely win today, and that person will be the young master of the dragon race. All right, let's get the other 3 old fogies out here. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder nodded in agreement. The 2 Grand Elders reared their heads and howled. A high-pitched dragon roar sounded, piercing through metal and cracking rocks and spreading to every corner of the Dragon Bone Valley. Roar! After a brief pause, 3 dragon roars echoed from 3 corners of the Dragon Bone Valley, matching the howls of the 2 elders. In the blink of an eye, another 3 old men appeared in midair. They were the Grand Elders of the horned, winged, and hornless dragon lineages who were initially in seclusion. The Grand Elders of all 5 lineages were gathered. What's going on? The Winged Dragon Grand Elder frowned slightly and looked at the 2 figures in the dragon blood battlefield. Why? Is there finally someone who dares to challenge Longsong? There's no need to alarm us for a battle with a predetermined outcome, right? The Horned Dragon Grand Elder was confused. The 3 Grand Elders had yet to meet Su Zimo, let alone recognize him. Fufu, predetermined outcome? The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder rolled his eyes and pointed at Su Zimo's back view. How about a bet? I'll bet on him winning. He continued with a smile. If I win, old Shio, the mystic flame bead that you obtained 50,000 years ago will belong to me. I'm not betting. The Horned Dragon Grand Elder shuddered and shook his head instinctively. Although he did not know who Su Zimo was, the 5 of them knew one another way too well. When he saw the sly smile on the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder's face, he knew that there was definitely something going on. The Hornless Dragon Grand Elder smiled and asked, "Tell me, what's up with your mysterious behavior?" The Blue Dragon Grand Elder sent a voice transmission and recounted everything simply. Even his speculation with the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder was revealed. For real. When the 3 Grand Elders heard that, they could not contain their emotions and exclaimed instinctively, "Let's see." The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder pointed at the Dragon Blood battlefield. This battle might prove our guess. In the Dragon Blood battlefield, Su Zimo and Longsong were already facing one another. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder declared, "Although we can fight to the death in the Dragon Blood battlefield without any reservations, both of you are paragons of our race. It's our loss to see any of you die." Many Dragon Elders nodded in agreement. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder continued, "You can fight to your heart's content in this battle, but you must not use your essence spirit secret skills. A fight between essence spirits was the most dangerous and one could die at any moment. At that time, they might not even be able to save either one of them in time. With the regeneration capabilities of the dragon race's bloodline, one's body could recover if they were injured. If worse came to worst, there was still an utmost treasure like the primordial divine spring. That's for sure." Long Tsong nodded. "Victory has to be decided in my battle with Long Zhu, not life and death." Su Zimo smiled and nodded as well. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 and the others heaved a sigh of relief. If the Blue Dragon Grand Elder did not mention it, they would have stood out and stopped the 2 of them from using their essence spirit secret skills as well. While the Blue Dragon Grand Elders and the others did not know it, they had witnessed the might of reverse scale personally. Even the young master of the witch race was killed by this essence spirit secret skill. Although Long Tsong was a five-clawed divine dragon, it was unknown if he could defend against it. Suddenly, Long Zhong said, Long Zhu has another dermic art that can't be used either. What? The Grand Elders were surprised and asked instinctively. Long Zhong said, Long Zhu learned a dermic art from somewhere that can reduce one's lifespan. The Horned Dragon Grand Elder frowned slightly. What's wrong with reducing one's lifespan? Although such a dermic art is rare, it's not that scary. Long Zhong shook his head. Long Zhu's dermic art is different. The effect of this dermic art ignores the other party's cultivation realm. The expressions of the five Grand Elders changed slightly. Ignore one's cultivation realm? You mean to say that our lifespans will be reduced if he releases this dermic art on us? The Horned Dragon Grand Elder asked, still in disbelief. That's right. Long Zhong nodded hurriedly. That's not all. The lifespan reduction of his dermic art is irreversible. No matter how one recuperates in the future, there's no way of recovering the lost lifespan. The five Grand Elders exchanged glances. That was a little scary. Was there such a domineering dermic art in this world? However, all five of them felt relieved at the thought of Su Zimo's bloodline. Long Zhong did not notice it still and was prepared to strike while the iron was hot. He instigated, if our other clansmen can cultivate such a powerful dermic art as well, the strength of our race will definitely increase significantly. He did not say that it was his own selfish reasons. Instead, he expressed it as though he was selfless and was considering it for the sake of the dragon race and their fellow clansmen completely. Long Zhong continued with sadness. I tried to persuade Long Zhu to hand over that dermic art out of goodwill. Unexpectedly, he rejected me without caring about the interests of the dragon race. The five Grand Elders looked grim. Long Zhong was secretly delighted when he saw that. He thought that the five Grand Elders were angered because Su Zimo was hiding something. Long Zhong prepped himself and continued. This lad is not grateful for our race taking him in at all. He won't even hand over a dermic art. He doesn't even treat us as his clansmen. That was a serious accusation. Many dragons were moved by his words and whispered among themselves. In the Dragon Blood battlefield, Long Tsong frowned and said in a deep voice, since that dermic art belongs to Long Zhu, he can hand it over if he wants to. If he doesn't want to, so be it. Elder, there's no need to accuse him of anything. Su Zimo had a calm expression and was indifferent towards the matter, merely waiting for the attitude of the five Grand Elders. The Horned Dragon Grand Elder had a dark expression as he looked at Long Zhong and asked slowly, you were the one who asked him to hand over the dermic art? That's right. Long Zhong nodded hurriedly. Piak. The moment he said that, a crisp sound rang. A red palm print had already appeared on Long Zhong's face. The Horned Dragon Grand Elder attacked and slapped Long Zhong viciously, saying hatefully, who gave you the right? Piak. It was another slap. What rights do you have to claim a dermic art cultivated by someone else? Piak. The third slap. Why don't you take a look at your bloodline and potential? Even if that dermic art was given to you, do you fucking think you can learn it? The Horned Dragon Grand Elder cursed as he slapped Long Zhong's mouth. The dragons watched with widened eyes. Elder Long Zhong was way too unlucky today. He had just been slapped a few times by the Blue Dragon Grand Elder and now, he was beaten up again. Furthermore, the dragons were confused and did not know why Long Zhong was beaten up. Even Long Zhong himself was stunned. Let alone them. What's going on today? Where am I? Who am I? Why is everyone slapping me? Long Zhong's head buzzed from the slaps and was already in a mess. There was no way Long Zhong knew that the five Grand Elders were worried that Su Zimo would be disgusted by his actions. If Su Zimo were to leave the dragon race, that would be the greatest loss for the dragon race. Scram! The Horned Dragon Grand Elder ground his teeth and cursed. Go back and reflect on yourself in front of the wall. Don't come out without my orders. Yes. Long Zhong could only grit his teeth and agree before turning to leave angrily. In the Dragon Blood battlefield, Long Tsong smiled gently and said, Long Zhu, you don't have to worry. If you can't use this or that, You will feel restricted and there won't be any point to this battle. If I defeat you, it'll be an unfair victory. No worries, Suzimo said indifferently. Even without Baron, you won't be able to win. Actually, even without Long Zhong's suggestion, Suzimo had no intention of using Baron. Baron's lifespan reduction was way too domineering. If he was dealing with enemies, he naturally had nothing to fear. However, Suzimo had a good impression of Longcong and naturally did not want to cause Longcong's lifespan to be wasted for no reason just for the sake of this fight. At the Void Reversion Realm, when he pushed Baron to its limits, it could reach a level where one's lifespan was reduced by 500 years of breath. But now that he was at the Dharma characteristic realm, the power of Baron was doubled. 1,000 years could be reduced with a single breath. Normally speaking, the lifespan of Dharma characteristic Tao Lords was less than 10,000 years. In other words, 10 breaths of Baron could kill a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Long Tsong possessed the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon. Even if he had a long lifespan, he could not withstand the speed of the lifespan reduction. Long Tsong no longer tried persuading Suzimo. In his opinion, Suzimo would naturally release that Baron Dermic art when he was forced to a dead end. He wanted to witness the power of that Dermic art. Battle! Long Tsong hollered and strode forward. Leaping up from the ground, he arrived above Suzimo's head instantly with a torrential aura. Splash! The sound of a tsunami surged from Long Tsong's body. Tsunami blood was deafening. As a 5-clawed divine dragon, it was not surprising for Long Tsong to cultivate to the tsunami blood realm. The moment he attacked, he did not hold back at all and channeled the power of his bloodline to its limits. He reached out and slapped Suzimo's head fiercely. Powerful. Extremely powerful. That simple attack caused Suzimo to feel a suffocating pressure. Long Tsong's tsunami blood was almost gushing out of his body and arrived instantly. In terms of bloodline alone, the power released by Long Tsong was even stronger than Di-In. Of course, by now, Suzimo had undergone a complete transformation and was unlike before. Bang! Boom! Boom! Suzimo's blood chi surged and his body seemed to be surging with raging tides. He did not retreat at all against Long Tsong, who descended from the skies like a god and punched in reverse against the latter's palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided. The dragons could clearly feel the entire Dragon Bone Valley tremble. The collision of bloodline and physical body released a tremendous amount of energy at that moment. There was a momentary pause and the world seemed to have stopped. Immediately, that energy fluctuation burst forth and spread in all directions with a terrifying aura. A single clash was enough to cause such a commotion and stirs broke out within the dragons. The dragon race loved to fight and was naturally excited about such a rare battle throughout history. Finally, someone from our race can fight against Long Tsong. That's far from it. The two of them merely exchanged a single round. Who do you guys think will win this battle? That was a question that all the dragons were guessing. I'll bet on Long Zhu. He has awakened 3 divine powers and undergone 4 baptisms of his bloodline and body. It will definitely be Long Tsong. There's no doubt about that. Although Long Zhu has awakened 3 divine powers and underwent 4 transformations, don't forget that his bloodline is impure. A 5-clawed divine dragon is innately superior to dragons, let alone dragons with impure bloodlines. That's right. Also, don't forget that Long Zhu has just entered the Dharma characteristic realm, and Long Tsong is already a perfected Dharma characteristic realm. Most of the dragons, including the elders of the dragon race, were still biased towards Long Tsong. Only the 5 grand elders in midair remained silent. If their guess was correct, it would be extremely difficult for Long Tsong to win this battle. Long Tsong's only shot at victory was his ability to conjure his complete true form, while Long Zhu was unable to for now. In that short period of time, Suzimo and Long Tsong had already fought for more than 10 rounds in the Dragon Blood battlefield. They were collisions in terms of strength. Although it looked simple, crude, and savage, it was extremely dangerous. If any strike were to land, the other party would be severely injured. In the eyes of the dragons, the two of them seemed to be on par. However, on the battlefield, Long Tsong had another feeling that he was getting more alarmed the longer they fought. Right now, he had already pushed his power of blood chi to its limits, but he could not gain any advantage still. On the contrary, each time Su Zimo attacked, his blood chi would surge with a boundless might. His strength was increasing exponentially instead. How could this be? Long Tsong's heart skipped a beat. He possessed the bloodline of a five-clawed divine dragon, and was a king of the dragon race with an extremely strong bloodline. How could he be suppressed by someone else? More importantly, Long Tsong believed that he was invincible in melee combat. However, he could not gain any advantage against Su Zimo. Su Zimo would reveal his melee combat techniques from time to time. They're tough, gentle, swift, agile, and ever-changing. Even he was troubled by them. Long Tsong felt that he was not facing a dragon. It was the king of all demons. Long Tsong realized that if this continued, he might be the one unable to hold out. Good. Long Tsong could still speak despite the massive battle as he praised loudly. Ever since I awakened the bloodline of a five-clawed divine dragon, you're the first person who has forced me to this extent. Roar! He reared his head and howled into the skies, letting out a resounding dragon roar. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying power burst forth from his body and his blood chi surged, forming swiftly behind him. A menacing and massive divine dragon descended upon the world. The divine dragon was covered in green scales and had a sharp gaze. It had a head, legs, and sharp claws. Most importantly, there were 5 dragon claws beneath the divine dragon's abdomen. A 5-clawed divine dragon had descended. A unique pressure of the dragon race spread. Against that pressure, the dragons felt shudders and lowered their heads instinctively. None of the dragons dared to match the 5-clawed divine dragon behind Long Tsong. Bloodline phenomenon, a dragon elder said sternly. To think that Long Zhu's combat strength would be at this level and even forced out Long Tsong's bloodline phenomenon. In that case, the battle is about to end. That's not for sure. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 shook his head. From what I know, Long Zhu has also cultivated a bloodline phenomenon. There are differences in strength between bloodline phenomenons. Even if Long Zhu manages to cultivate a bloodline phenomenon, can his bloodline phenomenon withstand the impact of a 5-clawed divine dragon? Another dragon elder pouted his lips in disapproval. On the battlefield, the moment Long Tsong released his bloodline phenomenon, scarlet demonic chi rumbled around Su Zimo, forming menacing, lifelike ancient demon kings one after another. Wild bovine demon king, stone bear demon king, anaconda demon king, sanguine ape demon king, divine steed demon king, hell tiger demon king, wind leopard demon king. 7 demon kings had appeared. The bloodlines of those demon kings were extremely ordinary. However, they were not disadvantaged against the 5-clawed divine dragon. What are those? Why would Long Zhu possess a bloodline phenomenon as such? The many dragon leaders frowned. Right then, another massive demon king descended after the 7 demon kings. Its body was slender and created raging tides with a burning gaze and unrestrained might. The 8th demon king, Desolate Ocean Dragon King. The 8 demon kings exuded an ancient aura. Even though they were merely phenomenons, they still emitted a strong blood stench. No one knew how much blood the 8 demon kings had spilled. Long Tsong's 5-clawed divine dragon was already disadvantaged against the descent of 8 demon kings. However, be it Long Tsong or the 5-clawed divine dragon behind him, not only did they not retreat in fear against such a confrontation, they even released an even stronger battle intent. Roar! Long Tsong opened his mouth and the 5-clawed divine dragon behind him opened its mouth at the same time. The man and dragon roared at the same time with a thunderous sound. This was the authority of a 5-clawed divine dragon that was not to be challenged. Everyone could sense that Long Tsong and the 5-clawed divine dragon behind him were truly enraged. Right then, the scarlet demonic chi behind Su Zimo surged and another massive object was formed. The dragons had just seen this massive creature before. It was the phenomenon that descended when Su Zimo awakened his third divine power. To think that the phenomenon would become Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon. The ninth demon king, Sea Calming Turtle. The 9 demon kings descended and surrounded Su Zimo. Long Tsong's aura had just risen when it was suppressed rapidly. Roar! Su Zimo opened his mouth and the 9 demon kings opened their mouths at the same time, letting out earth-shaking roars. The dragons were silent. The 9 demon kings descended and glared at the 5-clawed divine dragon not far away with murderous auras like fiends. Long Tsong's bloodline phenomenon was completely disadvantaged in terms of aura. Alright, let's see which of your phenomenons can defend against my 5-clawed divine dragon. Long Tsong hollered and the 5-clawed divine dragon behind him roared. It soared into the air and lunged towards Su Zimo with a shocking aura. Before Su Zimo gave any orders, the 9 demon kings surrounding him charged forward. 10 massive demon beasts fought in midair. Although they were phenomenons derived from blood chi, each collision would cause a series of explosions, causing the void to tremble and the weather to change. The moment they exchanged blows, the 5-clawed divine dragon was disadvantaged. Although the 5-clawed divine dragon was strong and could kill 3 or 4 demon king phenomenons with ease, there were a full 9 demon kings that surrounded it. Furthermore, among the 9 demon kings, the combat strength of the Sea Calming Turtle was almost comparable to the 5-clawed divine dragon. Poof! The 5-clawed divine dragon roared and extended its claws, ripping the wild bovine demon king's body apart. Instantly, the phenomenon dissipated. Of the 9 demon kings, there were 8 remaining. As for the 5-clawed divine dragon's back, it was sliced by the wind leopard demon king as well. If not for the protection of the indestructible dragon scales, that attack might have ripped the 5-clawed divine dragon into 2. The fight between the phenomenons was extremely tragic. In less than a dozen breaths, 3 demon king phenomenons on Su Zimo's side dissipated. As for the 5-clawed divine dragon, it was covered in wounds and was in a tragic state. How could this be? Could the 5-clawed divine dragon of our dragon race not defeat these demon beasts with inferior bloodlines? The dragons were dumbfounded. Nobody expected this outcome of the bloodline battle. All the dragons could tell that although 3 of the 9 demon kings were dead, the 5-clawed divine dragon's stamina was depleted and its aura was weakened. Even the glow on its body had dimmed significantly. If this continued, the 5-clawed divine dragon would definitely lose. Long Tsong had a grim expression as he swiped his wrist gently, causing a wisp of incomparably pure dragon blood to appear. He chanted in dragon language and conjured hand seals, directing the wisp of dragon blood onto the 5-clawed divine dragon phenomenon. The 5-clawed divine dragon shuddered and its aura surged. Roar! The 5-clawed divine dragon roared and regained its divine power. It attacked once more and released its divine might, tearing the wind leopard demon king into pieces. Although it was only a wisp of bloodline, it possessed an extremely terrifying power. That was the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon. By using a secret skill to refine his bloodline and fuse it with the 5-clawed divine dragon phenomenon, it was akin to Long Tsong granting a rebirth to his phenomenon. Even so, the difference between them was still great. There were still 5 demon king phenomenons on Su Zimo's side. Before long, another one was destroyed. However, cracks started appearing on the body of the 5-clawed divine dragon, and it was on the brink of collapse. Finally, the Sea Calming Turtle collided against the 5-clawed divine dragon. Both phenomenons dispersed at the same time. As for Su Zimo's side, there were only 3 phenomenons left: Sanguine Ape Demon King, Hell Tiger Demon King, and Desolate Ocean Dragon King. The 3 phenomenons did not stop and charged towards Long Tsong, who was not far away. All right. Long Tsong did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he praised with a bright gaze and rose against 3 gigantic beings. Bang! 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 He was using his body to fight against Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon. Both parties collided violently. After a brief pause, a figure crashed onto the ground like a meteor, creating a human-shaped pit with dust and gravel. However, before long, the figure leaped up. It was Long Tsong. He looked a little wretched, but it was clear that he was not severely injured. The three phenomenons in midair had already turned into spots of light that scattered into the void. Long Tsong had destroyed Su Zimo's three bloodline phenomenons with his body. How terrifying was his strength! I knew that Long Tsong wouldn't be defeated so easily. Long Tsong seems fine. Instead, his aura is getting stronger. Let's wait and see. Long Tsong's counterattack is about to begin. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had never been in such a sorry state. The greater the impact he receives now, the sharper his counterattack will be. Many dragon elders heaved a sigh of relief. Unlike the dragons, the elders were calm. They could tell that although Long Tsong could shatter Su Zimo's three bloodline phenomenons, it was only partly because he was strong enough. More importantly, the three Demon King phenomenons were almost depleted as well. Ha 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 ha! Long Tsong roared in laughter. That's all there is to your bloodline phenomenon. Although there are many demon beasts, they are nothing but small fries. Is that so? Su Zimo smiled calmly without retorting. Long Tsong was indeed strong. The last time he saw an existence that could take on phenomenons with his body was the god race leader he encountered in Myriad Phenomenon City. However, the true terror of Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon was not the initial 9 demon kings. All of a sudden, behind Su Zimo, demonic chi surged and a blood-colored butterfly gradually appeared. There were 2 bright moons imprinted on the wings that resembled a pair of eyes. The blood-colored butterfly was only around 10 feet wide and was way too tiny compared to the 9 previous Demon King phenomenons. However, after the blood-colored butterfly descended, the entire Dragon Bone Valley fell into a dead silence. A terrifying aura spread. The dragons felt their hearts skip a beat. Even when the 9 Demon Kings and 5-clawed Divine Dragon phenomenons descended, they were merely shocked. However, that blood-colored butterfly made them feel fear. Not to mention the dragons below, even the many dragon elders who were watching in midair gasped. What is that demon beast? A dragon elder's voice trembled. The 5 grand elders of the dragon race had grim expressions as they fixed their gazes on the blood-colored butterfly. Even with their experience, they could not identify the origin of the blood-colored butterfly. There's another bloodline phenomenon? Long Tsong's expression changed as well, and he was on guard. The butterfly looked extremely weak and had yet to materialize. It was only in a half-illusory state and was almost negligible compared to the torrential aura of the previous 9 Demon Kings. Even so, Long Tsong still felt a strong sense of danger. That was despite the fact that he was dozens of feet away from the blood-colored butterfly. That's all there is to my bloodline phenomenon? Su Zimo smiled. Suddenly, the wings of the blood-colored butterfly flapped gently. Its movements were so subtle that it was almost impossible to notice. However, that slight flap caused a terrifying storm. The void around Long Tsong distorted, changed, collapsed and caved in. Long Tsong's eyes widened and he could only last for a moment. As though he was struck by lightning, he was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood, tumbling into the distance motionlessly. The place fell into an uproar. As a 5-clawed divine dragon, he was sent flying by a gentle flap of a blood-colored butterfly's wings and spat out blood. What sort of a bloodline phenomenon was that? Long Zhu's bloodline was impure. How did he manage to cultivate such a terrifying phenomenon? Could it be that his bloodline was even stronger and nobler than the 5-clawed divine dragon? The scene before them had completely exceeded their expectations. Even the dragons who had initially thought highly of Su Zimo did not expect Long Tsong to lose so thoroughly. He was severely injured by Long Zhu's bloodline phenomenon. Our young master sure has many secrets. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder could not help but send a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and lamented. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder nodded as well. That's right. At the very least, the power of this bloodline phenomenon has far exceeded our expectations. In the Dragon Blood battlefield, Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and calmed his bloodline. The blood-colored butterfly behind him dissipated as well. He was prepared to leave. Not everyone could defend against the attack of the blood-colored butterfly. Of course, he did not continue his pursuit. Although Long Tsong was severely injured, his body and bloodline would recover before long. Has the outcome of this battle been decided? That should be the case. Long Tsong is motionless and looks like he fainted. The dragons were still unwilling to believe as they fixed their gazes on the figure sprawled on the ground. Cough! Suddenly, a soft cough sounded. The figure crawled up slowly from the ground and looked extremely wretched. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. However, his eyes were bright and his fighting spirit was not diminished. The dragons cheered. In the hearts of the dragons, they were still unwilling to see their only five-clawed divine dragon suffer a crushing defeat just like that. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, Long Tsong looked at Su Zimo in the distance and grinned. Don't tell me you think that you can defeat me with a single bloodline phenomenon? Su Zimo paused in his tracks with a hint of admiration in his eyes. There were not many people who could withstand the attack of the blood butterfly with their bodies. There were even less people who could stand up after enduring it. As a five-clawed divine dragon, Long Tsong displayed terrifying defense and regeneration capabilities. That was the power of his bloodline. What tricks do you have? Use them all. I'll take all of them. Su Zimo had immense respect for Long Tsong and smiled gently. The battle has just begun. Long Tsong hollered and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. Under countless gazes, his entire body expanded. In the blink of an eye, a divine dragon dozens of feet long appeared where he stood. It was covered in green scales that shone with a cold glint. Above the menacing dragon's head was a pair of dragon horns, and the spikes on its back were sharp with 5 claws beneath its abdomen. A complete true body of the dragon race. Long Tsong hovered in midair and looked down at Su Zimo on the battlefield. Compared to his massive dragon body, Su Zimo was as insignificant as an ant. However, the ant raised its head and met the gaze of the 5-clawed divine dragon. In terms of aura, it was not inferior at all. Furthermore, his bloodline was even slightly suppressed by Su Zimo. Others might not be able to sense it, but he could. This was an extremely unusual phenomenon. Under normal circumstances, a 5-clawed divine dragon was a king of the dragon race and had an extremely strong bloodline. There was no way it could be suppressed by the bloodline of another dragon. However, the battle between the two of them was not over yet, and Long Tsong did not think too much about it. At the same time, Su Zimo's body underwent some changes as well. His body rose rapidly and was now 30 feet tall. Scarlet scales grew on his skin, and the temperature in the void climbed rapidly. Against Long Tsong, who had transformed into a complete dragon, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless and reverted to his half-dragon form. That was the only dragon form he could conjure up till now. Almost at the same time, Long Tsong descended from the skies and charged down fiercely. Su Zimo leaped up and defied the heavens. Boom! 2 dragon claws collided with a loud bang. Su Zimo's body descended rapidly like a meteor crashing onto the ground. Right after, he rose from the ground at an even faster speed and charged forward once more. Bang! 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 The two of them clashed repeatedly and let out a series of explosions. The void trembled repeatedly, and dust billowed in a terrifying manner. Pest! Long Zhu is really strong. That's right. Even though he's only in his half-dragon form, he's able to fight head-on against Long Tsong in his complete dragon form. What would happen if he could conjure a complete dragon form? Why is there no change to Long Zhu's right hand? It's still the same as a human's palm. Right then, a dragon noticed this abnormality and revealed a confused expression. In midair, the 5 grand elders exchanged glances and nodded. There's no mistake. There's only a single possibility why he can fight against a 5-clawed divine dragon in his half-dragon form. Yes, it seems like the reason why the young master is unable to conjure a complete true body is because his bloodline has yet to fuse perfectly with the divine phoenix bone. I wonder where that opportunity lies. The 5 grand elders conversed secretly. In the skies above the battlefield, Long Tsong charged forward once more. Raising his dragon horns, he charged towards Su Zimo's chest. Among the dragon race, their fangs and claws were the sharpest. However, the toughest part of the dragon race was the pair of dragon horns on their heads. Given the combat strength of Long Tsong's bloodline, even some low-level mighty figure dermic weapons could not withstand the impact of his dragon horns, let alone a body of flesh and blood. Furthermore, once the innate divine powers of the dragon horns were awakened, there were many other mysteries to them. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. He reached out and grabbed Long Tsong's horns without budging at all. However, the impact of Long Tsong's attack was too strong. In midair, Su Zimo had no strength and his body retreated continuously. Rise! Su Zimo's blood chi surged and he growled deeply. Gripping the horns of Long Tsong with both hands, large tendons and muscles bulged beneath the scarlet scales on his arms. An incomparably powerful force burst forth. Right in front of the dragons, Su Zimo lifted Long Tsong's massive body that was dozens of feet tall and swung it through the air in an arc, smashing it heavily onto the ground on the other side. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The ground of the dragon blood battlefield was smashed apart, forming a ravine dozens of feet long that caused Long Tsong's body to sink in. The dragons were shocked and winced, feeling their teeth ache. Roar! Long Tsong roared and struggled to stand up. If it was any other dragon, they would have been paralyzed after suffering such a serious injury. However, the five-clawed divine dragon was way too strong. Despite receiving such a blow, he was still able to stand up. The aura around him turned increasingly violent as he shook his dragon head, wanting to break free from Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo did not give him that chance at all. Before Long Tsong was fully awake, Su Zimo exerted strength in his arms once more, and a scorching aura surged from his nose and mouth. Su Zimo lifted Long Tsong's body once more and smashed it to the other side. Boom! It was yet another deafening sound. The mouths of the dragons twitched. The entire Dragon Bone Valley shuddered. This was a complete suppression of strength. The dragons were extremely excited at the sight of this massive battle. The dragon race advocated melee combat the most and focused on violence and savageness without requiring much technique. And now, Su Zimo had pushed that violence to its limits. The dragon race advocated strength as supremacy. Up till this point of the battle, Su Zimo's methods had already subdued many dragons. Of course, there were still some dragons who were unwilling to believe what happened. Could the five-clawed divine dragon that had transformed into a complete dragon not defeat Long Zhu? Crackle! Right then, the horns on Long Tsong's head flashed with streaks of lightning, releasing an intense power of thunder. Caught off guard, Su Zimo's expression changed and he felt his hands go numb. An incomparably strong electric current surged into his body and destroyed his life force. Instinctively, Su Zimo released his grip. Long Tsong seized the opportunity to escape and roared before soaring into the air. Power of thunder! Heavens! Long Tsong has awakened the power of thunder, as expected of a five-clawed divine dragon. To think that Long Tsong would be hiding such a powerful trump card. A series of exclamations sounded from the dragons. Among the dragon race, apart from the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there were other powers that could awaken. The power of thunder was one of them. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder and the others turned around. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder smiled faintly and looked pleased. No matter what, Long Tsong was from the Blue Dragon lineage. The stronger Long Tsong was, the more pride he felt. This was comprehended when Long Tsong entered the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder said, to be precise, Long Tsong awakened 2 divine powers at the Dharma characteristic realm, as well, and underwent 2 body transformations. The Horned Dragon Grand Elder nodded. No wonder. If not for those 2 transformations, Long Tsong would have lost long ago. On the battlefield. Ha 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 ha. This was the first time that Long Tsong made Su Zimo suffer. He could not help but feel delighted and burst into laughter, shouting, Long Zhu, it doesn't feel good being electrocuted, right? Puny tricks. Su Zimo laughed as well and his eyes shone brightly. Suddenly, two balls of flames burned and shot towards Long Tsong with two scarlet beams of light. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, the illumination dragon I had transformed into a divine power completely. Thunder Dragon Descent. Long Tsong did not dare to be careless as lightning coiled around his horns. Instantly, a divine thunder dragon was formed and charged towards the two scarlet divine lights. Boom! The two divine powers collided and a gigantic semicircular fluctuation spread out, emitting a blinding light as air currents surged. Long Tsong fell from midair. Su Zimo retreated a few steps in succession as well. This divine power fight was even. Good, good, good. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he praised in succession. Here's another divine power from me. He roared into the skies and a divine light burst forth from his glabella, entering the firmaments. Boom! Immediately after, a loud bang sounded from the skies. The clouds exploded and a gigantic, thick stone pillar descended slowly from the skies. The stone pillar was grayish-white and there was a five-clawed divine dragon climbing on it. It gave off an ancient aura and possessed a rampant might that could suppress the dragons. Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar. A series of cries sounded from the dragons. Who would have thought that there would be a divine power within the Ancestral Dragon Divine Pillar? That's right. Long Zhu received a baptism in his human form by accident and obtained the inheritance of this divine power. When I enter the Dharma characteristic realm, I'll definitely choose to undergo baptism in my human form as well. Many dragons who did not understand what happened thought that the reason why Su Zimo received the inheritance of the divine power was because he had not transformed into a complete dragon. The stone pillar looked exactly the same as the ancestral dragon divine pillar. However, it was dozens of times larger than the ancestral dragon divine pillar, and its aura was much more terrifying and berserk. Even Long Tsong, who was dozens of feet long, was like a slender snake beneath the stone pillar, as though it could be squashed into sludge. A huge shadow loomed over. As the ancestral dragon divine pillar approached, the pressure became increasingly clear. In fact, many dragons felt suffocated and their faces turned pale. If that was the case for the dragons watching in the vicinity, it was easy to imagine the pressure Long Tsong was under on the battlefield against the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Divine Dragon's Claw. The dragon claws beneath Long Tsong's abdomen shone with cold lights and surged with the power of divine powers. This was an innate divine power awakened by the blue dragon lineage. The combined attack of 4 claws was enough to tear everything apart. Shoo! 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 For dragon claws swiped viciously at the stone pillar that was crushing down. Squeak! Squeak! The dragon claws swiped across the stone pillar, causing stone fragments to fly everywhere with an ear-piercing sound. Long Tsong's claws snapped and fresh blood flowed, dyeing the stone pillar red. Although the divine dragon's claws were strong, they could not defend against the power of the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Divine Dragon's Tail Whip. Long Tsong released another secret skill of the dragon race. Shrugging his body that was dozens of feet long, the strength in his body started from the dragon's head and passed through its spine to its tail before being flung out viciously. Boom! The dragon tail collided against the stone pillar. Cracks finally appeared on the stone pillar and the power of divine powers began to dissipate. It was even worse for Long Tsong. His 4 claws were dripping with blood and most of the scales on his tail had already fallen off. He slammed heavily onto the ground and coughed out blood. Even so, Long Tsong's eyes shone brightly. He managed to block it. At that moment, there were no thoughts about victory or loss in his mind. All he knew was that with the help of this battle, his combat strength had increased once more and he had a breakthrough. He could even sense the aura of the conjoint body realm. Ha 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 ha! It was worth it. Although Long Tsong was drenched in blood, he was still laughing like a lunatic. Let the battle end here. The Blue Dragon Grand Elder said in a deep voice. It was clear who was stronger in the current situation. I haven't lost yet. Long Tsong shook his head gently and glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away, prepared to launch his final attack. You can still fight? Su Zimo asked. The divine dragon claw was merely a divine power awakened by the blue dragon lineage. Long Tsong said slowly, "As a five-clawed divine dragon, I have a final move for this divine power that I awakened. I'll only acknowledge you as the young master if you can take this move." The blue dragon Grand Elder seemed to have thought of something and retreated once more. The strongest killing move of a five-clawed divine dragon was on his fifth claw. "Kill!" Long Tsong lunged forward once more, ignoring the blood flowing down his body. The fifth dragon claw beneath his abdomen extended. Its bones were menacing and its sharp claws could penetrate everything. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the fifth dragon claw. The entire void was penetrated by the fifth claw. Long Tsong's counterattack. The reason why he braved the danger of being severely injured and withstood the ancestral dragon divine pillar without using the divine power was because of that final attack. This was his greatest trump card. Fifth claw. Su Zimo focused his gaze. The menacing claw that crushed over with a terrifying aura made his heart skip a beat. There were truly not many powers of the same cultivation realm that could make him feel shudders. His physique and bloodline were strong. After transforming into his half-dragon form, he was covered in scarlet scales and his defense was extremely strong. Even connate dermic weapons of the same level could not hurt him. However, that claw was extremely terrifying. It was enough to rip his body apart. Su Zimo extended his right hand slowly with scarlet flames burning on it as an extremely terrifying power spread out. Divine Phoenix Bone. The other dragons could not make out anything, but the 5 grand elders of the dragon race exclaimed internally. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, Su Zimo's transformation was in all aspects and his overall combat strength increased. More importantly, the instant he entered the Dharma characteristic realm, he sensed the power of the divine phoenix bone. The power of the divine phoenix bone was extremely terrifying. However, prior to this, Su Zimo had no connection to the divine phoenix bone and he could not control its power either. Each time the divine phoenix bone was activated, it was with external help. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, he could already release the power of the divine phoenix bone on his own. Activate the divine phoenix's claw? Against Long Tsong's incoming fifth claw, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. He was prepared to fight it head-on with the divine phoenix's claw. However, there was a hidden danger. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, Su Zimo had yet to truly release the divine phoenix's claw, and it was difficult for him to gauge his mastery of it. Long Tsong was in an extremely bad condition right now. If he were to miscalculate and end up killing the latter, Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before the power within the divine phoenix bone dissipated. What's Long Zhu doing? The blue dragon Grand Elder noticed this detail and frowned slightly. The illumination dragon Grand Elder said in a deep voice, "Is Long Zhu not prepared to retaliate and is instead defending with all his might? However, the power of the fifth claw is extraordinary. It's too difficult to defend against it." The horned dragon Grand Elder shook his head. In the dragon blood battlefield, waving his hands, Su Zimo drew a semicircle on both sides of his body before gathering it in front of his chest. His fingers shifted as he conjured hand seals and drew in front of him. At the same time, his glabella shone and a divine light shot into his hands. Condense! Su Zimo's gaze intensified. Buzz! An incomparably mighty divine power descended. Heaven and earth rumbled. Su Zimo's hands shifted in front of him and conjured a gigantic stone shield. It was rough and ancient with curved patterns etched on it in a mysterious manner. The stone shield resembled the shell of a divine turtle. This is... The dragons widened their eyes. Even the 5 grand elders were shocked. They had never seen such a divine power before. Furthermore, that divine power seemed like it had nothing to do with the dragon race. Could this be the third divine power that Long Zhu comprehended? The blue dragon Grand Elder asked softly. That should be the case. The other 4 grand elders nodded. The 5 grand elders were right that divine power was the first divine power in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. It came from the sea calming turtle and was known as the spirit turtle shield. According to the divine power section, if one could comprehend this divine power completely, they could reach the peak of defense. If he wanted to comprehend the spirit turtle shield completely, he would have to comprehend the patterns on the surface that contained endless secrets. The patterns on the spirit turtle shield intertwined densely. At that moment, only a small portion of it shone faintly. If all the patterns on the surface were to light up, it would mean that the divine power was cultivated to its perfected stage. The moment the spirit turtle shield was formed, Long Tsong's fifth claw struck the stone shield and let out a piercing sound. Sparks flew everywhere. The two of them were motionless. The entire world seemed to have stopped. The dragons held their breaths. All of them knew that the outcome of this battle could very well be decided in that instant. Roar! Finally, a pained expression appeared on Long Tsong's face as he let out a tragic cry. Blood dripped from his claws as he fell back. Bang! His body that was dozens of feet long slammed heavily onto the battlefield, causing dust to fly everywhere. On the other side, Su Zimo held his shield with both hands and did not budge a single step at all. Victory was decided. Long Zhu shall be the young master. Long Tsong let out a long breath. After saying that, he could no longer hold on and fainted on the spot. He was severely injured in succession, and it was already his limit to be able to last till this point. The dragons were motionless as they looked at the figure standing in the center of the battlefield in a daze for a long time. Even some of the elders of the dragon race could not believe that Long Tsong was completely defeated, let alone them. "What are you waiting for?" The blue dragon grand elder said in a deep voice. "Bring Long Tsong to the primordial divine spring and heal him quickly." Even if Long Tsong was defeated, he was still a five-clawed divine dragon of the dragon race. Su Zimo was the only one above him, and nothing must happen to him. Some blue dragon elders moved one after another and brought Long Tsong with them to the primordial divine spring. "There's no doubt about this battle," the horned dragon grand elder lamented. "Don't forget, there's even two powerful dermic arts that the young master has yet to use." The blue dragon grand elder said, "In my opinion, he has more trump cards than those two dermic arts. At the very least, he did not reveal his divine phoenix bone." "What are you saying so much for? Hurry and get down to business," the hornless dragon grand elder urged. The five grand elders were in high spirits and exchanged glances with smiles. The blue dragon grand elder declared, "Everyone, the internal ceremony will continue. However, our young master has already been decided. Does anyone have any objections?" "No." After a brief pause, the dragons cheered. Among them, the Illumination dragon lineage shouted the loudest with an excited expression. The dragon race believed that the strong reigned supreme. If Su Zimo could defeat Long Tsong, he would be the young master of the dragon race, and no one would question that. "All right." The blue dragon grand elder nodded. "Long Zhu shall revert to his original name of Long Mo, and he will be the young master of our race to reign over the five lineages." "Young master! Young master! Young master!" The dragons of the five lineages cheered in unison. Standing in the dragon blood battlefield, Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings and enjoyed this moment, feeling emotional. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, his combat strength increased exponentially, and he could even kill conjoint body mighty figures with his many trump cards. Even against a half-martial ancestor, he could protect himself. He was no longer the existence 10 years ago, who barely survived after his body was crippled by a single strike of a half-martial ancestor. Unknowingly, he had already arrived at this point. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had experienced countless dangers along the way. The path he crossed was like a bottomless abyss that was extremely treacherous. Although she was still untouchable, he was relieved that he was one step closer to the figure in his memories. "I wonder how things are with the Green Lotus True Body, and if there are any opportunities for him to enter the Dharma characteristic realm." Su Zimo muttered softly. He did not know that his Green Lotus True Body had entered the Tao inheritance ground. At that moment, the battle was over, and he began to summon the Green Lotus True Body in his heart. In the inheritance ground, Stone Statue Cemetery, the heart of the Green Lotus True Body stirred. As though he sensed something, He woke up from his cultivation comprehension and received the information from the dragon true body. Both true bodies were Su Zimo and their minds were connected. There was no difference. The green lotus true body smiled gently when it sensed the joy of the dragon true body. The dragon true body cultivated smoothly and obtained an opportunity to become the young master of the dragon race and reign over the 5 lineages. It was a firm foothold, and the green lotus true body no longer had to worry about his counterpart. The green lotus true body was in no hurry to enter the Dharma characteristic realm. Or rather, the reason why he came to the Tao inheritance ground was not because he wanted his cultivation to advance, but because he wanted to deduce the martial Tao. In truth, from the moment he arrived at the Tao inheritance ground, the green lotus true body had already prepared for the worst. That was the failure of the deduction. To create a grand Tao unlike the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taoists such that mortals without spirit roots could cultivate, how difficult was that? Throughout history, countless wise sages and experts exhausted their entire lives to no avail. That was the case for the mighty figure of Tomb Sect in the ancient battlefield as well. However, Su Zimo was only a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. He knew very well that this was a path of no return. Since he was already on it, he could only continue until the end of his life. However, he did not regret it. In fact, Su Zimo was mentally prepared for the fact that his deduction would fail and his green lotus true body would pass away at the end of its lifespan. That was the worst possible as well as the most likely outcome. Su Zimo severed his connection with his dragon true body and immersed himself in the cultivation technique of half-martial ancestor instant, comprehending and verifying it repeatedly. Even though he cultivated the cultivation techniques of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects, he had no clue how to deduce the martial Tao immediately. What he wanted to do was to comprehend all the 30-odd inheritances in the cemetery and memorize them. He wanted to fuse the essence of the cultivation techniques of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects and find a possible path. He wanted to find a possible path to alter fate. Cultivation was endless. It was the same day after day. It had only been 3 years on Tianhuang mainland, slightly more than 1,000 days. However, Su Zimo had already spent more than 1,000 years in the cemetery beneath the stone statue of half-martial ancestor instant due to the flow of time there. Prior to this, Su Zimo was only more than 100 years old. For void reversions 100 years old was equivalent to a youth. But now, after more than 1,000 years, Su Zimo had already become a young man at the void reversion realm. He had never cultivated for such a long time. However, the 1,000 years were not wasted after all. In the stone statue cemetery, he had already comprehended more than 30 ancient inheritances of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects, including the immense Heaven Sea Burial Secret Manual, Apocalyptic Heavenly Fiend Manual, Great Might Heavenly Dragon Bodhisattva Sutra, and so on. The Tao inheritance ground was a world of its own. It was impossible for his cultivation to advance here. Although Su Zimo's cultivation had not improved after more than 1,000 years, his combat strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level after comprehending more than 30 inheritances. The 30-odd stone statues had been passed down from the ancient era. Nobody had entered this place before. Anyone who could obtain any of those inheritances would be able to dominate the world. However, Su Zimo managed to comprehend all the inheritances here. He was the first in history. Under normal circumstances, after obtaining an inheritance, the other stone statues would no longer view this person as their successor. The reason why more than 30 stone statues chose Su Zimo was not only because he crossed the 3 tribulations domain. More than that, it was because he had established his Tao heart here 10 years ago to impart martial arts to all living beings. Among the 30-odd stone statues, there were still remnant consciousnesses of ancient mighty figures. Those remnant consciousnesses wanted to do everything they could to help Su Zimo. After leaving behind the inheritances, the remnant consciousnesses did not disperse. They wanted to see the final outcome as well. However, time was merciless. Even true life could not withstand the passage of time, let alone remnant consciousnesses. After more than 1,000 years, there were only a few remnant consciousnesses that remained and accompanied Su Zimo. It was relatively simple to comprehend those inheritances. The true difficulty lies in the deduction later on. Su Zimo assumed a lotus position with his eyes closed. He recalled the cultivation of his life and tried his best to search for an opportunity. Time flew like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years passed in the stone statue cemetery. Only slightly more than 6 years had passed in Tianhuang mainland. However, Su Zimo had spent more than 2,000 years here. After more than 2,000 years, Su Zimo was already equivalent to a middle-aged void reversion. His face had matured and there was a hint of age in his eyes. In the cemetery, even the few remnant consciousnesses that remained and accompanied him dissipated with indignance. In the end, they could not endure through it. Su Zimo's eyes were slightly red as he bowed deeply towards the 30-odd stone statues. Seniors, don't worry. Even if I have to exhaust my lifespan, I'll definitely deduce a martial Tao and change the fates of the masses. Nobody answered him. He was the only one left in the cemetery. It was as though he was going to be alone on that path for all eternity. Su Zimo took a deep breath and composed himself before continuing to deduce. He had gained quite a bit in the past 1,000 years and had found some clues. Actually, it was impossible to create a complete martial Tao. His cultivation realm was only at the void reversion realm. However, it was relatively easier if he merely wanted to allow mortals without spirit roots to cultivate. Su Zimo did not have a spirit root and started off with demonic cultivation. There was an extremely important realm for both immortality and demonic cultivation, core formation. It was similar to how the different Daos were different means to the same end. Core formation was an insurmountable realm. After forming a core, one could form their own spirit through demonic cultivation. Immortal cultivators could create essence spirits that were similar. In other words, if he could create a cultivation technique and allow mortals without spirit roots to form their cores without taking on demon form, it would be equivalent to settling the most critical aspect of deducing the martial Tao. That was because one would cultivate an essence spirit after forming a core. The cultivation of an essence spirit would break free from the shackles of the spirit root and one would be able to comprehend heaven and earth with their essence spirit. Su Zimo continued to deduce based on that line of thought. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years passed. Su Zimo stood motionlessly at the foot of the stone statue. His body was covered in dust and his original green robes could no longer be seen. It had only been 9 years in the outside world. However, Su Zimo was already more than 3,000 years old. Over the years, he had never rested and had been constantly deducing and comprehending. He failed countless times, but he never gave up. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years passed. Su Zimo was already more than 4,000 years old. The lifespan of a void reversion was only 5,000 years. At more than 4,000 years old, it meant that he was in his later years and his blood chi was starting to deteriorate, entering a twilight state. At that moment, Su Zimo's hair had already turned grayish-white and rested on his shoulders. There were also some wrinkles on his face. The cruelty of time was unstoppable. Su Zimo opened his eyes with a hint of vicissitude. Repeated deduction day after day for 4,000 years. This was an immense torture for anyone. There was no one accompanying him on that path. It was dark and lonely without any light. He did not know where the end point was either. If it was anyone else, they would have broken down mentally, unable to endure it. However, Su Zimo's Tao heart that was established here was unshakable. He could only survive till now after passing the test of the 3 tribulations domain. Even so, his Tao heart wavered. After more than 4,000 years, there was still no conclusion to his deduction of the martial Tao. Su Zimo could sense that he was infinitesimally close to the final secret, but he was still a step away. That single step could be an insurmountable chasm. Of course, there was another possibility. The direction he chose to deduce was wrong from the beginning. Deducing a Tao from scratch was like a dot that could spread endlessly with boundless possibilities. If a mistake was made from the start, it could carry on and lead one further and further away from the endpoint. A gentle breeze blew and a few strands of gray hair brushed past his eyes. Su Zimo pursed his lips and his gaze dimmed. He did not have much lifespan left. He had 700 years at most. At that moment, if he were to leave the Dao inheritance ground and return to Tianhuang mainland, he had a chance of entering the Dharma characteristic realm in one go. However, if that was the case, all the comprehensions and inspiration he gained over the years would most likely dissipate and he would have to start afresh. At that time, was he going to spend another 4,000 years? How many changes would happen in Tianhuang mainland after 4,000 years? He could not afford to wait. Neither could his old friends and kin. Furthermore, the difficulty he would face would only increase if he restarted his deduction. He had a feeling that if he were to leave this time round, he would never get the chance to deduce the martial Dao. Su Zimo glanced sideways at the 30-odd stone statues and said softly, "Seniors, don't worry. I'll stay here. Even if I fail, I won't let down your Dao hearts and hopes." He was already prepared to die with his green lotus true body. Su Zimo closed his eyes again and continued to deduce. Time was still flowing rapidly. Su Zimo's lifespan was decreasing. 600 years. 500 years. 400 years. The luster on his face was gone and it was filled with wrinkles, making him look extremely old. Even if his body was the green lotus true body, his blood qi was already starting to deteriorate at the moment and his hair and beard were white, emanating an aura of twilight within his body. Su Zimo did not get up still. Before long, he only had 200 years left. He was already 4,800 years old. All of a sudden, Su Zimo shuddered and suddenly opened his eyes. A bedazzling glint flashed through his initially cloudy eyes. Success. Many mysterious sutras reverberated in his mind, forming a Tao that became increasingly clear. At that moment, a mysterious power surrounded him. It was not spirit energy, dermic powers, or divine powers. However, that power was still dissipating and had yet to materialize. Su Zimo was in no hurry to get up. He closed his eyes and continued to deduce. He was only at the initial mastery of the martial Tao and had many loopholes and flaws. He had to continue deducing and perfecting those loopholes. Time passed. Su Zimo's lifespan was almost up. Time was running out. Unknowingly, he only had 100 years left to his lifespan. To be fair, one was at the end of the road by the time their lifespan was less than 100 years. Under such circumstances, it was extremely dangerous for someone like him to spend so much effort to deduce the martial Tao. He could die at any moment. However, Su Zimo did not stop his deduction. Finally, when his lifespan was less than 50 years, he opened his eyes once more. Su Zimo stood up slowly and a sincere smile finally appeared on his old face. The mysterious power had already appeared beside him, forming gigantic golden words. There were a total of 81 of them and they surged with an unstoppable aura and will. That was the aura of the martial Tao. That was the will of the martial Tao. The martial Tao was about advancing courageously. It was about being true to one's heart and the ability to execute gratitude and hatred at will. The martial Tao was unyielding, a resisting boldness of millions of people. The deduction of the martial Tao itself was a manifestation of the martial Tao. Su Zimo's expression was emotional as he looked at the many golden words around him and murmured softly, "Go on. Let all living beings in the world see this." 81 gigantic golden words soared into the skies as though they were sentient. The Tao inheritance ground was a world of its own and was isolated from the outside world. However, at that moment, the space could not stop the 81 golden words and it shattered, causing the world to tremble. 81 golden words descended upon the firmaments of Tianhuang mainland. At that moment, it did not matter if one was mortal or a cultivator. It did not matter if one was from the Immortal, Buddhist, or Fiend sections. It did not matter if one was a demon or from the primordial 9 races. All the living beings of Tianhuang mainland noticed the 81 golden words above their heads. The entire world was shaken. What is this? Could it be a commotion caused by some extraordinary Mahayana patriarch? It seems to be from the Tao inheritance ground. Tianhuang mainland was in an uproar. Many mortals did not know what was going on and knelt down to pray in fear of impending trouble. "I am desolate martial. After 5,000 years, I finally created half of the Martial Sutra. All living beings in the world are able to cultivate this and become immortals. Right then, an old voice sounded from midair. In the stone statue cemetery, Su Zimo merely whispered. However, his voice spread through the entire world with the augmentation of the 81 golden words. 100 Refinement Sect. Figures burst forth from the cave abode and descended in midair. Their leader was none other than mighty figure Extreme Fire of 100 Refinement Sect. This is... Mighty figure Extreme Fire had a shocked expression as he looked at the firmaments in disbelief and trembled. Could Zimo have successfully established his Tao? Ethereal Peak. The old immortal crane, Xianxia, and many other cultivators of the sects appeared at the same time and looked up. Young Master has succeeded. Xianxia clenched her fists with a delighted expression. Great Zhou's palace. Ji Yaoxue and Xiaoning stood together emotionally. Pingyang Town. Tao Yao stood in the courtyard and tilted his head. Blinking his large eyes, he pondered and said, "In that case, young master is about to return? Who is Desolate Marshal?" Many mortals of Pingyang Town asked curiously. "I heard that Desolate Marshal is second young master Su of our town." "Ah, it's him. Is second young master Su asking us mortals to cultivate as well? Hurry, memorize it." Many mortals watched fixedly at the 81 golden words in midair. At the same time, the conjoint body mighty figures of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend supersects came out of seclusion one after another. In fact, even many half-martial ancestor experts appeared. Desolate Marshal wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. Could a junior truly have accomplished such an unprecedented act? Some people were shocked while others were doubtful. Enigma Palace. A slightly rotund cultivator danced with joy and shouted excitedly, "Old man, hurry and come out. Brother Su succeeded. Stop your fuss, I'm watching." In the void, a figure appeared and gradually materialized. The old man wore a Confucian crown and held a folding fan in his hands. With a grim expression, he looked at the golden words in the firmaments and said in a deep voice, "If this half of the Martial Sutra is truly as Desolate Marshal has described, it will be a supreme merit that will bring blessings to the masses and ensure their eternal existence." Although the 81 golden words looked extremely mysterious, even many conjoint body mighty figures and half-martial ancestor experts could not make out anything from them. Those with spirit roots can sense the spirit chi of heaven and earth before advancing to chi condensation, foundation establishment, and form their golden cores. Su Zimo's aged voice continued ringing through Tianhuang mainland. Those words were common knowledge for cultivators. However, he was now saying it for the masses. Those without spirit roots cannot sense the spirit chi of heaven and earth and can only look for other methods. Actually, a human's body is a huge treasure with endless potential. The essence of the Martial Sutra is to refine one's body using secret skills and stimulate its potential to form a core. Although Su Zimo had a mortal body, he made use of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness to condense a demon inner core. Be it immortal, demon, Buddhist, or fiend cultivation, core formation was an insurmountable realm and was one of the most important ones as well. It was like a watershed. After forming a core, one's lifespan would increase to 500 years. At that moment, it was not only the mortals in the world. Even cultivators of many sects were listening to Desolate Marshal impart his Tao regardless of their cultivation realms. The martial Tao uses secret skills to refine the body, and there are a total of 9 transformations. Each transformation has a unique breathing method and body tempering technique that allows the body to transform and be reborn. I call it the 9 transformations of the martial Tao. Actually, this half of the Martial Sutra contained many secret skill sutras that contained the profoundness of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects as well as Su Zimo's own comprehension. However, his inspiration came from his demonic cultivation. It was as the mighty figure of Tomb sect in the ancient battlefield had said, Su Zimo's existence was unprecedented. He cultivated the demon, immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend Taos. That was the reason why he was able to create a Tao that belonged to him. First transformation of the martial Tao. 9 bulls, 2 tigers. The moment he said that, 9 golden words appeared individually in the firmaments, shining with a bedazzling light. The 9 golden words seemed to transform into 9 little people that practiced 9 different actions in midair before coming to a stop. Those 9 words were the breathing secret skill of the first transformation. Those 9 actions were the body-tempering secret skill of the first transformation. After attaining greater mastery of the first transformation, one would possess immense strength. Second transformation of the martial Tao, 5 Qi essence. The second transformation aimed to refine one's organs. The 5 organs of the human body could also be called the 5 great divine treasures and possessed unimaginable potential. By refining the 5 organs, one could condense the divine qi of the 5 treasures and clear their 7 orifices. They would possess the amazing universal sight and hearing as well as receive an immense gain in strength. Even 5 horses would not be able to tear them apart. The organs refinement section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness only began at the 5th section. However, Su Zimo pushed forward the refinement of one's organs in the martial Tao. As he said that, another 9 golden words appeared in the firmaments, shining with beams of light and displaying different stances. Third transformation of the martial Tao, bronze skin, steel bones. This transformation focused on the skin and bones. At greater mastery, one would be invulnerable against weapons and fire and water. In the skies, 9 golden words shone once more, taking on human form and conjuring 9 body-tempering secret skills. Fourth transformation of the martial Tao, undulating flexibility. At greater mastery of this transformation, one would be able to change their muscles, expand and contract their bones and tendons. Their appearances could be changed and they could be tall, strong, or skinny. Fifth transformation of the martial Tao, lead mercury amalgam blood. The 5th transformation was marrow cleansing and blood swapping. The bloodline would be condensed powerfully and flow gradually through one's body like a lead mercury amalgam. Their bones would be like snow, flawless, without any impurities. At greater mastery of this transformation, one would possess lead mercury amalgam blood. At perfected stage, it would be tsunami blood. However, it was not only for mortals. Even for cultivators, it was extremely difficult to cultivate to the tsunami blood realm. Furthermore, in the Martial Sutra, one would be able to advance to the next transformation upon cultivating to the lead mercury amalgam blood realm. Sixth transformation of the martial Tao, blood qi golden core. After refining their organs and swapping blood through their marrow, one's blood qi would be robust and finally converge, forming a golden core of blood qi in their dantian. They would officially advance to the golden core realm. Above the clouds, the 9 tiny golden figures practiced 9 different styles before hugging their blood qi eventually to condense a golden core. Good, good, good. Within Enigma Palace, the old man with the Confucian crown nodded repeatedly with a shocked expression. Even with his eyesight, it was difficult for him to comprehend the obscurities behind those actions in a short period of time. However, the old man was clear that if one cultivated the technique and had sufficient endowments, those mortals without spirit roots would definitely be able to form a core using this half of the Martial Sutra. After forming a core, all paths would lead to the same goal. No sect would reject the inclusion of a golden core. Although there was only half of the Martial Sutra, after any mortal cultivated to the 6th transformation of the martial Tao, they could join any sect to cultivate the spirit refinement techniques thereafter. One would break free from the shackles of a spirit root once their core was formed. Su Zimo's cultivation realm was only at the void reversion realm, and it was already his limit to be able to deduce the cultivation techniques and secret skills required for core formation. Therefore, there was only half of the Martial Sutra. 7th transformation of the martial Tao, astral infusion. From then on, the difficulty of cultivation increased exponentially, and even if there were 10,000 people, there might not be a single person who could cultivate it successfully. Of course, if they succeeded in cultivation, their combat strength would increase tremendously. 8th transformation of the martial Tao, indestructible diamond. This transformation was even more terrifying. Although it was not beyond the realm of core formation, One's body would be indestructible like a diamond and possess shocking regeneration capabilities with an immensely strong bloodline. Ninth transformations of the martial Tao, Dragon Elephant Force. This was the final transformation of the martial Tao. At its peak, one's strength was comparable to a divine dragon and elephant. Even at the ninth transformation of the martial Tao, one was not beyond the core formation realm. How terrifying was it for a golden core to possess the power of the divine dragon and elephant? The final 9 golden words were displayed in midair and froze slowly. The 81 golden words transformed into 81 small golden figures that stood in midair. They shone with a brilliance that seemed eternal. At that point, Su Zimo paused and took a deep breath before continuing. The later 3 transformations of the 9 transformations are extremely difficult and cannot be forced. If you want to continue cultivating, it would suffice just to cultivate to the 6th transformation to condense an essence spirit. Unbelievable! In 100 Refinement Sect, Mighty Figure Extreme Fire was shocked and said slowly, "Even I feel that the power contained in this half of the Martial Sutra is mysterious and I look forward to it. If I can cultivate again, I'll definitely try to cultivate this martial Tao. The merit of creating this is comparable to the eternal human emperor." Another conjoint body Mighty Figure lamented. Mighty Figure Extreme Fire said, "The rarest thing is that Zimo did not hide anything at all and spread this half of the Martial Sutra to the entire world. Even I can't compare to his magnanimity. In the cultivation world, nobody would casually impart any cultivation techniques or insights they had. However, this half of the Martial Sutra that Su Zimo spent 5,000 years to tirelessly deduce, he imparted it without holding anything back at all. Desolate Martial wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. Desolate Martial imparted his Tao and brought blessings to the entire world. The path of the martial Tao was long and Su Zimo merely deduced the beginning. However, the passing of this half of the Martial Sutra was equivalent to completing the grand wish he made back then. For all living beings in the world, as long as they were willing to, they could cultivate the Martial Sutra. After forming a core, they could choose according to their heart, cultivating Immortal, Buddhist, or Fiend cultivation. All living beings could cultivate. This was equivalent to giving everyone a chance to change their fates. Against cultivators, demon beasts, and calamities, even the most ordinary mortals would be able to protect themselves and would no longer be at the mercy of others. "Bro, did you see that?" In the stone statue cemetery, Su Zimo murmured softly. His old face had a complicated expression. There were emotions, regrets, and longing. Sigh. He sighed deeply. It's time to leave. He had 50 more years to live. That bit of lifespan was insignificant for void reversions who had 5,000 years of lifespan. The flame of life in his body could extinguish at any moment. Su Zimo had no confidence of advancing to the Dharma characteristic realm in that condition. Under normal circumstances, breaking through a major cultivation realm as such was extremely difficult. Only when a cultivator's blood chi was strong and their entire life was at its peak could they succeed in breaking through. For void reversions, once they were over 4,000 years old, they were considered to be in their later years, let alone someone with only 50 years of lifespan remaining. There were extremely few people who could break through to the Dharma characteristic realm after 4,000 years old. Su Zimo was already 4,950 years old and was only hanging on by a thread. Right then, the 81 golden figures in the skies transformed into streaks of golden light and returned to the stone statue cemetery, gathering before Su Zimo. In the blink of an eye, all 81 of them fused together to form a palm-sized golden ball that shone with a bedazzling light. What is this? Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. He actually had a bloodline connection to the golden ball. Could that be a Tao fruit? A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he recalled some of the records he had read in the ancient books at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Legend has it that before passing away, some accomplished monks would condense their lifetime's worth of cultivation essence into Tao fruits and leave them in the form of relics for fated people. That was an extremely high realm. Even Mahayana patriarchs could not do it, let alone Su Zimo. What was even stranger was that there was a faint fluctuation of life coming from the golden fruit that was different from the Tao fruits in the legends. In reality, Su Zimo's guess was not wrong. That golden fruit was the fruit of the martial Tao. Ordinary Tao fruits contained the essence of a cultivator's cultivation and contained many legacy secret skills and insights. It was impossible for those Tao fruits to possess any fluctuations of life. However, Su Zimo's situation was different. That Tao fruit did not condense the essence of his cultivation, but the profoundness of the martial Tao. Not only that, the Tao fruit received the augmentation of a vow that contained the will of the martial Tao as well as the beliefs of the masses. The culmination of those various powers produced a martial Tao fruit filled with the vibrancy of life. This was an unprecedented phenomenon even in the 3,000 worlds, let alone Tianhuang mainland. This martial Tao fruit could be considered as an anomaly beyond the three realms and was not part of the five elements. It was unprecedented. Su Zimo looked at the golden fruit before him and pondered for a long time. Unable to make out anything, he put it away in his storage bag. Thereafter, Su Zimo dragged his aged body and walked out of the cemetery step by step, outside the three tribulations domain. Many cultivators were gathered there, discussing fervently. Desolate Martial should have deduced the martial Tao in this Tao inheritance ground, right? It should be. This dimensional tear is still around. Strange, it's less than 15 years since the battle between Desolate Martial and Xianxia. Why would Desolate Martial say that he has spent close to 5,000 years? Those cultivators had not only come out of curiosity, but also because of the orders of their sex. Among them were cultivators from the 10 upper sects and aristocratic families of the North region. Right now, Su Zimo was definitely an important figure in the entire cultivation world, especially in the North region. Back then, after the battle with Xianxia, he was encircled by many conjoint body mighty figures, but he managed to escape unscathed. The death of 6 mighty figures, without exception, was still a mystery among the upper sects. For sects and factions such as Dragon Tiger Sect and Dark Ghost Sect who had offended Su Zimo in the past, they were even more concerned about Su Zimo's situation and activity out of guilt. As the crowd discussed, a figure gradually appeared in the three tribulations domain. Under the Yin wind, he staggered as though he could fall at any moment. The clamor gradually quietened down. All the cultivators watched fixedly. Before long, the figure gradually became clear and had already exited the three tribulations domain. It was an old man with white hair and a face filled with wrinkles. His eyes had turned cloudy and his blood chi was weak. The old man's spine was slightly bent and he was hunched. After close to 5,000 years, that skinny and aged body could no longer support the worn green robes on his body. The cultivators were stunned and opened their mouths slightly. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. This was Tao being Desolate Martial? Was this the once invincible monster incarnate who killed many titular disciples here and looked down on the world? Was this the peerless paragon that could be reborn after being killed by a half-martial ancestor expert? None of the cultivators could see the image of Su Zimo anymore. The sharpness, drive, and dominance of the past seemed to have vanished without a trace after 5,000 years. The only thing that was familiar about the old man was his green robes. All the cultivators present could tell with a single sweep of their spirit consciousness that Su Zimo was at the end of his lifespan and was on the brink of death. Ha 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 ha! Finally, some cultivators could not help but burst into laughter. Desolate Martial, oh Desolate Martial, you were once domineering and arrogant. To think that this day would come for you. This is karma. A series of sarcastic remarks sounded from the crowd. All these years, these so-called paragons were suppressed too badly by Su Zimo. That name had already become a nightmare for many cultivators that they could not forget. The titular disciples of the various supersects were killed by Su Zimo single-handedly. As long as Su Zimo was alive, they would always be beneath him. Sigh, what a pity! A cultivator shook his head gently and lamented. To think that even a monster incarnate like Desolate Martial wouldn't be able to escape the sands of time. I wonder what he experienced to end up with such an outcome. To impart martial arts to all living beings is something that defies the heavens and is extremely difficult. I'm sure that desolate marshal has expended all his effort for the half-martial sutra. Some people gloated, some lamented, and some watched coldly from the sidelines. The behavior of humans no longer caused any stirs in Su Zimo's heart. He smiled faintly and arrived before the dimensional tier. Without looking at everyone, he strode in and vanished. The news of Su Zimo's appearance in the Dao inheritance ground spread through the entire cultivation world rapidly. In the depths of a bamboo forest, there was a simple wooden house. It's a pity that my brother Su had to exhaust his lifespan in order to establish the martial Dao and change the fates of the living beings in the world. At the entrance of the wooden house, a man with a cold expression leaned against the wall and shook his head gently, sighing. I wonder if it was all worth it in the end. From the wooden house, a white-bloused woman walked out with a steaming bowl of medicine and handed it to the man. The man received it naturally. The white-bloused woman sat beside the man and looked at his face with a pitiable expression, saying somewhat reproachfully, "And you're talking about him? Aren't you the same? What about me?" The man asked in surprise. The white-bloused woman replied, "You gave me the 9 revolutions soul return elixir. However, your own essence spirit injuries have yet to recover." She pursed her lips after a momentary pause and asked, "Was it worth it?" "Ha ha." The man laughed and drank the medicine in the bowl. "Of course it's worth it. Someone has been taking care of me all these years, and I don't even have to return to the sect. You." The white-bloused woman blushed and thumped the man on the shoulder with an embarrassed expression. However, immediately after, she looked worried and sighed gently. "Essence spirit injuries are the most difficult to heal. I wonder if there's any solution." "It's best if there isn't any," the man mumbled. "Nonsense." The white-bloused woman frowned. "Your cultivation can't advance and your combat strength will be greatly reduced if your essence spirit's injuries can't heal completely." "How can that do?" "Once my essence spirit injuries heal, you'll head back, right?" the man asked in a seemingly casual manner. The white-bloused woman smiled with a gentle look in her eyes. To think that this was what the man was worried about. Leaning against the man gently, she murmured, "Don't worry. The so-called immortal sects and the people there have completely disappointed me. I'll never return again." 100 Refinement Sect. Mighty figure Extreme Fire stood at the entrance of the hall and listened to the news from his disciples for a long time in silence. "Grandmaster, my condolences." Dao Lord Scarlet Star said. "Uncle Master left behind the legacy of the martial Dao. Even if he dies in meditation, it'll be a good ending without any regrets." Mighty figure Extreme Fire was silent. Although he had witnessed the deaths of countless people, he still felt a sense of sadness when he heard that Su Zimo's lifespan was almost up. Dragon Tiger Sect. "What?" The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect stood up suddenly and his heart skipped a beat. His gaze intensified as he glared at a disciple below and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure that desolate marshal only has 50 years left to live?" "It's absolutely true." The Dragon Tiger Sect cultivator nodded. "It's not just me. Many cultivators outside the 3 tribulations domain detected it as well. There's absolutely no mistake. In that case, desolate marshal won't live for long?" The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect sat back slowly with a skeptical expression. Ever since the annihilation of the 6 conjoint body mighty figures more than 10 years ago, the name Desolate Marshal had always rattled him and he could not sleep well. He was afraid that one day, Desolate Marshal would suddenly enter the Dharma characteristic realm and come knocking. He had even dreamed of such a scene over the years. According to the Grand Elder of the sect, if Desolate Marshal were to advance to the Dharma characteristic realm, no one in the sect would be able to defend against the latter. But now, the sudden news of Desolate Marshal's exhausting lifespan after just more than 10 years left the sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect in skepticism. This great foe who caused him restless nights was about to die. Sect master. The cultivator below pondered for a moment and asked, "Could Desolate Marshal be using some trick to confuse us?" "There's no need for that." The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect shook his head. After a brief pause, he continued, "However, Desolate Marshal isn't dead yet. He still has 50 years of lifespan left. This means that he still has a chance to enter the Dharma characteristic realm. If he enters the Dharma characteristic realm and his lifespan extends to 10,000 years, he will be reborn. That's impossible. An elder beside the sect master of Dragon Tiger sect shook his head. Even if he has 500 years left, it'll be difficult for him to break through a major cultivation realm, let alone the fact that he only has 50 years left. Even so, I'm still worried. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect narrowed his eyes and said sternly, "After all, he's Desolate Martial, the one who established the martial Tao. It's not surprising for anything to happen to him. What are your plans?" The sect elder asked. "Go and gather more information and see what Desolate Martial's next move is." The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect said, "If there's a chance, kill him. He still has 50 years of lifespan left and we can't give him any chances." "Sect master, aren't you afraid of offending the Mahayana patriarch behind him?" The sect elder frowned. Back then, there was already bad blood after the 6 conjoint body mighty figures tried to kill Desolate Martial. If you attack again, there's probably no room for negotiation between us and Desolate Martial anymore. "Humph!" The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect sneered. "Elder son, you're too cowardly. I'll attack in a completely justifiable manner this time round. Even the Mahayana patriarch behind Desolate Martial won't be able to vent his anger on me. Desolate Martial is still at the Void Reversion Realm right now. If I send cultivators of the sect at the Void Reversion Realm to challenge him openly, that won't be bullying." The sect elder shook his head in silence. Although he was an elder of Dragon Tiger sect, he thought to himself that it was vicious. Although Desolate Martial was indeed at the Void Reversion Realm, he was already 4,950 years old and his lifespan was almost up. His blood chi was deteriorating and he did not have much combat strength. Right now, any random void reversion could most probably kill him. This was a blatant plot. That Desolate Martial is at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and probably won't come out again with another 50 years to his lifespan. The elder of Dragon Tiger sect shook his head. "I'm afraid you won't stand a chance even if you harbor such intentions. I won't force things." The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect waved it off. "If there's no chance, forget it. I can't possibly head to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley to kill." Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Su Zimo returned to the familiar courtyard. Monk Yuanbei had been waiting there for a long time. The 2 old men exchanged glances. Suddenly, Su Zimo smiled. He looked slightly worse than Monk Yuanbei. This proved that, at the very least, Monk Yuanbei had more than 50 years to live. However, Monk Yuanbei could not return Su Zimo's smile. "You must be tired. Go and have a good sleep." Monk Yuanbei sighed gently. "All right." Su Zimo nodded in agreement. He had not rested for all these years. Even if he was extremely exhausted, he merely took a nap during his deduction in the stone statue cemetery. Now that he was back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he could finally have a good night's sleep. Su Zimo entered the main hall and collapsed on the ground, breathing steadily. Monk Yuanbei turned around and returned to the cemetery in the backyard. The red-headed ghost grinned with a smug expression. "That's fate. Once that lad's Green Lotus true body dies along with him, he'll only be someone of the dragon race from this day forth." The red-headed ghost did not care if the Green Lotus true body died for the Tao. Everything was fine as long as the dragon true body was fine. However, Monk Yuanbei sighed internally with a look of pity. Su Zimo was a human after all. The death of his Green Lotus true body would mean that the last traces of his connection to the human race would vanish as well. His essence, spirit, bloodline and soul would no longer belong to the human race. Monk Yuanbei could not bear it. However, even with his capabilities, he could not save Su Zimo. With less than 50 years of lifespan remaining, his blood chi was weak. His body would age and his essence spirit would wither. It was impossible for him to break through to the Dharma characteristic realm. Zimo can pass down his Tao to all living beings. Even if his Green Lotus true body is sacrificed for the Tao, it will remain eternal, Monk Yuanbei said. The red-headed ghost nodded. I do admire him for that. The fact that he's able to create the martial Tao given his cultivation, and allow all mortals of the human race to cultivate is an unimaginable merit for the human race. That half of the Martial Sutra alone is enough for him to match the human emperor. In the blink of an eye 10 days passed. Su Zimo slept for 10 days in the grand hall of the old temple before waking up. He was too tired after 5,000 years of deduction. If not for some obsession in his heart, there was a high chance that he would have fallen asleep and never woke up. The old monk was waiting beside Su Zimo. When he saw Su Zimo awake, he asked with a kind expression, "Zimo, what are your plans from now on?" "I've got to leave," Su Zimo said softly. "I'm going to return to Pingyang town." His lifespan was almost up. If he could not break through, it would be best if his green lotus true body was buried in his courtyard in Pingyang town beside his older brother, Su Hong. Monk Yuanbei could read Su Zimo's mind and sighed internally. A fox dies in its hole and a leaf lands at its roots. This might be the best outcome for Su Zimo upon returning to Pingyang town. "Don't worry, master. I haven't given up." Sensing the sadness in Monk Yuanbei's heart, Su Zimo smiled gently. "I still have a chance to break through in the remaining 50 years. For anyone else, it was impossible for them to break through with the remaining 50 years of lifespan. However, that was not impossible for Su Zimo. That was because after 5,000 years, he had accumulated more than 30 top-secret inheritances of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects. There was also the Creation Lotus platform in his consciousness. Although Su Zimo's blood qi was deteriorating and his body was aging, his essence spirit did not wither under the nourishment of the Creation Lotus platform. His essence spirit could still sense heaven and earth. Those were his backing. Of course, his lifespan was still too short and Su Zimo had no confidence of breaking through either. That was the reason why he chose to return to Pingyang town. It would naturally be best if he could succeed. However, if he failed, it could be considered as returning to his hometown. He still had his dragon true body and there was still a chance for him to meet Dai Yu. It was not a bad outcome as well. Furthermore, Tao Yao was still waiting for him in Pingyang town. Right then, Su Zimo's heart stirred. As though he sensed something, he touched his storage bag and took out a golden fruit. "This is..." Monk Yuanbei focused his gaze. The golden fruit gave off a mysterious aura that even he could not identify. "Eh?" He sighed gently. What was even stranger was that there was a life force surging out from the golden fruit. It was increasingly clear and intense, as though it could gush out at any moment. Su Zimo's eyes widened as well. It felt as though something was about to be born from the golden fruit. Crack, crack, crack. All of a sudden, cracks appeared on the surface of the golden fruit. There was a thud, as though something was knocking on the shell of the fruit. Before long, many shards fell off and a pink and tender infant gradually appeared. Lying in Su Zimo's palm, it clenched its fists and waved its arms. Su Zimo and Monk Yuanbei were stunned. What was going on here? Su Zimo frowned in deep thought and a guess gradually formed in his mind. As for Monk Yuanbei, he had a shocked expression and glared at the infant's moving arms for a moment. The shock in his eyes intensified. How is that possible? He was dumbfounded when he realized that the infant's arms were not flaying wildly. Its tender arms moved with an obscure trajectory, as though they could trigger the most mysterious power in the world. Those actions looked familiar. Monk Yuanbei pondered for a moment and his heart skipped a beat. Those motions and postures were secret body tempering techniques that Su Zimo had created in the Martial Sutra. Su Zimo also vaguely realized that this infant might be a life form that was born after the martial Tao fruit gained sentience. At the same time, Su Zimo was the origin of the martial Tao fruit itself. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the infant stopped waving its arms and opened its eyes. At that moment, an extremely mysterious connection was formed between Su Zimo and the infant. The connection was no different from the one between the green lotus true body and the dragon true body. Ordinary Tao fruits would not gain sentience nor would they possess any signs of life. As for the martial Tao fruit, it was augmented by grand wishes, martial intent and the faith of all living beings. By chance, it gave birth to a spirit intellect and life itself. This infant that was born from the martial Tao was Su Zimo as well. Su Zimo was elated. Initially, he had some regrets after deducing the martial Tao and creating half of the martial sutra. After all, be it the green lotus true body or the dragon true body, it was extremely difficult for them to cultivate to this stage. Their Tao foundations were firm, and there was no way for him to cripple their cultivations to cultivate anew. In other words, although Su Zimo was the one who founded the martial Tao, he did not have the chance to cultivate it. Furthermore, he had already resolved the problem of mortals without spirit roots not being able to cultivate after deducing half of the martial sutra. Yet, he would no longer have the energy to continue deducing from no one. Now that he had this infant, all his problems were resolved. That infant was born because of the martial Tao and was born for the martial Tao. The infant's cultivation path was completely blank, and he could cultivate the martial Tao and continue to deduce the martial Tao after the 9 transformations. Similar to the dragon true body and green lotus true body, the infant was a martial Tao true body. To a certain extent, the infant was the true Su Zimo. That was because the infant inherited his ambitions, determination, pride, Tao heart, and even his martial Tao. Be it the dragon true body or the green lotus true body, in truth, both had already deviated from the true Su Zimo by this point of their cultivations. The dragon true body was not a human, but a dragon. The green lotus true body was also a body made from the stem and leaves of the lotus. None of them could be considered as Su Zimo. Prior to this, it was difficult for Su Zimo to determine which of the 2 true bodies was his true self. That was the reason why he had not established either as the prime body. The moment he caught sight of the infant, Su Zimo no longer hesitated. This martial Tao true body was him. Among the 3 true bodies, the martial Tao true body was his prime body. His prime body would break free from the restraints of the dragon true body and green lotus true body completely and deduce his own Tao, creating an unprecedented glory. Even you could not predict Su Zimo's future from this point on. When he sensed the commotion in the hall, the red-headed ghost could not help but run over. Where did this child come from? He widened his eyes and sized up Monk Yuanbei and Su Zimo, muttering. He was only gone for a short while. How did a child appear out of nowhere from these 2 old men? A chill ran down the red-headed ghost's spine, and he shook his head hurriedly, casting that thought away. Although the prime body was only a newborn baby, it did not cry or shout. Instead, it watched Monk Yuanbei and the red-headed ghost silently without any fear through its jet-black eyes. Pausing for a moment, it grabbed the broken skin of the golden fruit and stuffed it into its mouth. The broken fruit skin was a great tonic as well. When the red-headed ghost saw that, he could not help but click his tongue in wonder. He had lived for so long, but he had never encountered such a situation. As he looked at the infant, he felt that he was not facing a child, but a mature and unfathomable existence. How could that be? On the other side, Monk Yuanbei's expression changed slightly as he murmured, "What's wrong?" the red-headed ghost asked. Monk Yuanbei pointed at the prime body and said sternly, "I can't read that infant's mind at all." Monk Yuanbei was a Mahayana patriarch and cultivated the great divine power of the Buddhist monasteries, heart-peering, allowing him to read the minds of others with ease. As long as Monk Yuanbei released that divine power, there would be no secret against him. However, when Monk Yuanbei released his heart-peering earlier on to check out what the infant was made of, he realized that he could not read the infant's mind at all. As a Mahayana patriarch, he could not even see through an infant. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause an uproar. Su Zimo smiled without replying. The existence of the prime body was a variable. It was beyond the 3 realms and 5 elements. Even the patriarch of Enigma Palace, who specialized in divination, would not be able to see through the prime body, let alone Monk Yuanbei's heart-peering. Nobody could divine the fate of the prime body. With the existence of his prime body, it would not be a loss for Su Zimo even if his green lotus true body died for the Tao. Of course, he would not give up. If his green lotus true body could enter the Dharma characteristic realm, the benefits of his deduction of the martial Tao would be immense. Who is that infant? The red-headed ghost could not help but ask. He is me. Su Zimo smiled gently. Ah? The red-headed ghost was stunned. It's like the green lotus true body and the existence of the dragon true body. This infant is my martial Dao true body. Su Zimo explained simply. Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost were in deep thought. Legend has it that among the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects of the upper world, there were top-tier cloning techniques such as the 3 pures of the immortal sects, the 3 corpses of the fiend sects, the past, present, and future bodies of the Buddhist monasteries. But now, by chance, Su Zimo managed to deduce 3 true bodies exclusive to him. How about leaving this child here to accompany us? The red-headed ghost could not help but say, I'm almost going to throw up looking at this old monk all day. This child can accompany me instead. Sure. Su Zimo agreed readily. Although his prime body was the martial Dao true body, it was in the form of an infant and could not protect itself. It was the best choice to stay at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley to cultivate with the protection of Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost. Zimo, you're still going back? Monk Yuan Bei asked. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. Take care. Yuan Bei did not say much and merely reminded. Su Zimo laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm almost at the end of my lifespan. Even those great enemies of the past won't be bothered to attack me. Right? With that said, Su Zimo bowed deeply to Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost, leaving his prime body behind before turning to leave. After returning to the North region, he did not have much time and did not bid farewell to any old friends. He summoned his spirit vessel and sped towards Pingyang town. Thankfully, his essence spirit did not wither under the nourishment of the Creation Lotus platform. Otherwise, controlling the spirit vessel for such a long time would consume his life rapidly. This day, a gray-haired old man in green arrived at Pingyang town. Standing in front of Pingyang town, the old man gazed at the town and murmured emotionally, Big brother, I'm back. Grandpa, I'm sorry. A child who ran out of Pingyang town bumped into Su Zimo's embrace and bowed hurriedly, apologizing with a blushed face. No worries. Su Zimo smiled gently. The child seemed to feel guilty as he pointed to the town and whispered, Grandpa, let me tell you a secret. There's a peach blossom immortal in Pingyang town. You can stay in the town for a period of time. If you're lucky and bump into the peach blossom immortal, you can live for dozens of years after eating the peach he gives you. Thank you. Su Zimo smiled, rubbed the child's forehead and stepped into Pingyang town. Some of the Pingyang town elders looked at Su Zimo's back view and felt that it was familiar. However, they shook their heads and denied it immediately. When Su Zimo arrived at the courtyard, a tender voice hollered before he could enter. Who are you? A tender child suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Su Zimo, looking at him angrily. No one is allowed in here. Su Zimo remained silent and merely smiled at the boy. Even after more than 10 years, Tao Yao still looked like a child without any changes. Why you are? Young master. Tao Yao widened his eyes in shock. Thereafter, Tao Yao sniffed and no longer had any doubts. Instantly, his eyes reddened and he sobbed. Young master, you're back. I'm so happy. Be but your lifespan. Tao Yao hurriedly took out a huge bunch of peaches from his storage bag and placed them all in Su Zimo's embrace, urging repeatedly, Young master, eat. Eat them all. Tao Yao's peaches could increase a mortal's lifespan by dozens of years. However, they were of little use to Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not decline and took over the peaches. He took a huge bite and praised, Not bad. Tao Yao said nothing and merely sobbed. He could sense Su Zimo's twilight aura. He was afraid that he would never see Su Zimo again. I am fine. Su Zimo wiped away the tears on Tao Yao's face and said gently, I'm going to give you a mission. Tell me, young master. Tao Yao pursed his lips and nodded vigorously. Su Zimo said, I want to cultivate here and prepare for my final breakthrough. I must not be disturbed during this period of time, and you must guard me here. All right. Tao Yao's expression was resolute. I'll definitely not let anyone disturb you. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before saying, If I fail in my breakthrough and my lifespan is up, you don't have to feel sad. Just bury me in this courtyard. To be fair, even he was not confident of entering the Dharma characteristic realm. He had to prepare for his final arrangements. You won't die, young master. Tao Yao cried again and shook his head fervently. Dragon Tiger Sect. Master, I received definite news that Desolate Marshal has already left the Dragon Burial Valley and returned to Pingyang Town. He hasn't appeared since. A tall disciple said in a deep voice. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect sat on a high seat and nodded slightly with a cold glint in his eyes. An elder said in a deep voice. In that case, Desolate Marshal must have sensed that his lifespan was about to end and decided to return to his roots. There's no need for the sect master to deal with a person who's about to die. Desolate Marshal will always remain a huge problem to the Dragon Tiger Sect as long as he's not dead. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect had a sharp gaze. Previously, our sect participated in the fight between the dynasties and attacked Ethereal Peak. The mighty figure of our sect even tried to kill Desolate Marshal. How can he let things go after these grudges were sowed? I won't be at ease unless I see Desolate Marshal die with my own eyes. The elder wanted to continue persuading. However, he saw that the sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect was resolute and seemed to have made up his mind. He sighed internally and shook his head in silence. What about Pingyang Town? The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect asked again. No, the tall disciple said. I loitered around there for a long time, but there are only mortals in the town. Although their lifespans are longer, none of them cultivated before. Oh! There are many peach blossom trees surrounding the town as well. In other words, Desolate Marshal doesn't have anyone protecting him? The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect narrowed his eyes and murmured. After pondering for a moment, the sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect looked at the tall disciple below and ordered decisively, Xianxia, you're my eldest disciple. You've joined my sect for many years and are the number one of the void reversion realm in the sect. I'll leave this heavy responsibility to you. Understood. The disciple named Xianxia replied in a deep voice. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect said, choose another 10 void reversion disciples with extraordinary combat strength to accompany you. You must not lose this time round. Shall I infiltrate Pingyang Town and wait for an opportunity to strike? Xianxia asked. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect sneered coldly and shook his head. There's no need for you to hide your tracks. Head over straight and say that you're visiting Dao being Desolate Marshal and want to spar with him. Desolate Marshal is a prideful person with a sharp edge. Up till this point of his cultivation, he has never been defeated. Even if he's in his twilight years, he won't fear you and will definitely accept the challenge and fight you. Xianxia understood and said, at that time, I can kill him openly. That's right. A killing intent flashed through the sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect's eyes as he continued. If the situation doesn't seem right, all of you will gang up and kill him. Pausing for a moment, he continued indifferently. If you can kill Desolate Marshal, all his treasures will belong to you. Xianxia's eyes lit up. After Desolate Marshal imparted the Tao, the mortal world was shaken and became extraordinarily lively. All living beings in the world wanted to attain immortality. Who wouldn't want to live forever? However, most mortals did not have the chance or qualifications to become immortals. But now, with such an opportunity placed before them, who wouldn't be tempted? Almost every mortal would attempt to cultivate the martial Tao. However, although the martial sutra was the same, everyone had different endowments and different levels of comprehension. Some mortals could comprehend the obscurities within. However, some mortals could only comprehend the basics. There were also many mortals who did not understand. It was the same in Pingyang Town. Be it men, women, old or young, all of them tried to cultivate the martial sutra. Unexpectedly, it was much easier for the mortals in the town to cultivate the martial sutra, and they required less effort. This day, 11 uninvited guests arrived outside Pingyang Town. Those cultivators had powerful auras and did not hide their tracks. Wearing the robes of Dragon Tiger Sect, their leader was a burly man, It was Dao being Xianxia of Dragon Tiger Sect. Under Xianxia's lead, 10 void reversions strode towards Pingyang town. Before they arrived at the town, the peach blossom branches intertwined and stopped them as though they were alive. Everyone, please return. Entry and exit to Pingyang town is forbidden during this period of time. A slightly tender voice sounded. Xianxia sneered internally and ignored that voice. Instead, he said loudly, I'm Dao being Xianxia of Dragon Tiger Sect. I've long heard of Desolate Marshal's great name. I'm here specially to visit. Please accept my visit, Desolate Marshal. What are you shouting for? With a whoosh, a boy appeared at the entrance of the town, frowning slightly and looking at Xianxia and the others somewhat angrily. Kid, who are you? A void reversion asked with a grin. I'm Tao Yao and I serve my young master. The boy replied seriously. Although Tao Yao did not say who his young master was, Xianxia and the others could guess. Xianxia grinned. Kid, hurry back and inform your young master that I'm here to visit. He does not welcome any guests right now. Everyone, please return. Tao Yao cupped his fists politely still. The smile on Xianxia's face widened. The fact that Desolate Marshal was unwilling to meet them was further proof that he did not have much lifespan remaining. He had absolute confidence of killing a dying man. Xianxia's expression darkened as killing intent seeped out. He said sinisterly, Kid, you can't make the decision for this matter. If you dare stand in our way, don't blame us for being impolite. Initially, he thought that the boy would definitely be scared out of his wits if he revealed any bit of ferocity after his threat. Unexpectedly, Tao Yao did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his expression turned stiff. You guys wish to harm my young master? Tao Yao was inexperienced in the ways of the world and was indeed pure and kind. However, he was no fool. Senior brother, why are you getting entangled with a kid like him? A void reversion strode forward and reached out for Tao Yao's throat. We can just kill a kid like this with ease. You guys are truly up to no good. Tao Yao looked at the void reversion's extended palm and suddenly attacked without warning. His seemingly skinny arm suddenly rested on the void reversion's arm. A coil and a tremble. Crack, crack, crack. The jarring sound of bones cracking could be heard. Right in front of Xianxia and the others, the void reversion's arm was snapped and more than half the bones in his arm were shattered. The void reversion only reacted after a brief pause. His expression was stiff as cold sweat poured down instantly. Ah! The person let out a tragic cry. Everyone, watch out! This kid has cultivated into a demon and is a fiend demon. Xianxia cursed. Damn it! I misjudged him. Leave quickly or don't blame me for being nasty. Tao Yao warned seriously. If it was Monkey and the others, they would have killed this group of people without a second word. However, Tao Yao was different. His hands had not been tainted by blood, nor had he killed any living being. Right now, snapping the arm of the void reversion was the most severe move he had ever made. Junior brother Chen. Another void reversion was enraged and withdrew a dermic weapon from his storage bag right away. He raised his gigantic axe with one hand and cleaved down at Tao Yao's head without any mercy. Tao Yao swayed and arrived before the void reversion instantly. It was too fast. At that moment, the void reversion had just raised his gigantic axe and it had yet to land. Tao Yao extended his arm and his seemingly tender palm landed on the person's chest. Snap! That person's chest caved in slightly and at least 8 bones were broken. Eft! The void reversion spat out blood and fell. Everyone, together. This fiend demon has some skills. Xianxia retracted the contempt in his eyes and shouted with a grim expression. Summoning his destiny dermic weapon, a sinister long sword slashed towards Tao Yao. His sword was created from the blood of tens of thousands of demon beasts and was known as the Myriad Beast Blood Sword, a Khanate Dao being dermic weapon. A single slash could even conjure the faint phantom of 10,000 beasts. It was incomparably strong. Furthermore, the sword was extremely evil and contained the resentment and malevolent aura of all the beasts. Any cultivator that was careless would be affected mentally. This sword played a huge part in why he was able to become the #1 void reversion in Dragon Tiger sect. At the same time, the remaining 8 Dragon Tiger sect cultivators attacked as well. Some conjured hand seals. Some summoned dermic weapons and approached Tao Yao with strange steps, prepared to fight him in close combat and restrain him. Since they were from the same sect, their chemistry was flawless. Tao Yao's expression was unchanged as he scratched his chest. A small sword made of peach blossom wood and was as thin as a needle was revealed. The peach blossom sword was initially hung on his neck. "Go!" Tao Yao hollered softly. The peach blossom sword fell into the void and expanded instantly, turning 3 feet long. Its body shone with faint lightning as it collided with the myriad beast blood sword. "Humph!" Xianxia sneered with a fierce gaze and hollered. "How dare you take out a puny wooden sword to embarrass yourself? Break it!" Countless dermic weapons had been destroyed by the myriad beast blood sword. The peach blossom sword was unassuming and there were no dermic patterns on it. Its power must be limited. Even a metal sword made of universal materials might not be able to withstand the sharpness of the myriad beast blood sword, let alone one made of peach blossom wood. Clang! The myriad beast blood sword collided against the peach blossom sword. There were no sparks. It was not as Xianxia had imagined either. On the contrary, as though it was severely injured. The phantoms of the demon beasts were dispersed the moment they appeared. Not only that, the malevolent blood chi on the sword was suppressed completely. Xianxia was dumbfounded. There was no way he knew that in the legends, peach blossom wood was an immortal wood that could purge ghosts and evil. It was the most effective against ferocious weapons like his. The 2 swords fought. The myriad beast blood sword was completely disadvantaged. At the same time, many dermic arts descended. Tao Yao was calm. With a stern expression, he waved his hands and his fingertips moved, forming pink flowers that looked extremely coquettish. The pink peach blossoms floated up and collided with the dermic arts. Although the dermic arts of Dragon Tiger sect were terrifying, they were shattered by the peach blossoms and their dermic powers dissipated. Piak! Tao Yao's figure flashed and he extended his palm, slapping a void reversion heavily on the cheek. That single slap shattered half of the person's cheek. "Bad guy!" Tao Yao spat. Bang! 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 His figure flashed consecutively and passed by everyone from Dragon Tiger sect. He attacked decisively and figures were sent flying one after another in a wretched manner. Back then, even Monkey and the others were defeated by Tao Yao. Apart from Night Spirit, Monkey and the others were suppressed by Tao Yao. Dragon Tiger sect specialized in body tempering. Although the physique and bloodline of those void reversions were strong, they were still far inferior compared to Tao Yao. In less than half an hour, 10 void reversions were defeated by Tao Yao. Bones cracked and everyone shrieked repeatedly. If Dao being Xianxia had not noticed that the situation was bad and escaped in time, he would have been suppressed by Tao Yao as well. "You're not allowed to shout." Afraid that those cultivators would disturb Su Zimo's seclusion, Tao Yao hollered softly and pointed forward while conjuring hand seals with both hands. Trap! On the peach blossom trees on both sides of the road, many peach blossom branches grew wildly, forming cages that imprisoned the 10 void reversions. Thereafter, a fragrance wafted out from the peach blossoms on the tree branches. The cultivators turned drowsy and the pain on their bodies lessened instantly. All of them became dazed with lost gazes. "I'll lock you bad guys here as a punishment," Tao Yao said seriously. Those void reversions were all paragons of Dragon Tiger sect. Even in the cultivation world of the North region, they were famous figures. But now, all of those cultivators looked dispirited. Trapped in cages and hung on peach blossom trees by the road, they looked extremely wretched. Dao being Xianxia had long fled far away and felt relieved when he saw that. It was lucky that he escaped quickly. Otherwise, his outcome would be the same as his fellow sect mates. He would be hung on the peach blossom trees with no choice. "This town is way too evil." His expression was terrible as he mumbled. "I wonder where this peach blossom tree demon came from. To think that he's so strong." After pondering for a moment on the spot, Dao being Xianxia turned to leave. The situation was beyond his capabilities and expectations. Dragon Tiger Sect. What are you talking about? The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect slammed the table and stood up, saying in rage, "The 11 of you were defeated by a void reversion peach blossom tree demon? That peach blossom tree was way too ruthless. We were no match for it at all." Dao being Xianxia felt bitter. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect had a cold expression. Pondering for a moment, he grit his teeth and said, "Seems like I've got to get junior brother Fei Ming to make a trip." A Dharma characteristic Dao Lord? An elder at the side frowned. "Sect master, aren't you afraid of angering the Mahayana patriarch of Dragon Burial Valley and implicating the sect by asking a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord to deal with Desolate Marshal? What are you afraid of?" The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect said coldly, "We're not asking junior brother Fei Ming to bring people over to deal with Desolate Marshal, but to kill that peach blossom tree demon first. When the peach blossom tree turns into a demon, it's meant to harm others. As people of the orthodox path, it's only right for us to slay demons. Who can question that?" The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect had a clear mind. By killing Tao Yao, they would naturally be able to meet Su Zimo and deal with the latter using various means later on. Even so, the elder was about to persuade but was interrupted by the sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect. "Elder, there's no need to say more. I've already decided." The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect said in a deep voice, "We've got to speed up on this matter. News of their defeat will spread very quickly, and things might change if we drag on." True enough. Before long, the upper sects and aristocratic families of the North region as well as Ethereal Peak and the Great Zhou dynasty received the news. Desolate Marshal had already returned to Pingyang Town after leaving the Dragon Burial Valley, and the situation was unknown. Although Su Zimo was a void reversion, his every action would attract the attention of the major sects and factions of the North region. Desolate Marshal is in his twilight years and is already a foot into the coffin. However, he still has many treasures with him. We can't let him take those treasures with him. Once Desolate Marshal dies, his treasures will become ownerless, and there will definitely be a bloodbath at that time. Who in the world did not want to become the second Dao being Desolate Marshal? When Su Zimo was strong and powerful, countless cultivators and sects coveted his treasures. Now that he was in his twilight years, countless cultivators and sects in the North region were tempted. I heard that Desolate Marshal has less than 50 years to his lifespan. Could he truly be able to advance to the Dharma characteristic realm? Absolutely impossible. If he cultivates his mind and rein in his desires, he might be able to live out the rest of his 50 years lifespan. If he insists on breaking through to the Dharma characteristic realm, he won't be able to live for more than a year. That's right. How difficult and dangerous is it to want to break through a major cultivation realm? Even at his peak, it's unknown if he can succeed. Furthermore, he's already near the end of his lifespan. Instantly, the cultivation world of the North region was discussing this matter. Dark Ghost Sect. Sect Master, should we head to Pingyang Town and fight for Desolate Marshal's belongings? A cultivator asked. Definitely. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect said in a deep voice. Junior brother Black Leather, lead 10 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords and 50 Void Reversions to Pingyang Town. Pausing for a moment, he continued. However, if Desolate Marshal isn't dead, don't act rashly. Why? Dao Lord Black Leather was puzzled. A centipede dies but never falls completely, the sect master of Dark Ghost Sect said. Who knows what else Desolate Marshal has up his sleeves? All you have to do is guard the vicinity. If Desolate Marshal dies, there's no need to hesitate and you can snatch his belongings right away. Understood. Dao Lord Black Leather replied in a deep voice. Almost at the same time, cultivators from Seven Kills Sect, Blood Mist Sect, Yuan Clan and other upper sects and aristocratic families rushed to Pingyang Town. Instantly, a storm brewed. This small Pingyang town was targeted by countless sects, factions, and paragons. Murong aristocratic family. The Murong family head shook his head gently and lamented. To think that a monster incarnate who founded the martial Tao and established such an immortal merit would end up in such a state. Family head. We've received news one after another that many cultivators from the upper sects are rushing over to fight for Desolate Marshal's belongings. Should we? A cultivator asked. No. The Morong family head shook his head. I once promised Desolate Marshal that if he could establish the martial Tao and allow all living beings in the world to cultivate, I'll pay a personal visit to congratulate him. Desolate Marshal is now in his twilight years, and there's no longer any purpose in me extending my congratulations. His future outlook is already so grim. We must not hit him when he's down. That's right. An elder of the Morong family nodded. This is the respect that Desolate Marshal deserves. Among the 10 upper sects, Stellar Luna sect, Blaze Columbus Valley and Heaven Motion sect did not make any moves either. The sect masters of the 3 upper sects forbade cultivators from taking part in the matter as well. The capital of Great Zhou. 2 women stood side by side. One was gentle and beautiful while the other was noble and graceful. They were Su Xiaoning and the Empress of Great Zhou, Xianxia. Brother? Xiaoning looked in the direction of Pingyang Town with a worried expression. I have to go to Pingyang Town and see him for the last time. I'll accompany you. Xianxia replied. Sister Yaoxua, don't go. Pingyang Town is definitely in danger right now. You are the Empress and you must not take the risk, Xiaoning said. Even if it's extremely dangerous, I have to visit Zimo. Xiaoxua's tone was calm but extremely resolute. Xiaoning remained silent for a long time and did not continue persuading her. After making some arrangements for the Great Zhou dynasty, Xiaoxua set off with Xiaoning to Pingyang Town. Ethereal Peak. The old Immortal Crane and Yan Qi left the sect right away and rushed to Pingyang Town. Wild Lion Ridge. Monkey and the others were gathered together with sorrowful expressions. Little Fox's eyes were red. It was clear that she had just cried. Seriously, first? He's willing to exhaust his lifespan just for that useless martial Tao. The spirit tiger was indignant. The moment she heard that, Little Fox wanted to cry again. Suddenly, Night Spirit said, Actually, the situation isn't as bad as you guys think it to be. I heard from First that he has another true body. Even if his Green Lotus true body dies, First isn't dead. For real. Ugh. No matter if it's true or not, let's head to Pingyang Town first. I heard that some of the evildoers of the human race are preparing to snatch away First's belongings. Bloody hell. Monkey cursed. Let's go. Monkey's group moved instantly as well. Actually, there was a reason why Su Zimo left the Dragon Burial Valley and did not visit his kin such as Xiaoning and Monkey's group. He was already in a bad condition. The long journey from the Dragon Burial Valley to Pingyang Town was already his limit. He did not have the energy to travel around Wild Lion Ridge, Ethereal Peak, and the capital of Great Zhou. Furthermore, given his current state, there were only 2 possibilities. First, a failed breakthrough. As Night Spirit had said, even if he failed his breakthrough, he still had his dragon true body. More importantly, there was his prime body. He was not dead. He would merely be adding to the sorrows of Xiaoning and the others by bidding them farewell. There was no need for that. The second scenario was a successful breakthrough. That way, there was even less need for him to bid farewell to Xiaoning and the others. At that moment, there was already a commotion outside Pingyang Town. Pingyang Town was still peaceful under Tao Yao's protection. The people in the town were still living their normal lives without being affected. In the courtyard, Su Zimo's breakthrough was at the most critical juncture. Dharma characteristic realm. In truth, it was a sort of conclusion to his past cultivation. The combination of all dharmic arts was a heaven and earth dharma characteristic. The reason why heaven and earth dharma characteristics were so strong was because this dharma characteristic contained all the comprehension, essence, and power of a cultivator's past cultivation. Under normal circumstances, the conclusion process was extremely long and took a lot of mental energy. Some cultivators might not even be able to break through to the Dharma characteristic realm successfully after 500 years, let alone 50. However, Su Zimo's situation was different. He had obtained more than 30 stone statue inheritances in the Tao inheritance ground. before he deduced the martial Tao. He had already summarized the cultivation of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects and had long mastered them. Without such a conclusion, it would be difficult for him to deduce his martial Tao. Therefore, while this process was the most difficult for outsiders, posed no challenge to Su Zimo. Although his body and blood qi were already deteriorating, his cultivation realm was rising rapidly and was infinitely close to the Dharma characteristic realm. The deduction of nearly 5,000 years was not wasted after all. The sands of time had long melted the barrier of the Dharma characteristic realm, and all Su Zimo had to do was pass through it with ease. This breakthrough was going to be the easiest for Su Zimo ever since he started cultivating. This is Pingyang Town? On a mountain peak 5 kilometers away, there was a dark fog and figures could vaguely be seen. There were more than 100 of them. This town doesn't look like much. I wonder how a monster incarnate like Desolate Marshal was born here. I heard that a peach blossom tree demon with extraordinary strength guarded Pingyang Town. It guarded Desolate Marshal and even beat away Dao being Xianxia of Dragon Tiger sect. Heh! There are a few cages on the peach blossom tree, and those imprisoned within are void reversions of Dragon Tiger sect. Within the black mist were Dao Lord Blackleather and the others of Dark Ghost sect. Right then, Dao Lord Blackleather's expression changed as he looked towards the northwest. A red cloud was surging over with a nauseating stench. The people from Blood Mist sect are here too, he harumphed. Look over there. The cultivators of 7 Kills sect have appeared. This is going to be interesting. Once Desolate Marshal falls, Pingyang Town will definitely turn into rivers of blood, many cultivators discussed softly. However, neither the cultivators of Dark Ghost sect, Blood Mist sect or 7 Kills sect attempted to barge into Pingyang Town. They were waiting silently. They were waiting for Desolate Marshal to pass away. They could wait, but some people could not. Before long, Dao Lord Fei Ming of Dragon Tiger sect arrived with close to 100 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords around him. They exuded a domineering might and were filled with killing intent. The expressions of Dao Lord Blackleather and the others changed slightly. Dragon Tiger sect is going all out. Given the commotion, most of the Dharma characteristic Dao Lords of Dragon Tiger sect must be here, right? By the looks of it, Dragon Tiger sect is going to barge in. That's for the best. If Dragon Tiger sect kills Desolate Marshal, it'll save us time waiting here. At that time, we can just fight for Desolate Marshal's inheritance directly. Dao Lord Blackleather and the others conversed secretly. True enough. After Dao Lord Fei Ming descended, he looked down at Pingyang Town and waved his hand. With a cold gaze, he gave the order. There's a peach blossom tree in Pingyang Town that's evil. Fellow Taoists, kill it. Bad guy. Within Pingyang Town, Tao Yao appeared and hollered at Dao Lord Fei Ming and the others. He had never been so angry before. Even if fiend demons and cultivators had tried to disturb Pingyang Town in the past, all he did was chase them away. However, at that moment, Tao Yao was truly enraged. Why? His young master was already in his twilight years and did not have many years to live. Why were these bad guys so aggressive and ruthless? He was kind-hearted and could not understand. It's just a void reversion peach blossom tree. Let's see what you can do. A Dharma characteristic Dao Lord of Dragon Tiger sect sneered and strode forward. Gripping his fist, he punched towards Tao Yao. Ah! Tao Yao shrieked and his blood qi burst forth. In fact, the sound of tsunamis could be heard coming from his body. Tsunami blood. Although Tao Yao was at the void reversion realm, his combat strength was unimaginable given the legacy of Dai Yu. He punched in reverse against the person's fist. Bang! The two fists collided. The Dao Lord of Dragon Tiger sect was shocked and retreated repeatedly. His robes were torn and the skin on his arm was shredded, revealing streaks of blood. Pest! The surrounding cultivators gasped. Dragon Tiger sect specialized in body tempering. A Dao Lord of Dragon Tiger sect fought against a void reversion Dao being in melee combat and actually lost. The combat strength of this peach blossom tree demon was so terrifying. If it was a void reversion earlier on, Tao Yao's punch would have ruptured one of his arms. It's still useless. That's right. Even if the Peach Blossom Tree Demon can defeat a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Dragon Tiger Sect has more than 100 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords, and the Peach Blossom Tree won't be able to last long. Tao Lord Black Leather and the others calmed down and shook their heads. In midair, Tao Lord Fei Ming frowned slightly when he saw that before giving the order. Everyone, join forces. There's no need to hold back. He could sense that the number of cultivators gathered around Pingyang Town was increasing. There was no guarantee that nothing would happen if things dragged on. Dragon Tiger Clash. 7-star slash. Illumination Cruel Sun. More than 100 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords attacked at the same time and Dharmic arts descended one after another, covering the skies and causing the world to tremble. Tao Yao felt a strong sense of danger. His legacy was strong and his potential was limitless. However, his cultivation realm was limited at the end of the day, and he still felt immense pressure against the attacks of more than 100 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. It was almost suffocating. There was no time to think. Instinctively, Tao Yao reverted to his true form. Outside Pingyang Town, a gigantic peach blossom tree soared into the skies with lush leaves. Countless peach blossoms bloomed instantly and released Dharmic powers. Bang! 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 Earth-shaking explosions echoed when the many Dharmic arts collided against the blooming peach blossoms. Tao Yao shuddered. The strength of more than 100 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords was way too strong. Even he could not defend against it. He was already injured the moment they exchanged blows. However, Tao Yao refused to retreat at all. Pingyang Town was behind him. There were cute and kind citizens in Pingyang Town as well as his young master. He could not let those bad guys barge in. Invisible deep underground, thick roots extended and took root, locking onto the spot without retreating at all. "Ah! You bad guys!" The peach blossom tree shrieked with a hint of sadness. Branches danced and created afterimages in midair, buzzing and whipping towards Tao Lord Fei Ming and the others. Piak, piak, piak. Caught off guard, some Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were struck by the peach blossom tree branches and their clothes tore. Instantly, blood scars appeared on their bodies and their bones were exposed as they were sent flying. Even though Tao Yao was truly enraged, he did not kill anyone. He could only cry out repeatedly, "Bad guys, leave. Don't force me anymore. Tao Yao, don't worry. We're here." A loud roar rose from the ground. Far away, a golden beam of light descended from the skies, carrying the might of thunder as it smashed into the crowd. The expressions of Tao Lord Fei Ming and the others changed as they dodged. Boom! The golden light descended and the ground quaked. A ravine was formed on the spot. A golden rod stood on the spot. Not far away, a monkey with long fur and bloodshot eyes leaped over. With each step, he would leap dozens of feet away and pound his chest heavily with his fists like hammers, letting out thumping sounds like heavenly drums. Behind the monkey was a fiend demon. It was a ferocious demon tiger. There was a mighty golden lion. There was also night spirit that flickered like a phantom. At the same time, the sound of a crane echoed. The old immortal crane of Ethereal Peak had descended. A golden-haired, green-eyed girl stood on the old immortal crane. Her body was filled with golden blood chi and her gaze was burning. Desolate Marshal's helpers are here. It's useless. Among them, only the old immortal crane is at the Dharma characteristic realm. The rest are all at the void reversion realm and won't be able to cause much trouble. It's hard to tell. That black-robed young man is extremely terrifying. Before his sentence was finished, Night Spirit's figure flashed in front of a Tao Lord of Dragon Tiger Sect. In a flash, he reached out and grabbed the person's throat. Eft! The Tao Lord of Dragon Tiger Sect widened his eyes in shock. He merely felt a shadow flash before him and his throat was crushed by Night Spirit before he could react. His blood chi was draining rapidly. It was not over yet. A terrifying ripping power surged into his mind through the wound on his throat and sliced his essence spirit into two. A Dharma characteristic Tao Lord did not even have the chance to escape with his essence spirit. Moreover, Night Spirit had already vanished. There was no pause in his actions from his appearance to his disappearance. Night Spirit was like a god of killing. On the other side, Monkey released the berserk power of his bloodline and his eyes were bloodshot. His strength increased exponentially, and he wielded Imminent with both arms, charging into the crowd of more than 100 Dharma-characteristic Tao lords and dancing. In his berserk state, Monkey could neither feel pain nor danger. Instantly, the 100-odd Dharma-characteristic Tao lords were thrown into chaos. Night Spirit shuttled through the crowd and quickly seized an opportunity to kill another Dharma-characteristic Tao lord. He escaped unscathed and disappeared once more. On the side of Night Spirit and Monkey, they could take Dharma-characteristic Tao lords head-on and even kill the latter. The Spirit Tiger, Ching Ching, Little Fox, and Golden Lion were not like them. However, the four of them had their own trump cards and could deal with some Dharma-characteristic Tao lords with all their might. Apart from Night Spirit and Monkey, Xianxia had also displayed immense combat strength. The power of the god race's bloodline was evident at this moment. Although Xianxia's god race bloodline was impure, the combat strength she displayed was not inferior to a true god race being. Xianxia possessed half of the god race's bloodline and was able to carve her own path in the cultivation world. After Monkey and the others arrived, the situation was stabilized swiftly. On the side of Dragon Tiger sect, Dharma-characteristic Tao lords were dying one after another. The situation had already reversed. Although the battle outside Pingyang town was earth-shaking and blood splattered everywhere, it was still peaceful within Pingyang town. Before the battle, Tao Yao had already activated the formation of Pingyang town. This formation was left behind by Su Zimo in the past. How dare a group of fiend demons massacre human cultivators in the cultivation world? Right then, a roar exploded in the crowd like thunder. An irresistible pressure descended and enveloped Monkey and the others. The expressions of the cultivators from the various major sects and factions watching from afar changed. It's a conjoint body mighty figure, Tao Lord Black Leather of Dark Ghost sect said sternly. A figure stood above the clouds with his hands behind his back motionlessly. It was as though he had fused into the world and was unshakable. This was an aura that could only be conjured by conjoint body mighty figures. Seems like Dragon Tiger sect has gone all out. Conjoint body mighty figures are all the grand elders of the sect and rarely show themselves. To think that one would be invited out as well. Isn't Dragon Tiger sect afraid of the person at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley attacking? No, a cultivator said. The one in the Dragon Burial Valley is a patriarch of the Buddhist monasteries. The cultivator of Dragon Tiger sect isn't doing anything to desolate martial under the guise of slaying demons. What reason would that patriarch of the Buddhist monasteries have to attack? On the battlefield, after the arrival of the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect, Monkey and the others slowed down instantly as though a massive mountain crushed on their backs. Even Night Spirit's tracks were forced out by the might of this mighty figure. The gaze of the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect landed on Night Spirit instantly, sharp as a blade. He had lived for more than 10,000 years, and a single glance was enough to determine the situation. He could tell that Night Spirit was the most troublesome to deal with among the fiend demons. As long as he killed Night Spirit, there was nothing to fear. Bastard! Let's see what your true form is. The mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect had long realized that Night Spirit was not human. Before his sentence was finished, he had already attacked. The mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect stood on the clouds and looked down at Night Spirit with a sharp gaze. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Night Spirit through the void. Dermic powers gathered towards the palm of the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect as though they were sucked in by a tremendous suction force. Instantly, a dermic power palm that blanketed the skies grabbed towards Night Spirit. That palm sealed almost all of Night Spirit's available space to dodge. Night Spirit narrowed his gaze and raised his fists as well. He charged into the air and punched fiercely against the incoming dermic power palm. Boom! The two collided with a loud bang. Night Spirit's body fell to the ground, creating a huge pit. However, he flipped over and stood up quickly without suffering any actual injuries. What? He took a conjoint body mighty figure head-on, but he's completely unharmed. What's the background of that beast? The crowd was in an uproar. Most of the time, Night Spirit would make use of stealthy movement techniques to kill in secret. He was merely used to using the simplest and easiest methods to take down his opponents. However, that did not mean that he was weak. Hit! Right then, the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect hollered softly. The moment Night Spirit landed on the ground, a thin silver light appeared from the dust beneath his feet and coiled around his body like a spirit snake, demon-suppressing rope. Furthermore, it was a mighty figure dermic weapon. Night Spirit's blood chi surged and released a terrifying power, wanting to break free from the demon-suppressing rope. A bedazzling light shone on the demon-suppressing rope and dermic powers surged. The moment Night Spirit forced out a sliver of space, he was constrained by the demon-suppressing rope once again. His legs were completely locked and he could not budge at all. Even Night Spirit could not break free from a mighty figure dermic weapon easily. This mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect had fought countless battles and had many sinister methods. He had long set up a trap on the ground and was waiting for Night Spirit to jump in. Roar! Night Spirit's eyes flashed with coldness as he narrowed his gaze at the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect in midair and let out a shuddering roar. The demon-suppressing rope might not be able to truly trap him. If he were to reveal his true form, there was a high chance he could break free from the power of the demon-suppressing rope. However, the only way for him to reveal his true form in front of everyone was if he were to kill all living beings in the vicinity. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Those races would definitely not let him grow. The mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect withdrew a long whip from his storage bag and whipped Night Spirit, shouting, "Bastard! How dare you shout at me?" Killing intent surged in Night Spirit's eyes. He had never suffered such humiliation. Night Spirit! Monkey and the others roared as well when they saw that. However, Night Spirit was trapped and their situation changed drastically as well. They were surrounded by the remaining Dharma characteristic Tao Lords and could not escape. Boom! Suddenly, a violent quake broke out in Pingyang Town. A terrifying aura surged into the skies, connecting the world. As though they were drawn in by something, the dermic powers in the world surged towards Pingyang Town, forming a gigantic vortex. Even the auspicious cloud beneath the feet of the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect was almost sucked away. All the cultivators looked at Pingyang Town with widened eyes in disbelief. Could it be? Desolate Marshal broke through? That's impossible. Desolate Marshal is in his twilight years and is on the brink of death. How can he still have the energy to step into the Dharma characteristic realm? The crowd was in an uproar. Even though they were seeing it personally, the cultivators were unwilling to believe it. Their group had mobilized a large force to come and fight for Desolate Marshal's inheritance. If Desolate Marshal broke through and entered the Dharma characteristic realm, his lifespan would increase to 10,000 years, and it would mean that he was no longer in danger of dying. If Desolate Marshal was in his peak condition, who would dare lay a hand on his belongings? What was even more terrifying was that there were too few cultivators in the North region who could suppress Desolate Marshal now that he was at the Dharma characteristic realm. The impact on the North region was unimaginable. It did not matter if everyone believed it or not. In the skies of Pingyang Town, the gigantic vortex was getting bigger and its color was turning black, as though it was dyed with ink. The vortex was extremely domineering and absorbed the dermic powers of the world continuously. Not only that, even the dermic powers within the bodies of cultivators 5 kilometers away surged and seeped out, wanting to be devoured by the gigantic black vortex. Impossible! Tao Lord Fei Ming of Dragon Tiger Sect shook his head repeatedly with a shocked expression. The reason why the 100-odd Dharma characteristic Tao Lords dared to come to Pingyang Town was because Desolate Marshal was in his twilight years and his blood chi was weak. If Desolate Marshal was at the Dharma characteristic realm, none of them would be a match for him. What are you panicking for? The conjoint body mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect hollered. With me guarding this place, it won't matter even if that lad, Desolate Marshal, enters the Dharma characteristic realm. This conjoint body mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect was a grand elder of the sect. He was in seclusion all year round and had never heard of Desolate Marshal. Elder, you understand? Tao Lord Fei Ming gulped and said in shock. That Desolate Marshal already condensed a heaven and earth dharma characteristic when he was at the void reversion realm. What? The conjoint body mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect frowned and exclaimed. He had lived for more than 10,000 years, and even with his experience, he had never heard of such a situation. Tao Lord Fei Ming continued, furthermore, his heaven and earth dharma characteristic is 80 feet tall. He could condense an 80 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristic at the void reversion realm? Bullshit. The mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect who was initially skeptical could not help but berate angrily when he heard that. Tao Lord Fei Ming said, Elder, ever since Desolate Marshal started cultivating, he has never tasted defeat and has many trump cards that can kill opponents above his level. I'm talking about a major cultivation realm difference. The mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect was even more unconvinced. Enraged, he said coldly, Why? You mean to say that this lad can kill me the moment he enters the Dharma characteristic realm? No, that's not what I meant. Tao Lord Fei Ming explained hurriedly. I just want you to be careful, Elder. It's nothing much. Humph. The mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect sneered and berated. I'll let you guys know today that the difference between the Dharma characteristic and conjoint body realm is not something you can imagine. Even if that lad can conjure a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that's 80 feet tall, I'll be able to shatter it with my mere body. Conjoint body was the fusion of the physical body and heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Upon entering the conjoint body realm, every single action of his contained the power of heaven and earth and the might of the universe. At that moment, the black vortex above Pingyang town was getting larger and larger, as if it was connecting heaven and earth. Look, what's that? Some cultivators pointed at the gigantic black vortex with trembling voices. Within the black vortex, a figure could be seen faintly. Initially, it was a little blurry, but as time passed, it became increasingly clear. The tall figure was clad in black armor and was shrouded in fiend chi, unexcelled in the world. He wielded a gigantic black scythe that was chilling. Ah! It's Desolate Marshal's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. That's right. This heavenly fiend Dharma body defeated Tao Lord Xianxia. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. The tall figure remained motionless within the black vortex, and his figure rose continuously. 10 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet, 80 feet. Before long, the heavenly fiend Dharma body rose to a height of 80 feet. However, that trend did not stop. Once a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was 80 feet, every single increase thereafter was exceedingly difficult. But now, in the blink of an eye, the heavenly fiend Dharma body had already climbed to a height of 85 feet. At that moment, the cultivators of Dark Ghost sect, Seven Kills sect, Blood Mist sect, Yuan clan and other major sects and factions were silent with pale faces. The fact that his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was 85 feet tall right after he entered the Dharma characteristic realm was unimaginable. Even in the Golden Ancient Era, there was probably no human paragon that could reach such a height. As one's cultivation advanced, their heaven and earth Dharma characteristic would also strengthen. He was already able to condense a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that was 85 feet tall at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm. If he were to cultivate to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, there was a high chance that this heaven and earth Dharma characteristic would become a 90 feet tall supreme Dharma characteristic. The expression of the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect turned extremely terrible as well. Under normal circumstances, conjoint body mighty figures could indeed suppress Dharma characteristic Tao lords with ease. However, a Dharma characteristic's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic at this stage could definitely go against a conjoint body mighty figure. In the black vortex, the heavenly fiend Dharma body stood upright with a black scythe in his hands. Two cold beams of light shone from his eyes as he looked down at the world with a torrential aura. In the face of this heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, other Dharma characteristics were insignificant like ants beneath its feet. Even the aura of the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect was disadvantaged against the 85 feet tall heavenly fiend Dharma body. All of a sudden, the heavenly fiend Dharma body moved. With that step, it strode right out of Pingyang town. Instantly, the ground shook and the weather changed. Old man, die! The heavenly fiend Dharma body let out a shuddering roar. Immediately after, the heavenly fiend Dharma body raised its arm and the scythe drew a perfect black arc in midair, slicing the void into two as it slashed towards the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect. Ah! The mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect did not dare to be careless. He threw away the whip in his hands and took out a steel truncheon from his storage bag, smashing it fiercely towards the black scythe. Boom! The two weapons collided with a loud bang. The mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect shuddered, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He fell and opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The heavenly fiend Dharma body was one of the strongest Dharma characteristics of the fiend section's A height of 85 feet, was not something an ordinary conjoint body mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect could defend against. Endless fiend chi coiled towards the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect like pitch-black anacondas. In that moment of life and death, the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect risked his life and channeled his blood chi with all his might, summoning many talismans and dermic weapons to defend against the corrosion of the fiend chi. Without the dermic powers of the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect supporting it, the demon-suppressing rope could no longer restrain Night Spirit. Nobody noticed that Night Spirit had already vanished, leaving nothing but a pile of broken ropes with a dim glow. Just as the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect was trying his best to defend against the attack of the heavenly fiend Dharma body, a phantom-like figure flashed beside him and fused into the pitch-black fiend chi, almost invisible. A palm appeared above the head of the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect. The fingers were sharp and pierced his head. The mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect's expression froze and his eyes widened. Night Spirit's claws pierced through his skull and Essence Spirit with ease. A conjoint body mighty figure died on the spot. By the time one cultivated to the conjoint body realm and became a mighty figure, it was extremely difficult for them to die unless their lifespans were expended. That was because the dermic powers of conjoint body mighty figures were boundless and they could even regrow severed limbs. Even if their limbs were severed, they would only lose blood chi and regrow rapidly. Such methods were truly earth-shaking. However, Night Spirit was decisive to kill and did not make any unnecessary movements, aiming for his vitals. The crowd was shocked when they saw that. That was a conjoint body mighty figure. In Tianhuang mainland, Mahayana patriarchs were reclusive and conjoint body mighty figures were almost at the peak of the cultivation world and could dominate the world. But now, a conjoint body mighty figure had just died in front of all the cultivators. The entire process merely took a few breaths. The mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect was defeated by Su Zimo's heavenly fiend Dharma body head-on, and was then killed by Night Spirit. He did not even have a second chance to attack. On the side of Dragon Tiger sect, the situation reversed instantly with the death of a conjoint body mighty figure. Monkey, Nianqi, Tao Yao and the others were invigorated. As for Dao Lord Fei Ming and the others, they were shocked and wanted to retreat. When Desolate Marshal entered the Dharma characteristic realm, his lifespan would reach 10,000 years. This was equivalent to forcefully extending his lifespan by 5,000 years. Originally, he was nearly 5,000 years old and was on the brink of death. But now, for Desolate Marshal who had a lifespan of 10,000 years, he was at his peak. At his peak, even a mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect could not match him. How could any of those Dharma characteristic Dao Lords be a match for Desolate Marshal? Escape! Some Dharma characteristic Dao Lords reacted extremely quickly and fled into the distance immediately. However, it was already too late for them to escape. Boom! The heavenly fiend Dharma body charged into the crowd with its massive body that no one could match. Some Dharma characteristic Dao Lords could not dodge in time and were shattered by the heavenly fiend Dharma body without any corpse left. Swoosh! The heavenly fiend Dharma body waved its palm that was shrouded by fiend chi, and a gigantic vortex appeared in its palm, pulling 6 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords over. The Dharma characteristic Tao lords were dragged into the black vortex and vanished without a trace, turning into rich essence energy after being refined by the fiend Qi. The light in the heavenly fiend Dharma body's eyes shone even brighter after it received the tremendous amount of essence energy. It strode forward and stomped down with its massive feet, crushing a few heaven and earth Dharma characteristics that were 50 to 60 feet tall and causing the ground to tremble. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic condensed by Dragon Tiger sect was only 60 feet at most. They were completely vulnerable against the 85 feet heavenly fiend Dharma body. The gigantic scythe tore through the void and let out a buzzing sound that was shuddering, like the sound of death. A cold and dark light flashed. Poof, poof, poof. 3 gigantic heads flew up and blood gushed out like a fountain in midair. The heads of the 3 Dharma characteristic Tao lords were still flying in midair when the pitch-black fiend Qi invaded their consciousness and killed their essence spirits instantly. The lives of those Dharma characteristic Tao lords were like grass as they were reaped by the pitch-black scythe repeatedly. Nobody could escape. Figures fell from midair one after another. Blood Qi spread and dyed the ground red. Even the skies were stained with blood. Cultivators of Dark Ghost sect, 7 Kills sect, Blood Mist sect, Yuan clan and many other sects and factions watched this shocking scene with dumbfounded expressions. Everyone vaguely realized something. The North region had changed. Hurry! Inform the sect. Tao Lord Black Leather snapped out of his stupor and said hurriedly, something changed. Desolate Marshal entered the Dharma characteristic realm, and a mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect died, alongside more than 100 Tao lords. The cultivators of 7 Kills sect, Blood Mist sect and other sects and factions snapped out of their stupor as well and took out their spirit crane messenger from their storage bags. Right then, the group of cultivators suddenly felt their hearts skip a beat and felt chills run down their spines. Not far away, in a pool of blood on the battlefield, the tall heavenly fiend Dharma body had a murderous aura and wielded a bloodied scythe. He was looking over with a cold gaze. The limbs of the cultivators turned cold and they froze on the spot, as though their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Although the heavenly fiend Dharma body was strong, it was not enough to intimidate them so much that they kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to move. What truly terrified the crowd was the green figure on the heavenly fiend Dharma body. Compared to the indomitable heavenly fiend Dharma body, that figure seemed extremely tiny. However, at that moment, none of the cultivators dared to ignore him. Su Zimo wore green robes and had his hands behind his back. His black hair danced and his skin was smooth without any wrinkles. There was no hint of twilight at all. First, young master, monkey, Nian Qi and the others cheered with delighted expressions. Su Zimo looked at everyone and nodded with a smile. Thereafter, his gaze landed on Tao Lord Black Leather and the other cultivators. The hearts of the cultivators skipped a beat. His gaze was extremely calm, but no one dared to meet it. Although they did not fight when they arrived, they had other motives. They wanted Desolate Marshal's belongings. It was definitely a taboo for them to covet someone else's possessions before they even died. They would not even get a chance to explain otherwise if Desolate Marshal killed all of them here because of that. After a long pause, Su Zimo retracted his gaze. The cultivators felt their hearts lighten and unknowingly, they broke out in cold sweat. Some of the cultivators collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily to compose themselves. Were they off the hook? Go run. Leave this place. Tao Lord Black Leather sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and fled into the distance without turning back. He swore in his heart that he would never step foot onto Pingyang town again in his lifetime. The other cultivators retreated like the tide, leaving nothing but a mess. Humph! The spirit tiger's expression was unfriendly as he grit his teeth. It's lucky that First has entered the Dharma characteristic realm. Otherwise, he would have been humiliated and taken advantage of by these ruffians. How famous was Su Zimo? After establishing his martial Tao, his reputation even caught up to the ancient emperors. If he had truly died here and his belongings were fought over by many sects and factions, it would be difficult for his corpse to remain intact. I have my own plans for this matter. Su Zimo replied. After all, factions and sects like Dark Ghost Sect and Seven Kills Sect had not made a move. They were not his primary target. The actions of Dragon Tiger Sect had truly crossed his bottom line. Monkey, Tao Yao and the others were injured after the battle. Although their injuries were not serious, Su Zimo felt that it was intolerable. It's time for some sects to learn a lesson. Looking into the distance, Su Zimo waved his sleeves gently and swept Monkey and the others into the auspicious cloud, saying indifferently, "Follow me, Dark Ghost Sect." When Dao Lord Blackleather and the other cultivators returned to the sect, all of them were covered in dirt, looking as though they had suffered immense shock. "Why? You guys didn't manage to succeed?" The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect frowned and asked. "Which sect snatched away Desolate Marshal's belongings? Blood Mist Sect or Seven Kills Sect?" No, Dao Lord Blackleather shook his head. "Neither." The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect harumphed coldly. "Desolate Marshal has so many treasures, but none of you managed to get your hands on any?" "Sect master, something has happened." Dao Lord Blackleather composed himself and said, "Dragon Tiger Sect sent more than 100 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords and a conjoint body mighty figure to barge into Pingyang Town." Before Dao Lord Blackleather could finish, the sect master of Dark Ghost Sect nodded and said hatefully, "It's no wonder why you guys didn't get your hands on it. For the sake of Desolate Marshal's belongings, Dragon Tiger Sect even brought out a conjoint body mighty figure." "No," Dao Lord Blackleather said hurriedly. "Nobody succeeded. Desolate Marshal has already broken through and entered the Dharma characteristic realm." "What?" The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect shuddered with a startled expression before disbelief filled his eyes. "How is that possible?" He continued hurriedly. "Desolate Marshal only has dozens of years to his lifespan and his blood chi is weak. How could he have advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm?" "It's absolutely true," Dao Lord Blackleather said. "Not only that, Desolate Marshal managed to condense a 85 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic the moment he entered the Dharma characteristic realm. 85 feet. The expression of Dark Ghost Sect's sect master changed once more. However, that was understandable as well. Back at the Void Reversion realm, Desolate Marshal had already condensed a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that was 80 feet tall. Now that he had crossed a major cultivation realm, there was indeed a chance that he could grow it to 85 feet. Dao Lord Blackleather continued. Thereafter, the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect fought against this Dharma characteristic head-on and was injured and defeated. He was killed by that unknown fiend demon beside Desolate Marshal. More than 100 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords of Dragon Tiger Sect were annihilated with no survivors. The expression of the sect master of Dark Ghost Sect was already numb. However, shock and fear could vaguely be seen in his eyes. "The North region has changed. The North region has changed," he murmured softly. A moment later, the sect master of Dark Ghost Sect asked again, "How did you guys return? Desolate Marshal didn't notice you guys. He stared at us for a long time before retracting his gaze." Dao Lord Blackleather recalled that scene with lingering fear. At that time, he truly thought that a calamity was about to descend upon him. "Sect Master, could it be that Desolate Marshal did not notice our motive for heading there?" Dao Lord Blackleather pondered for a moment and asked carefully. "After all, we didn't attack at that time. Desolate Marshal doesn't know why we went either. Do you think that's possible?" The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect glared at Dao Lord Blackleather and said coldly, "The fact that Desolate Marshal is able to cultivate to this point, do you think he wouldn't have guessed your motives? Then why did he let us go?" Dao Lord Blackleather was puzzled. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect thought for a moment and analyzed. "As you said, Desolate Marshal might have let you guys off for the time being because you guys didn't attack. On the other hand, it's also possible that Desolate Marshal has something more important. Right? Have you guys noticed what Desolate Marshal did after?" The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect asked again. "He seems to have gone towards northeast," Dao Lord Blackleather recalled. "Northeast direction." The sect master of Dark Ghost sect took out a map of the North region and took a quick glance. His heart skipped a beat as he murmured, Dragon Tiger sect. Stellar Luna sect. Master. There's news from outside. A sect disciple cupped his fists. Desolate Marshal entered the Dharma characteristic realm and killed a conjoint body mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect, and more than 100 Dharma characteristic Tao lords. Pest! In the hall, the elders were shocked and gasped. Desolate Marshal is truly a peerless monster incarnate. To think that he could still break through and advance to the Dharma characteristic realm with just 50 years of lifespan left. It's truly unimaginable. Many Stellar Luna sect elders lamented. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect had a relatively calm expression as he asked in a deep voice, What happened after that? Thereafter, Desolate Marshal glared at cultivators of Dark Ghost sect, 7 Kills sect and the other sects for a long time before letting them off, the disciple said. Many elders exchanged glances and cupped their fists towards the sect master of Stellar Luna sect. Our sect master is wise. Although 7 Kills sect, Dark Ghost sect and the other sects and factions did not attack, this matter must have left a huge knot in Desolate Marshal's heart. The reason why Stellar Luna sect stayed out of the affair was because the sect master went against everyone's wishes and did not send any cultivators to take part in it. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect shook his head gently. Desolate Marshal wished to establish a Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. The reason why I don't agree to the sect fighting for his belongings is out of respect for him. Now, it seems like Desolate Marshal is scarier than we imagined. Pausing for a moment, the sect master of Stellar Luna sect said, If I'm not wrong, Desolate Marshal should be heading to Dragon Tiger sect. Dragon Tiger sect? The disciple asked. Desolate Marshal just entered the Dharma characteristic realm, and he dares to enter Dragon Tiger sect? The sect master of Stellar Luna sect said, Over the years, Dragon Tiger sect has provoked Desolate Marshal repeatedly and attacked Ethereal Peak. They even grouped up with conjoint body mighty figures to gang on him and barged into Pingyang town. Given Desolate Marshal's character, he will definitely demand an explanation from Dragon Tiger sect. Pausing for a moment, the sect master of Stellar Luna sect continued. Furthermore, Desolate Marshal's purpose for this trip is probably an intimidation tactic of knocking on the mountain to scare the tiger. He was knocking on Dragon Tiger sect. He was looking to shock the other aristocratic families in the North region. Dragon Tiger sect is probably doomed. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect sighed gently. I don't think so? An elder of the sect frowned slightly. Dragon Tiger sect is one of the 10 upper sects after all and has a foundation of 10,000 years. There's more than one conjoint body mighty figure in the sect. How can Desolate Marshal wipe out an upper sect single-handedly? The sect master of Stellar Luna sect shook his head. Elders, without witnessing Desolate Marshal personally, none of you will ever be able to experience his strength. Back when he was at the Void Reversion Realm, Desolate Marshal had many methods to kill Dharma characteristic Tao lords. Now that he's already at the Dharma characteristic realm, ordinary conjoint body mighty figures might not be his match. From this day forth, Glass Palace will probably be the only faction in the North region that can suppress Desolate Marshal. All of us in the 10 upper sects will have to bow down to him. The elders were shocked. Sect Master, isn't that a little exaggerated? That's right. Desolate Marshal is only a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord after all. How can he stand above the 10 upper sects? Even if Desolate Marshal's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic is 85 feet tall, it's not invincible. How can the foundation of the Dragon Tiger sect be so easy to deal with? The elders shook their heads. Let's wait for the outcome of this battle. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect replied indifferently. He could not believe that Desolate Marshal could challenge Dragon Tiger sect either. However, nobody knew how strong Desolate Marshal's combat strength was after he entered the Dharma characteristic realm. Nobody knew what Desolate Marshal obtained in the past 5,000 years. The only thing he was certain of was that there was going to be a huge battle at Dragon Tiger sect. If Desolate Marshal was defeated in this battle, the situation in the North region would not change much. If Desolate Marshal won, the situation would be set and even the upper sects and aristocratic families of the North region would have to bow down and submit. Dragon Tiger Sect. As the sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect, Luo Hua was under immense pressure. At that moment, he stood at the peak of Dragon Tiger Peak and gazed into the distance with a hint of worry. He did not know if he had made the right choice. However, this was an opportunity for him and Dragon Tiger Sect. If he could obtain Desolate Marshal's belongings, there was a high chance he could become the second Desolate Marshal and also find the opportunity to step into the conjoint body realm. Under his lead, Dragon Tiger Sect could also become the leader of the 10 upper sects of the North region. There were two different opinions within the sect. The first wanted to express goodwill to Desolate Marshal. Most of those elders were weak and indecisive. They were not suitable to accomplish great things. Dao Lord Luo Hua pouted and sneered internally. The other suggestion was for him to lead everyone and suppress Desolate Marshal to obtain the greatest benefits. Junior brother Fei Ming and the others should have gotten their hands on it by now, right? Dao Lord Luo Hua murmured softly. For some reason, his heart palpitated inexplicably. What's going to happen? He frowned slightly. It was an unusual palpitation, similar to an adrenaline rush. At their cultivation realm, they had an imperceptible sixth sense towards certain things. Sect Master. Something bad has happened. Right then, a flustered disciple sped over. That person yelled from afar before he even reached. Dao Lord Luo Hua's heart sank. The disciple was a cultivator guarding the Destiny Symbol Shed. As the name implied, the Destiny Symbol Shed was where the destiny symbols of cultivators were stored. If anything were to happen to the cultivators outside, the destiny symbols would change and the sect would be informed about it as soon as possible. Before he could ask, the disciple said, "The destiny symbols of Uncle Master Fei Ming and the others have all shattered." What? Dao Lord Luo Hua's expression changed starkly. Including Fei Ming, there were 101 people in total. Yet, none of them are left. Dao Lord Luo Hua asked with a cold gaze. And none. The disciple was scared out of his wits as well and said incoherently, "All their destiny symbols have shattered." Suddenly, Dao Lord Luo Hua's expression turned pale. As though he was severely injured, he clutched his chest and took a step back. That was more than 100 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. Including those in seclusion and those who were out on expeditions, there were less than 200 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords in Dragon Tiger Sect in total. But now, more than half of them were gone. No, that's impossible. Dao Lord Luo Hua shook his head repeatedly. Elder Tianhu went as well. How could Fei Ming and the others be completely annihilated? That made no sense. In this operation, he even expected that some of Desolate Marshal's old friends and acquaintances would rush over to help. That was the reason why he invited Elder Tianhu out of seclusion. That power was enough to crush Desolate Marshal's power into dust. How did such a huge change happen? Could it be that person from Dragon Burial Valley? Dao Lord Luo Hua murmured softly. Right then, another cultivator sped over with a flustered expression. Before he arrived, he yelled, "Sect Master, something bad is happening." It's said that Desolate Marshal has already entered the Dharma characteristic realm and killed Elder Tianhu and Uncle Master Fei Ming's group of more than 100 outside Pingyang town. What did you say? Dao Lord Luo Hua glared and said word by word. He did not believe that Desolate Marshal would be able to break through to the Dharma characteristic realm and stand shoulder to shoulder with him given his limited lifespan. Luo Hua, get the hell out. Right then, a loud roar sounded from outside the sect, spreading to every corner of Dragon Tiger Sect like thunder. Desolate Marshal is here. Dao Lord Luo Hua's heart skipped a beat. If Desolate Marshal had truly entered the Dharma characteristic realm, he was almost certain that Desolate Marshal would come to settle scores with him. However, he had not expected Desolate Marshal to arrive so quickly. Swoosh! Dao Lord Luo Hua withdrew a talisman from his storage bag that soared into the air and exploded. It was a messaging talisman. It would only be used if the sect was met with a critically dire situation. The sect was stirred. Countless powerful auras burst forth and everyone woke up from their seclusion cultivation. What is going on? There's someone else who dares to cause trouble at the entrance of Dragon Tiger Sect? Dao Lord Luo Hua said in a deep voice. Everyone. This person's Dao title is Desolate Marshal and he's the #1 enemy of our sect. Now that he's here, please join forces and kill him. The Dharma characteristic Dao Lords in seclusion did not know who Desolate Marshal was. That's for sure. If he dares to create havoc in Dragon Tiger Sect, he'll be doomed. I was wondering what sort of a mighty figure patriarch it was. So it's a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord. These days, even Dharma characteristic Dao Lords dare to be so arrogant. Under Dao Lord Luo Hua's lead, many Dharma characteristic Dao Lords headed towards the entrance gate. Some elders in the sect shook their heads when they saw this. They were the ones who did not agree with Dao Lord Luo Hua's plan from the start. To think that this plan would still attract trouble for Dragon Tiger Sect in the end. Outside Dragon Tiger Sect, standing on the clouds, Su Zimo looked down at the paradise beneath his feet. Dragon Tiger Sect was surrounded by mountains and lush trees. There was even a clear spirit spring flowing between the peaks. It was an excellent cultivation field. You guys are injured. You can just observe from here. Su Zimo glanced sideways and instructed Monkey and the others. I can still fight. Monkey yelled excitedly. Su Zimo smiled gently. It won't be too late for you guys to attack if I meet with danger. Where did this arrogant fool come from? How dare you shout in Dragon Tiger Sect? Right then, dozens of Dharma characteristic Dao Lords walked out of Dragon Tiger Sect. One of them sneered at Su Zimo and hollered. You don't recognize me? A look of surprise flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Even in the entire Tianhuang mainland, his Dao title was renowned, let alone in the North region. Among these people, some of them were in seclusion most of the time and did not recognize who Desolate Marshal was. I'm here to look for Luo Hua today. Anyone unrelated should make way. Su Zimo's expression turned cold as he looked at the dozens of Dharma characteristic Dao Lords of Dragon Tiger Sect opposite him. What do you want from me? The crowd dispersed and Dao Lord Luo Hua, the sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect, walked over slowly. First, you have to die. Su Zimo did not waste his breath on Luo Hua and said straightforwardly, Second, from this day forth, Dragon Tiger Sect shall disperse. Brazen. How arrogant. You're only a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord, and yet you want Dragon Tiger Sect to disperse because of you? Ridiculous. That's the greatest joke in the world. Dao Lord Luo Hua shook his head as well and sneered. I won't agree to either of your demands. Desolate Marshal, you are indeed strong. However, it's a fool's dream if you think that you can shake the foundation of Dragon Tiger Sect that has lasted for 10,000 years single-handedly. It's fine if you don't agree. Su Zimo smiled faintly. If you don't agree, I'll kill you personally. I'll destroy Dragon Tiger Sect personally and strip its place in the North region. You're asking for death. Many Dharma characteristic Dao Lords of Dragon Tiger Sect hollered. Bang! 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 One after another, heaven and earth Dharma characteristics surged into the skies like gigantic spirits. Instantly, the world shook and dharmic powers surged with a rampant might. The heights of those heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were different. The weakest were 30 feet tall, while the strongest were 60 feet tall. A Dao Lord of Dragon Tiger Sect controlled a Dharma characteristic that was more than 50 feet tall with his spirit consciousness and charged towards Su Zimo in huge strides. With every step the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic took, the ground would tremble with a shocking aura. Humph! Su Zimo sneered. Without even using his heavenly fiend Dharma body, he chanted a few Sanskrit words rapidly and threw out a punch. That punch was like a blazing sun that shone with a bedazzling light. Great Sanskrit light fist. That dharmic art was inherited from a stone statue in the Tao inheritance ground. It was one of the top dharmic arts of the Buddhist sects back in the ancient era and had a shocking might. The burst of each punch resembled the descent of a blazing sun and was incomparably tough. Before the 50 feet tall Dharma characteristic could reach Su Zimo, its massive body was punctured by the great Sanskrit light fist. What? The Tao Lords of Dragon Tiger sect exclaimed in shock. A Dharma characteristic that was more than 50 feet tall could not even defend against a single dharmic art from the other party. What was even more frightening was that the heaven and earth Dharma characteristics' dharmic powers dissipated and was on the verge of disappearing before it even collided against the great Sanskrit light fist properly. The difference was too great. Although Su Zimo had just entered the Dharma characteristic realm, his essence spirit cultivated the cultivation techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects and fused more than 30 inheritances. The essence of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects was profound, and the power of his essence spirit was comparable to a conjoint body mighty figure. The range of his spirit consciousness could extend to 5,000 kilometers. What was 5,000 kilometers? For ordinary cultivators who had just entered the Dharma characteristic realm, their spirit consciousness could only extend to 500 kilometers. The difference was 10 times. That difference was even more significant in a fight. The essence spirit was powerful and gushed with dharmic powers. Alongside a top-tier dharmic art, even a 60 feet heaven and earth dharma characteristic could not defend against it, let alone one that was 50 feet. Boom! The great Sanskrit light fist struck the dharma characteristic Tao Lord heavily. That person had summoned his destiny dharmic weapon as well, but it was shattered by a single punch. At the same time, his body was torn apart without a corpse. It was just a single punch. A heaven and earth Dharma characteristic dissipated, and a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's essence spirit was destroyed. Sandstorm. Su Zimo's attack was not over yet as he pointed forward. One after another, violent gusts of wind rose from the ground, sweeping up endless mud and rocks. Every single sand particle possessed powerful dharmic powers as they howled towards the Tao Lords of Dragon Tiger sect, covering the skies. Poof, poof, poof. Some heaven and earth Dharma characteristics that were 40 feet tall and below were shattered by the dharmic art, and their dharmic powers dissipated. They could not withstand it at all. Sandstorm was also an inheritance from a stone statue in the Tao inheritance ground. It came from the Immortal sections. Each of those ancient inheritances possessed shocking might, and a single inheritance was enough for one to dominate the world. Avicii. Fiend chi coiled around Su Zimo's fingertips, and a region the size of a palm was swiftly formed. It was sinister, filled with blood mists and specters. Su Zimo threw that hell above the heads of the many Dharma characteristics of Dragon Tiger sect. Avicii was initially small. However, it expanded rapidly upon descending and enveloped the dozens of Dharma characteristic Tao Lords like a world. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristics waved their fists within, and dharmic powers surged, but they could not break free. Avicii was an extremely terrifying place. Nobody could endure the endless torture of Avicii physically and mentally. The only few heaven and earth Dharma characteristics that managed to hold on were more than 60 feet tall. Even then, they were destroyed completely by the pressure of this dharmic art. Without the support of their heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, the Tao Lords of Dragon Tiger sect could not defend against Su Zimo's dharmic arts. How dare you guys try to stop me with your heaven and earth Dharma characteristics? Su Zimo crossed over the heads of the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords with his hands behind his back without even looking at them. Sect Master, save me. Tragic cries sounded one after another, but there was no response. Back when Su Zimo released his second dharmic art, Tao Lord Luo Hua had already seized the opportunity of the chaos to escape back to the inner sect of Dragon Tiger sect. He knew very well that the dozens of Dharma characteristic Tao Lords could not stop Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not take Tao Lord Luo Hua's escape to heart. He was going to flatten Dragon Tiger sect today. Tao Lord Luo Hua had nowhere to hide. Monkey and the others stood on the auspicious cloud and did not attack at all. They merely watched by the side in a carefree manner. Tao Yao felt much less aggrieved as well. Sect Protection Formation. Activate. Tao Lord Luo Hua returned to Dragon Tiger Peak and activated the Sect Protection Formation right away. Elders, Dragon Tiger sect is in danger. Even if you don't agree with my previous decision, you can't just watch as Dragon Tiger sect is destroyed. Tao Lord Luo Hua looked at the dozens of sect elders not far away and said with a menacing expression, The elders exchanged glances and sighed. We're only at the Dharma characteristic realm as well, and there's a limit to what we can do, an elder said. If even this sect protection formation can't stop Desolate Marshal, we won't attack him. That would be courting death. Sai, perhaps this is the fate of Dragon Tiger sect. Don't worry, Dao Lord Luohua said in a deep voice. This sect protection formation was set up by a top-tier formation grandmaster. Even if a conjoint body mighty figure were to come, it would be impossible for him to dispel it in less than a month. Even if Desolate Marshal can't break through the sect protection formation, what can you do? An elder asked. I can send a message to the other sects and have them send experts to help, Dao Lord Luohua said. Impossible, an elder laughed mockingly. Given the current situation, which of those upper sects would want to get involved in this mess? All of them are definitely awaiting the final outcome of this battle. Dao Lord Luohua's expression was dark. There's also Glass Palace. Glass Palace and Desolate Marshal have a feud. If we inform Glass Palace, they won't sit by idly. Before his sentence was finished, the entire sect protection formation shook. The light flickered and showed signs of dispersing. What? Impossible! Dao Lord Luohua's expression changed starkly. No matter how strong Desolate Marshal was, he was only comparable to conjoint body mighty figures at most. How could he shake this formation? Without hesitation, Dao Lord Luohua said hurriedly, Hurry, hurry, elders! Hurry and help steady the formation. Many elders scattered everywhere and conjured hand seals, sending dermic powers into the sect protection formation to stabilize it. A gigantic barrier of light shrouded the skies above the Dragon Tiger sect. Outside the barrier, a green-robed figure stood, looking down at Dao Lord Luohua's group with a mocking expression. Luohua, even your array formation can't stop me, Su Zimo said indifferently. Today, I'll show you how I dispel the formation. The sect protection formation of Dragon Tiger sect was indeed extremely mysterious. It was as Dao Lord Luohua had said. Even for conjoint body mighty figures, it would take them at least a month to dispel it with brute force. However, he missed something. If a grandmaster well-versed in array formations were to arrive, they would not even need to rely on brute force. Instead, they could locate the eye of the formation and destroy it instantly. More than 10 years ago, Su Zimo's attainment in array formations could not even be considered as a great formation master, let alone a grandmaster. However, in the Dao inheritance ground, among the more than 30 inheritances he had received, one of them came from an ancient formation grandmaster. Nobody knew what sort of transformations he had experienced in the Dao inheritance ground. One of them was his attainments in array formations. The formation patterns of the sect protection formation were complex and mysterious. In the eyes of cultivators who did not know about formations, it was akin to a heavenly book that they had no clue about at all. But now, Su Zimo merely swept his gaze and found a clue within the complex formation patterns. He conjured hand seals with both hands and released 3 Buddhist dermic seals in succession. Fiend Suppression Seal, Demon Subduing Seal, Immortal Trap Seal. 3 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries descended with a terrifying might towards the light barrier beneath. The elders of Dragon Tiger sect were shocked. Under normal circumstances, the power of the 3 Buddhist dermic seals would not be enough to deal with the sect protection formation. However, the landing spot of the 3 dermic seals happened to be where the 3 formation eyes were. The formation eye was the core of the formation and was also the source of its power. Through the eye and formation patterns, power ripples out and channels the formation, increasing its strength multiplicatively to form various different formations. Once the formation eye was dispelled, it would be difficult to maintain the formation no matter how intricate the formation patterns were. Impossible! Dao Lord Luohua's eyes widened in disbelief. How long had it been since he activated the sect protection formation? It was probably less than 10 minutes. In that short period of time, Desolate Marshal managed to identify the 3 formation eyes of the sect protection formation without any deviations. What the hell? Bang! 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 There were 3 loud bangs. 3 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries descended and smashed heavily against the 3 formation eyes, causing massive dermic powers to ripple. The formation eyes shattered and lost their support. Instantly, the entire sect protection formation shook and flickered. Su Zimo closed in and took a step forward, stomping heavily on the light barrier of the sect protection formation with his right foot. Break! Bang! Boom! Boom! That single stomp caused the ground to quake. Under countless gazes, dense cracks appeared on the light barrier of the sect protection formation and spread rapidly. The entire mountain gate of Dragon Tiger sect trembled as though the apocalypse had arrived and the sky was collapsing. The elders felt as though they were struck by lightning and shuddered, spitting out a mouthful of blood with dispirited expressions. Shattered. The sect protection formation that Dao Lord Luohua said could defend against the power of a conjoint body mighty figure for a month was destroyed by Su Zimo just like that. The foundation of the Dragon Tiger sect that spanned 10,000 years was still trampled beneath Su Zimo's feet. If that was the case for the sect master of Dragon Tiger sect, it was even worse for the other cultivators. The crowd was astonished. Some of the cultivators were already fleeing in panic. Su Zimo ignored everything. The main reason why he came this time round was to kill Dao Lord Luohua and remove Dragon Tiger sect from the upper sects. It was not for a massacre. Desolate Marshal. Dao Lord Luohua hollered angrily. Dragon Tiger sect is one of the 10 upper sects of the North region. Do you really want to be overbearing and kill us all? Fufu. Su Zimo sneered. Luohua. Dragon Tiger sect took part in the fight between the dynasties and attacked Ethereal Peak. In fact, you even sent a conjoint body mighty figure of the sect to hunt me down. I've never sought accountability for any of those events. But now, even at the verge of my exhausting lifespan, you sent more than 100 Dharma characteristic Dao lords and a conjoint body mighty figure relentlessly to barge into Pingyang town. Who is overbearing one who was trying to kill me? Dao Lord Luohua was rendered speechless by the barrage of questions. Ugh! Many elders shook their heads and sighed. Dao Lord Luohua grit his teeth. Since things have come to this, it's useless to say anything more. Desolate Marshal, I can only tell you that Dragon Tiger sect has a history of 10,000 years. If we really fight to the death, it'll only result in an internecine outcome. Is that so? Su Zimo said indifferently. I want to see what Dragon Tiger sect is going to hurt me with today. Bang! Bang! With 2 consecutive explosions, 2 cave abodes on Dragon Tiger Peak exploded and 2 extremely terrifying auras burst forth with a suppressive might. 2 conjoint body mighty figures had appeared. The sect was met with a calamity and could be destroyed at any moment. These conjoint body mighty figures who were in seclusion all year round had finally appeared. Furthermore, Su Zimo could vaguely sense that the 2 mighty figures were not the only ones in Dragon Tiger sect. Those who could cultivate to the conjoint body realm were all grand elders of Dragon Tiger sect. The 2 old men looked extremely similar. Although their beards were grayish-white, they were hale and hearty and had robust blood chi. They did not show any signs of weakness and had bright gazes. A gigantic bronze bell hovered above the head of the old man on the left. The old man on the right held a dark gold tripod in his palm. In the cultivation world, cultivators who used dermic weapons such as bells, tripods and furnaces were not to be trifled with and had extraordinary combat strength. These 2 siblings had the same parents and were extremely famous in the cultivation world of the North region 5,000 years ago. They were known as the Bell Tripod Twin Lords. Both of their combat strengths were extremely strong. Coupled with their telepathic connection and chemistry, the combat strength they released would increase exponentially. The most famous battle between the 2 of them was when they were Dharma characteristic Dao lords. They once worked together to repel a conjoint body mighty figure. Greetings, Elders Zhong and Ding. Dao Lord Luohua bowed slightly with a respectful expression. The 2 old men nodded. Elder Zhong on the left said in a deep voice, Desolate Marshal, please return. I've heard some of your deeds. Indeed, Dragon Tiger sect won't be able to stop you with our foundations if you manage to cultivate to the conjoint body realm. He suddenly stopped speaking. Elder Ding at the side continued. However, You've just entered the Dharma characteristic realm. It's a fool's dream for you to want to flatten Dragon Tiger sect. The two old men were telepathic and completed their sentences as though it was only one of them speaking. Even their tone was identical. Is that so? Su Zimo smirked coldly. Let's see how you two are going to stop me. Kill! Suddenly, the two elders shouted at the same time and formed a triangular formation, charging towards Su Zimo. Before they arrived, the gigantic bronze bell and dark gold tripod in their hands had already arrived. The materials used for the two dermic weapons were extremely rare metal ores. The mystic magnet mountain did not have much effect on the two dermic weapons either. The gigantic bronze bell emitted an extremely mysterious energy that shrouded Su Zimo's head. It was as though he was carrying a ton of weight and could not move at all. As for the dark gold tripod, it smashed towards Su Zimo. Elders Zhong and Ding displayed immense combat strength the moment they attacked. Conjoint body mighty figures could release immense heaven and earth powers alongside unparalleled heaven and earth momentum with every single move. Conjoint body mighty figures were fused with heaven and earth. Of course, combat strength at the conjoint body realm varied as well. The combat strength of Elders Zhong and Ding was clearly much stronger than the mighty figures of Dragon Tiger sect who died in Night Spirit's hands outside Pingyang town. Su Zimo felt a sense of pressure. No matter what, he was at the Dharma characteristic realm. If he wanted to retaliate against the pressure and power of a conjoint body mighty figure, he could only rely on his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Rise! Su Zimo shouted. Boom! A phantom soared into the skies from Su Zimo's body. It was clad in armor and exuded rumbling fiend chi that was pitch black. Wielding a black scythe, it was murderous. It was the heavenly fiend Dharma body that was 85 feet tall. The crowd was astonished. Everyone from Dragon Tiger sect looked up instinctively, and their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at this indomitable fiend celestial-like existence. 85 feet. A Dharma characteristic with this height was something they had never seen before or dared to imagine. The most terrifying thing was that Desolate Marshal was only at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm. If he continued cultivating, his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic would continue to grow, and at that time, there was a high chance it would become a 90 feet tall supreme Dharma characteristic. The Dharma characteristic ranking was held once every 1,000 years. However, it had been many years since a supreme Dharma characteristic had appeared in the cultivation world. The most recent was Extreme Fire. Not long after, Extreme Fire broke through and fused his Dharma characteristic with his body to become a conjoint body mighty figure. That supreme Dharma characteristic appeared fleetingly and did not cause much of a stir. On the battlefield, initially, the gigantic bronze bell had pinned Su Zimo on the spot, slowing his movements and giving him immense pressure. But now, the heavenly fiend Dharma body surged into the skies and resolved the pressure on Su Zimo instantly. Slash! He pointed forward. The eyes of the heavenly fiend Dharma body shone with two pitch-black fiend lights. Raising its arm, the gigantic scythe drew a crescent-shaped cold light in midair and slashed heavily against the incoming dark gold tripod. Clang! Sparks flew as the two weapons collided. The dark gold tripod was sent flying. The heavenly fiend Dharma body merely swayed without retreating a single step. However, Elder Ding staggered 3 steps back with a dark gaze and a grim expression. The power of a 85 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was so terrifying. Wielding a gigantic scythe in his hands, the heavenly fiend Dharma body glared at Elder Ding and growled deeply. Instantly, it exerted strength and charged forward. Demon, don't get cocky now. Not far away, Elder Zhong hollered and slapped the gigantic bronze bell viciously. OM! A terrifying sound domain attack descended. The heavenly fiend Dharma body shuddered as though it had suffered a huge blow. It paused for a moment and its speed slowed down as well. The sound domain attack was extremely lethal, and even Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his ears. But soon, Sanskrit sounded in his consciousness and dissipated that power. Although Elder Zhong's expression was unchanged, a storm brewed in his heart. His sound domain secret skill was extremely terrifying. With the amplification of the gigantic bronze bell, The lethality of the sound domain attack was something that even conjoint body mighty figures could not withstand. To think that desolate marshal managed to endure it. Clang. Elder Zhong tossed the gigantic bronze bell over, and it collided against the scythe of the heavenly fiend Dharma body. This time round, Elder Zhong did not retreat. This did not mean that Elder Zhong was stronger than Elder Ding. It was because Elder Zhong had made use of a sound domain secret skill to affect the speed of the heavenly fiend Dharma body. Even its power was dissipated significantly. Clang. 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 The heavenly fiend Dharma body raised its black scythe and clashed against Elders Zhong and Ding. The heavenly fiend Dharma body was extremely strong. If the two elders were to separate, it would be difficult for either one to defend against the power of the heavenly fiend Dharma body. But now, Elders Zhong and Ding had chemistry in their coordination. The moment anything happened to one party, the other party would send support swiftly so that the heavenly fiend Dharma body could not sustain its lethal attacks. With that, the heavenly fiend Dharma body was gradually disadvantaged. Desolate Marshal, Elder Zhong hollered. Is that your trump card? Although a 85 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic is strong, it's impossible for you to challenge Dragon Tiger sect with that Dharma characteristic. Bang! Bang! Both of them released their dharmic powers at the same time and clashed against the heavenly fiend Dharma body. The heavenly fiend Dharma body staggered a few steps in retreat. Su Zimo's lips curled and he said in a shocking manner, "Since a single heaven and earth Dharma characteristic won't do, I'll summon two." Boom! It was yet another deafening sound. A phantom soared into the skies. Bald and dressed in monk robes, it wielded prayer beads and had a lowered head. This Dharma characteristic was dignified, and its body seemed to be covered in a layer of gold. What? That's a second heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Desolate Marshal managed to condense two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics after entering the Dharma characteristic realm. The origin of that heaven and earth Dharma characteristic is not simple either. If I'm not wrong, that should be the legendary Rulai Dharmic body. A series of exclamations came from the crowd. Under countless gazes, the dignified Dharma characteristic grew continuously. 10 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet. In the blink of an eye, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic had grown to 80 feet. Furthermore, it showed no signs of stopping. 85 feet. Before long, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic grew to a height of 85 feet before truly stopping. An 85 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was enough to stir the entire cultivation world of the North region. Let alone two. This heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was one of the strongest Dharma bodies of the Buddhist monasteries, the Rulai Dharmic body. The reason why Su Zimo was able to create the Rulai Dharmic body was mainly because of the Great Day Rulai Sutra. Of course, the reason why the Rulai Dharmic body could grow to such a level was also because of the close to 5,000 years of cultivation and comprehension in Buddhism. Two indomitable titans stood between the mountains of Dragon Tiger sect. One was violent and sharp. The other was calm as water. One was a Dharma characteristic of the Buddhist monasteries. One was a Dharma body of the fiend sects. Two completely different heaven and earth Dharma characteristics from different lineages were fighting side by side without any resistance. Kill him, he pointed forward. Bang! Bang! The two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics moved at the same time. Their massive feet stomped on the ground, causing a stir. The reason why Elders Zhong and Ding were able to force back the heavenly fiend Dharma body was because they had chemistry with one another and it was 2 against 1. Now that the Rulai Dharmic body had joined the battlefield and separated Elders Zhong and Ding, their advantage was gone. In less than 10 rounds, Elders Zhong and Ding were fighting on their own and were already steadily losing ground. They could not stop the advancement of the heavenly fiend Dharma body and Rulai Dharmic body at all. When the Rulai Dharmic body stood still, it lowered its head and looked neither sad nor joyful. It was calm and gentle. However, with a single thought from Su Zimo, the Rulai Dharmic body opened its eyes and let out 2 shuddering gazes. Enraged diamond gaze. That gaze caused Elder Zhong's courage to weaken and he panicked. The Dharmic art that he had just conjured was gone. Clang. The ruleidermic body punched out and struck the gigantic bronze bell. It was like a gigantic stone pillar that struck the gigantic bronze bell. The bell rang sharply and suddenly exploded. Elder Zhong, who was the closest to the dermic weapon, was in an extremely terrible state. His ears were pierced by the sound domain attack released by his own dermic weapon and blood gushed out. The gigantic bronze bell was sent flying by a single punch from the ruleidermic body. It was extremely fast and carried a terrifying power as it smashed towards Elder Zhong. Elder Zhong did not have time to dodge and could only extend his arms as his blood chi surged to receive the gigantic bronze bell. Bang! He shuddered and his expression changed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of the ruleidermic body was way too strong. The ruleidermic body originated from the supreme mystic classic of the Buddhist monasteries, the Great Day Rulai Sutra. However, there were many Buddhist legacies condensed on the Dharma body. Apart from Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, there were also some ancient Buddhist legacies in the Stone Statue Cemetery. The eyes of the Dragon Tiger sect cultivators were filled with endless shock and fear. Even when he had just entered the Dharma characteristic realm, his 85 feet heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was enough for him to reign supreme across the same cultivation realm and could even kill opponents that were major cultivation realms above him. But now, Desolate Marshal had formed 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. This was unprecedented. The psychological pressure was even more intense than the visual impact of the 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Many Dragon Tiger sect cultivators even harbored a thought that Desolate Marshal was invincible. Be it Dharma characteristic Tao lords of the same cultivation realm or nascent souls and void reversions of the younger generation, all of them felt despair. 285 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristics destroyed the mental defenses of the Dragon Tiger sect cultivators. Even Elders Zhong and Ding were feeling regret at the moment, let alone them. However, it was already too late for them to back down. It was too late for them to stop now. Kill! Churning their blood chi to their limits, the 2 elders roared. What are you guys waiting for? Before their sentence was finished, 2 figures suddenly flashed and sped towards Su Zimo with terrifying auras and shuddering killing intent. Another 2 conjoint body mighty figures. That was the foundation of upper sects. Although there were no ancestor realm experts in the sect, there were close to 10 conjoint body mighty figures. That was how Dragon Tiger sect was able to become one of the upper sects of the North region and pass down their legacy for 10,000 years. Actually, the 2 conjoint body mighty figures had been hiding in the vicinity the entire time. However, they had not appeared. The 2 mighty figures were cautious by nature. Even though Su Zimo was only at the Dharma characteristic realm, they did not underestimate him and were in no hurry to attack. Instead, they were waiting for the best opportunity. At that moment, even without the reminder of Elders Zhong and Ding, they would have attacked. The ruleidermic body and heavenly fiend Dharma body had been lured away by Elders Zhong and Ding and were no longer by Su Zimo's side. At the current moment, Su Zimo was at his weakest. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged and his eyes flashed with mockery. His spirit consciousness was comparable to a conjoint body mighty figure and was augmented by his powerful spirit perception. Naturally, he had long sensed the existence of the 2 conjoint body mighty figures. Since he dared to have his heavenly fiend Dharma body and ruleidermic body keep their distance from him to hunt down Elders Zhong and Ding, he naturally had powerful means to deal with other unforeseen circumstances. Nobody could imagine what level Su Zimo had reached after experiencing 5,000 years of consolidation in the Tao inheritance ground and advancing to the Dharma characteristic realm. His entirety was not just the 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. One, of course, these were Su Zimo's trump cards, and he would not reveal them so easily. Furthermore, the combined attack of 2 conjoint body mighty figures was still not enough for him to release his 3rd heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Turning slightly, Su Zimo closed 2 fingers on his left hand and conjured a sword art, slashing gently at the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect on the left. Chi! A blazing sword beam burst forth and created a vast expanse of white, almost slicing the void into 2 as it descended on the mighty figure's head instantly. Heaven-slaying sword art. All the killing intent in the world seemed to have converged into the sword art at that moment. It was extremely sharp. After 5,000 years of deduction cultivation, Su Zimo's understanding of the heaven-slaying sword art had already reached greater mastery. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, the might of the sword art increased as well. As his comprehension of the heaven-slaying sword art deepened, the power of the sword chi that was released became even more terrifying. It was extremely sharp and seemed like it could destroy everything. The aura of that mighty figure was sliced into pieces by the sword chi. Ah! The mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect exclaimed in shock and stopped in his tracks, summoning a defensive dermic weapon to defend himself. Clang! The heaven-slaying sword chi struck the dermic weapon. The sword chi vanished. A white streak appeared on the dermic weapon. All of a sudden, the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect retreated rapidly and tossed away the dermic weapon in his hands. The moment the dermic weapon left his hand, it split into two and fell to the ground with a clean cut. It was sliced into two by a single sword chi. Trying to flee? Su Zimo shook his head gently and controlled his finger sword, slashing out once more. Compared to when he was at the Void Reversion or Nascent Soul Realm, it was much easier for him to release the heaven-slaying sword chi now. No matter how fast the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect retreated, he could not be faster than the heaven-slaying sword chi. Whoosh! The mighty figure's reaction was extremely fast. He tore apart a talisman immediately and formed an indestructible barrier before continuing to escape. Snap! The sword chi entered the protection dermic barrier. The dermic barrier shattered instantly. It could not withstand the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi. A flash of blood light appeared. The arm of the conjoint body mighty figure was sliced off by the heaven-slaying sword chi and blood splattered, dyeing half the skies red. This was the blood of a conjoint body mighty figure and contained boundless dermic powers. The power within a single drop of that blood was enough to kill a golden core. Ah! The mighty figure let out a tragic cry and his face was pale. Channeling dermic powers, under countless gazes, the muscles on the broken wound twitched and a brand new arm grew rapidly. His arm was regrown. At the conjoint body realm, one could regrow their arms or legs even if they lost them. Destroying the body of a conjoint body mighty figure was extremely difficult. A series of exclamations sounded from the mountain gate. Cultivators of Dragon Tiger Sect have long heard about how conjoint body mighty figures could regrow severed limbs, but none of them had witnessed it personally. That was normal. At the conjoint body realm, one was almost at the peak of the cultivation world. How many people could sever the arm of a conjoint body mighty figure? This scene was like a miracle that truly shocked everyone. However, the cheers of the crowd did not stop and an even more shocking scene happened. The moment that brand new arm was born, streaks of blood appeared on it. TSK, TSK, TSK. It was as though endless sword chi were slicing through his arm. Poof! In the blink of an eye, the arm exploded and vanished once more. The heaven-slaying sword art was known as one of the three great ancient sword arts and possessed terrifying might that could destroy life. Although the conjoint body mighty figure merely lost an arm, his wound possessed a sharp edge that could destroy all life. It was impossible for him to regrow his arm against that sharpness. Ah! The conjoint body mighty figure endured the pain of losing an arm once more and could not help but cry out tragically, almost falling from midair. A severed arm was not a fatal injury to a conjoint body mighty figure. However, his arm was severed twice in succession, and his blood chi was drained severely as well. Before he could catch his breath, an intense sense of danger descended once more. A sword chi tore through the air and attacked, drowning his figure completely. A third heaven-slaying sword chi descended. This time round, he could no longer dodge. Right in front of everyone, the conjoint body mighty figure was sliced into two by a white sword chi. The sword chi surged into his consciousness and minced his essence spirit instantly. A mighty figure was dead. The Chi Refinement Warriors, Foundation Establishment Cultivators, Golden Cores, and some other cultivators at the lowest rung looked at the scene in a daze. They were shocked and remained silent for a long time. Up till this point of their cultivation, they had never even seen a conjoint body mighty figure attack. This was the first time. But this time round, a conjoint body mighty figure that was insurmountable and beyond their reach had died right in front of them. This scene would be etched in the hearts of many cultivators forever and could not be erased. Conjoint body mighty figures could shake heaven and earth with a single move and had a long lifespan of 20,000 years. However, in the cruel cultivation world, conjoint body mighty figures were no different from them. They were equally fragile and would die with their essence spirits destroyed. 3 heaven-slaying sword chi killed a mighty figure. On the other side, the moment Su Zimo released the heaven-slaying sword chi, another conjoint body mighty figure had already arrived. Su Zimo did not even look at him. In his consciousness, the 54 green lotus seeds on the creation green lotus spewed out. Multicolored light spread and emitted a sharp sword chi as a green sword was rapidly formed. The green lotus sword. A green light flashed on Su Zimo's glabella and the green lotus sword tore through his consciousness, slashing towards the conjoint body mighty figure. This was a killing technique targeted at the essence spirit. Su Zimo did not test the other party and released his killing weapon right away. Desolate Marshal, you're a lunatic. When the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect sensed the terrifying aura on the green lotus sword, his expression changed starkly, and he could not help but curse as he conjured hand seals repeatedly and conjured an essence spirit secret skill. The green lotus sword targeted the essence spirit. Only essence spirit dermic weapons or essence spirit secret skills could defend against it. Roar! Roar! When the essence spirit secret skill of the Dragon Tiger sect mighty figure was released, the void echoed with the roars of dragons and tigers. A divine dragon and a spirit tiger condensed from spirit consciousness charged out and attacked the green lotus sword viciously. Dragon Tiger kill. Among the many essence spirit secret skills of the upper sects, the legacy of Dragon Tiger sect was definitely the top. In the blink of an eye, the green lotus sword and Dragon Tiger kill collided. The fight between essence spirits was silent. However, the collision of their spirit consciousnesses caused fine cracks to appear in the void. The green lotus sword dissipated and returned to Su Zimo's consciousness as 54 green lotus seeds, entering the creation lotus platform to continue nourishing it. However, the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect shuddered and the blood drained from his face. His eyes dimmed and he looked dispirited. Although he managed to defend against the essence spirit fight, his essence spirit was severely injured. Notwithstanding the fact that it would be difficult for his cultivation to advance in the future, his lifespan would also suffer immensely. Chi! A white sword chi burst forth from Su Zimo's fingertip. The heaven-slaying sword chi descended once more. The mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect had a horrified expression and instinctively wanted to condense dermic powers to defend. However, the moment his hands conjured a dermic art, his essence spirit felt a tearing pain and he nearly fainted. The dermic powers that he had just conjured dissipated instantly as well. His essence spirit could not even gather dermic powers. In a fight as such, a single mistake could lead to death on the spot, let alone someone like him. The sword chi descended and pierced his head without any resistance. The eyes of the mighty figure of Dragon Tiger sect widened and his expression stiffened. He fell from midair and his life force dissipated rapidly. He was already dead. Another mighty figure was dead. Su Zimo was in complete control of the situation. First was the fight between essence spirits before releasing the heaven-slaying sword chi. He had already predicted every possible situation beforehand. It had been less than 10 breaths since the 2 conjoint body mighty figures appeared and died. To be fair, before entering the Tao inheritance ground, although the green lotus true body's body was indestructible and possessed treasures such as the creation lotus platform and even the inheritance of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects, it was still weaker in combat than the dragon true body. Furthermore, the green lotus true body had an obvious weakness. The power of its bloodline was relatively weaker. If it was closed in by a cultivator that possessed terrifying blood chi and specialized in melee combat similar to the dragon true body, it would most likely be doomed. That was still a weakness for the green lotus true body even after it came forth from the Tao inheritance ground. However, it was nothing to him. The many dharmic arts and methods of the green lotus true body could make up for that weakness limitlessly. Even if he were to fight against his dragon true body now, it was unknown who would win. Although the blood chi of the dragon true body was terrifying, it would most likely be blocked by the many powerful dharmic arts and secret skills of the green lotus true body and could not close in. Both true bodies had grown to a terrifying degree. Initially, Su Zimo's two true bodies were his greatest reliance and trump cards. But now, his martial Dao true body at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, his prime body, was his greatest trump card. His prime body specialized in the martial Dao and no one could guess how far it could progress in the future, not even him. On the battlefield, Elders Zhong and Ding tried their best to hold out against the heavenly fiend Dharma body and Rulai Dharmic body because they hoped that the other mighty figures of Dragon Tiger sect would be able to succeed. When they saw two mighty figures die in succession, the hearts of Elders Zhong and Ding sank as well. It was over. Dragon Tiger sect was finished. Elders Zhong and Ding finally realized that Dragon Tiger sect's foundation of more than 10,000 years was still unable to defend against this monster incarnate, and was about to be trampled to pieces. Bang! Bang! There were two loud bangs. The bodies of Elders Zhong and Ding were slammed heavily into Dragon Tiger Peak by the heavenly fiend Dharma body and Rulai Dharmic body. Both of them looked extremely wretched with their clothes torn. Their destiny Dharmic weapons, the gigantic bronze bell and dark gold tripod, were no longer glowing and cracks appeared on them. Two dharmic weapons were shattered by Su Zimo's two heaven and earth dharma characteristics. The figures of Elders Zhong and Ding were embedded into Dragon Tiger Peak motionlessly. The heavenly fiend dharma body looked at the two of them with a cold gaze and waved its arm gently. The heavenly fiend scythe drew a cold beam of light in midair and pierced their throats. Poof! Blood gushed out. Two heads flew into the air before rolling back into the forest. Elders Zhong and Ding were dead. The entire Dragon Tiger sect was silent, for conjoint body mighty figures were dead. Many Dragon Tiger sect cultivators looked at the skinny figure in midair with endless fear in their eyes. Dao Lord Luohua's expression was dark and his eyelids twitched. Even his hands were trembling uncontrollably. At that moment he finally felt regret. However, it was too late. He looked at three secluded cave abodes of Dragon Tiger Peak in despair with a hint of anticipation in the depths of his eyes. There were still three grand elders of the sect in those cave abodes. If the three of them were to join forces, would it be? The moment that thought crossed his mind, he heard Su Zimo saying indifferently, "The three of you have been watching for so long. Aren't you going to come out?" Ugh! A deep sigh sounded, filled with fatigue and helplessness. Bang! Boom! Boom! The doors of the three cave abodes opened. Three mighty figures of Dragon Tiger sect appeared. Greetings, Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. Three mighty figures of Dragon Tiger sect appeared and bowed their heads. Merely saying that single sentence, none of them had any intention of attacking. Dao Lord Luohua was in complete despair. Even mighty figures were bowing down. The cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect looked at everything in silence. When the three grand elders greeted Dao Lord Desolate Marshal, it meant that the battle was over. The three grand elders were all conjoint body mighty figures. But now, these mighty figures that stood at the peak of the cultivation world had retracted the pride in their hearts to bow down to Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. Su Zimo glanced sideways at the three conjoint body mighty figures and asked indifferently, "Why? You're not fighting anymore." The three grand elders smiled bitterly with conflicted expressions. Dao Lord Luohua, who was standing on Dragon Tiger Peak, was indignant as a crazy thought flashed through his mind. With a ferocious expression, he shouted, "Elders, Desolate Marshal's heaven and earth dharma characteristic can't hold on for much longer. If you guys join forces, you'll definitely be able to kill him." After a huge battle, the light of the heavenly fiend Dharma body and Rulai Dharmic body had indeed dimmed significantly and were no longer corporeal. However, none of the three grand elders replied. It did seem like an opportunity. However, the three of them did not dare to take the gamble. If they lost, all their years of cultivation would vanish overnight. They could not afford to lose. If they showed weakness now, the three of them and the other cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect might still be able to survive. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. The Grand Elder in the middle cupped his fists. We've heard about your experiences and encounters. Those are indeed crimes of Dragon Tiger sect and we can't refute them. Since that's the case, Dragon Tiger sect shall disband today. Su Zimo waved his hand and said calmly. However, his words were enough to shock the entire cultivation world of the North region. Dragon Tiger sect was one of the 10 upper sects of the North region and had a legacy of more than 10,000 years. It stood strong despite countless calamities. To think that it would end today, the three Grand Elders sighed internally, realizing that there was no room for negotiation. The Grand Elder on the left said in a deep voice, Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, Luo Hua's crime is unforgivable. However, this has nothing to do with the other cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect. From what I know, some elders in the sect even tried to dissuade Luo Hua, but he merely rejected them. After a brief pause, the Grand Elder grit his teeth and shouted, Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, please show mercy and not implicate the other innocent cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect. Please. A conjoint body mighty figure was actually pleading to a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. The other two Grand Elders cupped their fists at the same time. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, please show mercy. Three conjoint body mighty figures were pleading for mercy at the same time. If news of this were to spread to the cultivation world, it would definitely cause an uproar. Su Zimo remained silent and no one could read his thoughts. The world was silent. The air seemed to have frozen. At that moment, everyone from Dragon Tiger sect felt their hearts skip a beat. They did not know of Desolate Marshal's decision. If Tao Lord Desolate Marshal was prepared to start a massacre, although they had the advantage in numbers, they would definitely not be able to defend against him. Their fates would be decided by Desolate Marshal's next sentence. The three conjoint body mighty figures were tense as well. Under normal circumstances, the safest method in the cultivation world was to eliminate the root of the problem. After all, if Dragon Tiger sect were to disperse today and so many cultivators of it were to leave, it was hard to guarantee that someone would not obtain a great opportunity in the future and rise against the tides to take revenge. However, the person before them was Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. Although they were in seclusion most of the time, they had vaguely heard some legends about him. The matter of Desolate Marshal establishing a Tao and imparting martial arts to all living beings shocked and charmed the three of them. Desolate Marshal was not a bloodthirsty person. Perhaps the cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect still had a chance of survival. Actually, there's no need for that. After a moment, Su Zimo spoke slowly, his tone still calm. Su Zimo pointed at the corpses of the fallen mighty figures. I'm only here today to kill Luo Hua. If those people didn't stand in my way, I wouldn't have killed them either. Swoosh! The cultivators heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Since Tao Lord Desolate Marshal said that their lives were safe. Thank you for showing mercy, Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. The three Grand Elders were delighted and expressed their thanks with cupped fists. Su Zimo glanced at the three Grand Elders and declared proudly, as though he could read their minds, Since I dare to let you off, I'm not afraid of you taking revenge. The cultivators were shocked. He let them go because he was not afraid of them taking revenge. Such boldness. That single statement alone caused the three Grand Elders to lose all thoughts of resisting. Boom! With a single step, Su Zimo descended on Dragon Tiger Peak. Tao Lord Luo Hua wanted to struggle and fight to the death. But Su Zimo extended his hand and suppressed him with immense dermic powers, grabbing him over. He lifted Tao Lord Luo Hua by the throat and looked down at the cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect. Listen up, the sect master of Dragon Tiger sect, Tao Lord Luo Hua, was killed by me. Dragon Tiger sect was also disbanded because of me. If anyone wants revenge in the future, feel free to come look for me. After a brief pause, Su Zimo changed the topic and said darkly, However, if you come looking for revenge, you'll end up the same way as him. The moment he said that, Su Zimo's palm trembled and crushed Tao Lord Luo Hua's essence spirit instantly. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect was dead. The cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect kept mum out of fear and did not even dare to breathe heavily. Every cultivator's eyes were filled with fear. That fear would be etched in the depths of their hearts forever. Perhaps one day, among these cultivators, some would advance to the Dharma characteristic realm while others would advance to the conjoint body realm, allowing them to dominate a place and suppress countless strong foes. However, they would still not dare to attack Su Zimo. The green figure stood on Dragon Tiger Peak like an untouchable existence that they could only look up to. "The rest of you can leave." Su Zimo looked down at the group of cultivators and waved his hand gently. After a momentary silence, the group of cultivators seemed to have realized something and moved one after another, speeding out of the sect. Sword lights and auspicious clouds streaked through the air. None of the cultivators dared to linger. In less than half an hour, apart from Su Zimo, Monkey, and the others, the only ones left in the sect were the 3 Grand Elders of Dragon Tiger sect. The 3 Grand Elders looked at Dragon Tiger sect and every inch of ground beneath their feet and sighed deeply. They had cultivated in Dragon Tiger sect for thousands of years. Now that they were about to leave, they were still reluctant. Su Zimo did not rush them either. A long time later, the 3 of them composed themselves and bowed towards Tao Lord Desolate Marshal once more before turning to leave. All 3 of them were clear that from this day forth, the situation in the North region would change entirely. There were many cultivators lingering outside the mountain gate of Dragon Tiger sect, most of them from the upper sects and aristocratic families of the North region. All of them were awaiting the final outcome of this battle. Before long, the cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect left. Almost all the cultivators that rushed forward to ask received the same answer. Tao Lord Luo Hua was dead. Dragon Tiger sect was disbanded and removed from the North region. The cultivators were shocked and hurriedly tore the messenger cranes that they had prepared. The news spread rapidly and continuously in the cultivation world of the North region, forming a powerful storm that swept through the upper sects and aristocratic families. Dark Ghost Sect. Within the ghastly hall, a spirit messenger crane flew in. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect received the spirit crane and a piece of news entered his mind instantly. Right away, his expression froze and he remained silent for a long time. "Sect master, is it news from Dragon Tiger sect?" A few elders surrounded him and asked anxiously. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect nodded. "What did it say?" When the elders saw the terrible expression on the sect master's face, they knew that something was amiss, but they could not help but ask. "Luo Hua was executed and Dragon Tiger sect is gone." The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect spoke a single sentence after a long silence. "Gone." The elders were shocked and asked again, "Why is it gone?" Dragon Tiger sect has a history of 10,000 years, and there should be a few conjoint body mighty figures in the sect. For conjoint body mighty figures tried to stop Desolate Marshal, but they were all killed by him. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect replied. "Ah!" the elders exclaimed. For conjoint body mighty figures were dead. Furthermore, they died in the hands of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Blood Mist Sect. "What did you say?" An elder exclaimed in shock. Desolate Marshal has actually conjured 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, and they're both 85 feet tall? The sect master of Blood Mist Sect nodded with a dark expression. 85 feet. 85 feet. 2 of them. The elder murmured softly. Desolate Marshal has just entered the Dharma characteristic realm. Once he cultivates to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, who can suppress him? There already aren't many people who can suppress him now. The sect master of Blood Mist Sect laughed bitterly. For conjoint body mighty figures of Dragon Tiger Sect wanted to stop him, but they were all killed by him. Even the 3 remaining conjoint body mighty figures bowed down to him. Yuan Clan. The Yuan Clan's master had a dark expression as he sat in the main hall of the clan. Many cultivators were gathered in the main hall, forming a dark atmosphere. I long expected that Desolate Marshal would become extremely terrifying after entering the Dharma characteristic realm. The Yuan clan's master grit his teeth. However, to think that this lad would have grown to such an extent. Ugh! Some elders in the clan shook their heads and sighed. Including the remaining 9 upper sects of the North region, our 4 gentry clans and even the 2 ancient aristocratic families, there's probably no one who can suppress Desolate Marshal. Unless Glass Palace makes a move. Don't forget, Desolate Marshal has a Mahayana patriarch backing him. I don't think Glass Palace will attack Desolate Marshal at this time either. Desolate Marshal is just a young lad. Could it be that after today, he will reign supreme in the North region? That will probably be the case. The clan discussed. The Yuan clan's master waved his hand. Elders, follow me. We'll head to Dragon Tiger Sect to meet Desolate Marshal. Family master. The cultivators in the clan were shocked and exclaimed. This decision meant that the Yuan clan had bowed down to Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. Back when Desolate Marshal was ambushed by 6 conjoint body mighty figures in the capital of Yen country. One of the conjoint body mighty figures was from the Yuan clan. Desolate Marshal had yet to express anything regarding this matter. The situation was pressing and the Yuan clan could only bow down first. If Desolate Marshal were to come knocking, it was hard to guarantee that the Yuan clan would not be destroyed and wiped out of the North region like Dragon Tiger Sect. The Yuan clan's master had an indignant expression but still said, Desolate Marshal has entered the Dharma characteristic realm and destroyed Dragon Tiger Sect. The situation is already set in stone and we can only bow our heads. The cultivators in the clan were silent. Stellar Luna Sect. Our sect master is wise. Many elders praised in unison with shocked expressions. Previously, the sect master of Stellar Luna Sect determined that Dragon Tiger Sect would be removed from the North region after this battle. At that time, many elders refuted the statement. To think that the outcome of Dragon Tiger Sect would be as the sect master of Stellar Luna Sect expected. The sect master of Stellar Luna Sect heaved a sigh of relief. I'm sure all the elders want to witness the grandeur of Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. Why don't you follow me? Are you going to pay a personal visit to Dao Lord Desolate Marshal? Sect master? An elder frowned slightly. You're the master of a sect after all. Isn't that a little inappropriate? That should be the case. The sect master of Stellar Luna Sect shook his head. Desolate Marshal has entered the Dharma characteristic realm and reigns supreme across the entire North region. His status is even above mine. The only way I can express sincerity is through a personal visit. Pausing for a moment, he smiled gently. The upper sects such as Dark Ghost Sect are feeling even more uneasy now. I'm guessing that their sect masters will head to Dragon Tiger Sect as well. All the upper sects, gentry clans and aristocratic families of the North region made a move in unison. Sect and clan masters came forth at the same time to head to Dragon Tiger Sect. Although Dragon Tiger Sect was now a thing of the past after the battle, its mountain gate was still around. Before long, Tao Yao, Nian Qi and the others had already cleaned up the vicinity of the sect and some corpses. Monkey and the others had long been scurrying around the entrance of Dragon Tiger Sect curiously. The elixir refinement chamber, dermic weapon chamber, and everyone else. They stuffed everything good they saw into their storage bags. I'm always getting the best gains when I'm with first. The spirit tiger smiled sheepishly and grabbed a bottle of elixirs, pouring everything into his mouth. He chewed casually before swallowing. Burping, he spat out a stream of spirit chi. Restrain yourself. Ching Ching could not help but kick the spirit tiger as she scolded jokingly. Don't overload. It's fine. The spirit tiger grinned. Don't you see Brother Monkey? He found a pool of wine out of nowhere and he's now lying dead drunk inside. In the hall, Su Zimo had just entered the Dharma characteristic realm and experienced another battle. Rubbing his glabella gently, he closed his eyes and stabilized his cultivation realm to comprehend the power of the Dharma characteristic realm. Young master, what are we still doing here? Tao Yao was curious and could not help but ask. Su Zimo did not open his eyes when he heard Tao Yao's question. We're waiting for people. Oh. Tao Yao blinked and nodded, not fully understanding. Young master, cultivate and rest first. I won't disturb you. He was sensible and did not continue asking, merely bowing to bid farewell. Outside the hall, Nian Qi was standing guard. Sister Nian Qi, young master is tired. Let's not disturb him first, Tao Yao said seriously. Nian Qi smiled and nodded. Tao Yao stumbled to the entrance of the sect and stood guard there. His young master was resting and must not be disturbed. He had to stop any fiend demon cultivators from entering. That was what Tao Yao thought. The next morning, Tao Yao was resting when he heard the sound of flying swords tearing through the air. Far away, clouds rumbled and spirit vessels tore through the air one after another. Many auspicious clouds sped forward with many cultivators standing on them in a black patch. They had a terrifying aura and dust billowed as they charged towards Dragon Tiger Sect. Tao Yao's expression froze and he perked up. These people are hostile. I can't let them barge into Dragon Tiger Sect and disturb young master, he thought to himself. The first to arrive at Dragon Tiger Sect were the cultivators of the Dark Ghost Sect. The moment they arrived, everyone from Dark Ghost Sect caught sight of a boy standing at the entrance of Dragon Tiger Sect. With a stern expression, he blocked their path forward. You're not allowed to barge in here. Please make a detour, Tao Yao declared. How did this child appear out of nowhere in this forest? Many cultivators of Dark Ghost Sect had never seen Tao Yao before. Look carefully. This is not a child, but a spirit that has turned into a fiend demon. The person who spoke was Dao Lord Blackleather, who had headed to Pingyang Town previously. He whispered to the sect master of Dark Ghost Sect, Sect Master. This boy protected Dao Lord Desolate Marshal outside Pingyang Town and did a great deed. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect nodded and smiled at Tao Yao. I'm the sect master of Dark Ghost Sect and I'm here to visit Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. Could I trouble you to inform him? Not now. He's still resting. Tao Yao shook his head and rejected without thinking. The expression of the sect master of Dark Ghost Sect darkened. No matter what, as a sect master with a noble status, it did not make sense for him to be rejected by a boy at the entrance when he was here to visit personally. However, he was extremely scheming and did not flare up. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect laughed still and asked, May I know how long your young master will be resting? I don't know. Tao Yao shook his head. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect frowned. A Dharma characteristic Dao Lord at the side could not stand it and stood out, harumphing coldly. Kid, Dark Ghost Sect is an upper sect of the North region. Who do you think you are? How dare you make the decision on your own? If we ask you to report it, head over quickly. Don't waste time. So what if you're an upper sect? Tao Yao pouted. Dragon Tiger Sect was an upper sect as well, but they were still destroyed by our young master. You. The Dharma characteristic Dao Lord was speechless for a moment and was enraged. He said coldly, What a glib tongue you have. I'll punish you on behalf of your young master today. You want to fight? Tao Yao was instantly on guard as he glared at everyone from Dark Ghost Sect. Back down. Right then, the sect master of Dark Ghost Sect hollered with a dark expression. Sect master, he's just a child. Scram! Don't come out and embarrass yourself. The Dharma characteristic Dao Lord wanted to argue but was lambasted by the sect master of Dark Ghost Sect. With an embarrassed expression, he retreated. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect took a deep breath and turned around. The gloominess on his face dissipated significantly as he revealed a smile. It's fine. Since Dao Lord Desolate Marshal is resting, we'll wait outside here. Once your young master is awake, can I trouble you to inform him? The Dark Ghost Sect cultivators were stunned. Their sect master had a dark temperament and had never smiled before, let alone speak with such a gentle tone. Of course. Tao Yao nodded and did not reject the request. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect chuckled dryly and waved his hand, retreating with the group of cultivators to rest outside Dragon Tiger Sect. Sect master, if Desolate Marshal were to rest for half a month, would we have to wait here for so long as well? Isn't Desolate Marshal way too cocky? Sect master, we can give Desolate Marshal some face, but there's no need for us to show weakness to a mere child. Many cultivators of Dark Ghost Sect were indignant. The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect shook his head gently. I heard that this child is extremely close to Desolate Marshal and must not be provoked. Once the Tao is obtained, Even fowls and dogs can ascend to the heavens, let alone the Tao child of desolate martial. Before long, cultivators of Blood Mist sect arrived at the entrance of Dragon Tiger sect but were similarly rejected by Tao Yao. Similar to the sect master of Dark Ghost sect, the sect master of Blood Mist sect did not barge in and retreated after chatting for a while. Dragon Tiger sect was destroyed the moment they barged into Pingyang town. None of them dared to attempt the same. Before long, cultivators of Seven Kills sect and Yuan clan arrived at Dragon Tiger sect as well. Similar to Dark Ghost sect and Blood Mist sect, the sect masters of Seven Kills sect and Yuan clan were not angered after Tao Yao rejected them. Instead, they chose to wait outside the sect. Before noon, half of the 10 upper sects of the North region had arrived. 3 of the 4 gentry clans had arrived as well. The masters of both aristocratic families had arrived. These upper sect masters and aristocratic family masters were existences that would cause a stir in the North region with a single stomp of their feet. Yet, they were waiting obediently outside the Dragon Tiger sect right now. Although the upper sect masters and aristocratic family masters were given the cold shoulder and exchanged glances, all of them had a tacit understanding and none of them mocked the other. Almost all of them had offended Su Zimo in the past. Now that Su Zimo had entered the Dharma characteristic realm and destroyed Dragon Tiger sect, the situation was set in stone. In order to resolve their past grudges, they could only pay a personal visit. Noon had just passed. Stellar Luna sect, Murong aristocratic family and other sects and factions had arrived as well. All the upper sects and aristocratic families of the cultivation world of the North region were gathered outside Dragon Tiger sect. Even in the ancient era, there shouldn't be any Dharma characteristic Tao Lord that had the entire world paying respects the moment they entered the Dharma characteristic realm, right? The sect master of Stellar Luna sect lamented. That's right. An elder at the side said, however, this is quite a bit of pressure for Desolate Marshal as well. After all, he's facing almost the entire cultivation world of the North region. That's right. No matter how strong Tao Lord Desolate Marshal is and how he can flatten Dragon Tiger sect, there's no way he can go against all the 9 upper sects, for gentry clans and 2 aristocratic families. This gathering of warriors from all over is a test for Tao Lord Desolate Marshal as well. Let's see how he reacts. Many elders of Stellar Luna sect discussed softly. Right then, a calm voice sounded from Dragon Tiger sect. When it entered the ears of the cultivators outside the sect, it was neither loud nor soft but extremely clear. Everyone, it's been a long wait. Come on in. The initial clamor outside the sect quietened down. Tao Yao was invigorated and declared, "Young master is awake. Follow me." The group of them heaved a sigh of relief. Under Tao Yao's lead, the group of cultivators entered Dragon Tiger sect and headed straight for the palace on Dragon Tiger Peak. The palace of Dragon Tiger sect was extremely huge and could accommodate tens of thousands of people with ease. The moment the cultivators entered, they looked up instinctively and shuddered with shock in their eyes. At that moment, a green-robed cultivator sat in the main hall. His black hair fell to his shoulders and his eyes were deep, emanating a powerful aura as though he was one with the world. Tao Yao had already returned to his spot and was standing side by side with Nian Qi behind the green-robed cultivator. Both of them looked young and were like a pair of Tao children, standing guard beside the green-robed cultivator. The cultivators were stunned when they saw that. Legend has it that behind some immortals in the immortal world, there were male and female Tao children that cultivated the Tao, known as the Golden Couple. This scene was extremely similar to the legends of the immortal world. What sort of characters were the leaders of the 9 upper sects, for gentry clans and 2 aristocratic families? Once gathered, they would naturally form a powerful aura. But now that they entered the hall, they were suppressed by the aura of the green-robed cultivator and lowered their heads instinctively, not daring to meet his gaze. That's Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, many cultivators thought to themselves. Although they had never seen Su Zimo before, they felt that only such a powerful aura was worthy of Desolate Marshal's Tao title. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect and everyone else who had seen Su Zimo before lamented internally. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, They would not have believed that Tao Lord Desolate Marshal had transformed to such a state after merely 10 years. This was not merely an increase in his cultivation realm. It was an indescribable feeling. More than 10 years ago, Su Zimo was lauded as the strongest monster incarnate in history and killed many titular disciples, gaining fame in Tianhuang mainland. He was even reborn after a single attack from a half-martial ancestor. However, at that time, Stellar Luna Sect and the others still looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a junior. But now, there was a sense of vicissitude and pressure emanating from Su Zimo. In front of him, everyone from Stellar Luna Sect felt a sense of pressure. Congratulations on entering the Dharma characteristic realm, fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal. After a long silence, the Murong family's master was the first to step forward and say gently, "Of course, I would like to congratulate you on establishing the martial Tao and bringing blessings to the masses as well. Back when I parted ways with you, I told you that I would personally pay a visit to congratulate you if you can establish your martial Tao. Today, I'm fulfilling my promise." The Murong family's master was a beautiful middle-aged lady. She looked to be in her 30s and had a voluptuous figure. Her words and actions were elegant and dignified while her voice was gentle and beautiful, sounding like a spring breeze. "You're too kind, fellow Taoist Murong." Su Zimo smiled gently and nodded. "Take a seat." The hall was extremely empty. At that moment, Tao Yao walked down the steps upon Su Zimo's orders and took out a chair from his storage bag, placing it beside the Murong family's master. "Please." Tao Yao made an inviting gesture. "Thank you, Tao Child." The Murong family's master smiled and sat down. The other cultivators of the Murong family were naturally not qualified to sit in the main hall and stood behind the Murong family's master. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the sect master of Stellar Luna Sect. The sect master of Stellar Luna Sect laughed and stood out, bowing slightly. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal. Congratulations on entering the Dharma characteristic realm and imparting martial arts to all living beings." "Well said." Su Zimo nodded. "Take a seat." Tao Yao took out another chair from his storage bag and placed it beside the sect master of Stellar Luna Sect. The sect master of Stellar Luna Sect heaved a sigh of relief. More than 10 years ago, after the battle at the palace of Yen Country, he told Su Zimo that he would forget about the feud between Su Zimo and Stellar Luna Sect. In the battle outside Pingyang town thereafter, no cultivators from Stellar Luna Sect took part in it either. From the looks of it, those two decisions were made correctly. The Valley Master of Blaze Columbus Valley cupped his fists and laughed. "Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, to think that something like imparting martial arts to all living beings would be done by you. It's nothing much for you to enter the Dharma characteristic realm, but it's definitely worth bragging about creating the martial Tao." "No problem." Su Zimo nodded with a smile. "Valley Master, why don't you stay here today? There's a wine pool in Dragon Tiger Sect and the wine inside is fragrant. You can drink to your heart's content." "Good, good, good." The Valley Master of Blaze Columbus Valley's eyes lit up as he said hurriedly, "Since fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal has said that, I won't decline. Although I've drunk the good wine of Dragon Tiger Sect before, I've never had my fill of it. I can finally drink to my heart's content today. Take a seat." Su Zimo gestured with a nod. Tao Yao arrived beside the Valley Master of Blaze Columbus Valley and moved out a seat. "Thank you." The Valley Master of Blaze Columbus Valley laughed and sat down comfortably. Initially, the atmosphere in the hall was a little tense. But now, the atmosphere was much livelier after that exchange. Many cultivators were relieved as well. Cultivators from other sects such as Dark Ghost Sect, Seven Kills Sect, and Blood Mist Sect thought to themselves, "Legend has it that Desolate Marshal is decisive in killing like a fiend. Now that I think about it, he seems rather easygoing." "Master, you're worrying too much." Tao Lord Blackleather sent a voice transmission as well. "Seems like Desolate Marshal is smart and has no intention of offending us." The sect master of Dark Ghost Sect said nothing. Actually, the current situation did not prove anything. Stellar Luna Sect, Blaze Columbus Valley, and the Murong family did not have any deep feuds with Su Zimo to begin with. However, it was different for them. More than 10 years ago, They sent a conjoint body mighty figure of their sect to kill desolate Marshall. A few days ago outside Pingyang town, their cultivators even arrived nearby to covet desolate Marshall's belongings. That was a huge taboo. As the sect master of Dark Ghost sect hesitated, Seven Kills sect stood out. Similar to the sect master of Stellar Luna sect, the sect master of Seven Kills sect revealed a smile and cupped his fists. Congratulations on entering the Dharma characteristic realm, fellow Taoist desolate Marshall. You have established the Marshall Tao, and it's a blessing for all living beings. This is an eternal achievement. Under normal circumstances, Su Zimo should accord this person a seat right now. However, at that moment, Su Zimo was expressionless and merely looked at the sect master of Seven Kills sect in silence. Leaving him there, the smile on the face of the sect master of Seven Kills sect froze. The group of cultivators had just relaxed when they suddenly felt a sense of trepidation, as though a calamity was about to descend upon them. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned tense. Back then, one of the 6 conjoint body mighty figures that encircled Su Zimo was from Seven Kills sect. There were also cultivators of Seven Kills sect outside Pingyang town. Tao Lord Desolate Marshall, the sect master of Seven Kills sect looked awkward. Just as he was about to continue, Su Zimo retracted his gaze and turned to look at the sect master of Heaven Motion sect, who was not far away. It's been more than 10 years. How have you been, sect master? Su Zimo smiled gently. More than 10 years ago, the sect master of Heaven Motion sect promised him that he would write off his feud with Su Zimo from then on and would not cause trouble for the latter. Later on, Heaven Motion sect fulfilled their promise and did not send any cultivators to Pingyang town. The sect master of Heaven Motion sect froze for a moment and even felt flattered, saying hurriedly, "You're welcome, fellow Taoist. Take a seat." Su Zimo nodded. Tao Yao moved a chair and placed it beside the sect master of Heaven Motion sect. The sect master of Seven Kills sect stood at the side and could neither advance nor retreat. His face flushed red and purple as he felt a burning sensation. A clear distinction between gratitude and hatred. 2 words flashed through the sect master of Stellar Luna sect's mind. Su Zimo's attitude towards them was completely different from his attitude towards the sect master of Seven Kills sect. Although they were all here with the intention of befriending Su Zimo, it was most likely going to be fruitless for Dark Ghost sect, Seven Kills sect, and the other sects. Desolate Marshall. What's the meaning of this? An elder of Seven Kills sect could not hold it in any longer and stood out. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he said coldly, "Our sect master is here personally to extend his congratulations. How can we allow a young kid like you to humiliate us?" Su Zimo's expression turned cold and his gaze intensified. "You want to kill me?" Su Zimo's spirit perception was the most sensitive to killing intent. Seven Kills sect had once sent a conjoint body mighty figure to kill him. That debt had yet to be settled, and this Seven Kills sect elder still dared to harbor killing intent towards him. "You must have a death wish." Exhaling, Su Zimo raised 2 fingers and conjured a sword art, slashing towards the Seven Kills sect elder. Chi! A bedazzling sword beam burst forth, creating a vast expanse of white. The Seven Kills sect elder was alarmed. He had not expected that Su Zimo would be so domineering as to kill in public in front of so many sects and factions. In a moment of distraction, the heaven-slaying sword Chi crossed the void and entered his head. Poof! The Seven Kills sect elder was sliced into 2 and died on the spot. Decisive to kill. Who would have thought that Tao Lord Desolate Marshall was still chatting idly earlier on and would kill in the blink of an eye? It was only at this moment that the crowd realized how strong Su Zimo was. The sect master of Seven Kills sect stood at the side and could not react in time as he watched the elder beside him die on the spot. At that moment, what he felt was not anger, but fear. The white sword Chi brushed past him. Even he could not react to it, let alone the elder beside him. In other words, if the sword Chi were to slash at him, he would be a dead man. Unknowingly, the sect master of Seven Kills sect broke out in cold sweat. However, due to his identity, he pretended to be calm but could not say anything. although the massive palace was filled with cultivators from the 9 upper sects, for gentry clans and 2 aristocratic families. None of them dared to speak. Everyone kept mum out of fear. That single sword strike shocked all the cultivators present. The sect masters of Stellar Luna sect, Blaze Columbus Valley, and the other upper sects were already seated and were naturally watching coldly by the sidelines. As for the sect masters of Dark Ghost sect, Blood Mist sect, and the other upper sects, they exchanged glances. Although they were displeased, they could not say anything. Firstly, they feared Su Zimo's methods. They were certain that, if they stood out right now, Tao Lord Desolate Marshal would definitely dare to kill without any reservations. Secondly, since the sect master of 7 Kills sect did not say anything, there was no need for them to go against Su Zimo because of this. In less than 10 minutes since the upper sects and aristocratic families entered the hall, Su Zimo had complete control of the situation. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he continued conversing with the sect masters of the other upper sects, instructing Tao Yao to take a seat for a few sect masters and family masters. Before long, some upper sect masters and aristocratic family masters took their seats. However, the sect masters of 4 upper sects and the family master of 1 gentry clan were left waiting by Su Zimo without giving any orders for their seats. Dark Ghost sect, 7 Kills sect, Blood Mist sect, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult, and the Yuan clan. Many cultivators understood instantly, including Dragon Tiger sect. These 6 major sects had once sent conjoint body mighty figures to kill Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. Furthermore, all 5 of them had once headed to Pingyang Town for Desolate Marshal's belongings. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal had no intention of becoming enemies with all the upper sects and aristocratic families. These were his only targets. Most of the upper sect masters sat in their seats. However, the sect masters of Dark Ghost sect and 7 Kills sect stood in the main hall in a striking manner. The sect master of Dark Ghost sect and the others were uneasy, but they forced themselves to remain calm. Su Zimo did not even look at them and merely conversed merrily with the other sect masters and family masters of the upper sects and aristocratic families. He spoke of all sorts of interesting cultivation and ancient legends. They seemed to have been forgotten and were left at the spot, unable to advance or retreat. All of them were the masters of their respective upper sects and families. In the cultivation world of the North region, they had noble statuses and were revered everywhere they went. But now, they had to endure such humiliation. Every single breath they remained in the hall was a torture for them. Even so, they did not dare to flick their sleeves and leave. At the very least, from the looks of it, Tao Lord Desolate Marshal had no intention of killing them. Otherwise, given Desolate Marshal's temperament, he would have attacked long ago instead of dragging things out. However, they did not know if Desolate Marshal would kill them if they left now. None of them dared to attempt and take the risk. The situation was pressing and the 5 of them could only endure. A long time later, Su Zimo shifted his gaze towards the 5 of them. Dark Ghost sect, 7 Kills sect, Blood Mist sect, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult, and Yuan clan. Su Zimo asked indifferently, "Do you know your crimes?" His voice was neither fast nor slow. However, there was a tremendous pressure that made the 5 sect masters feel suffocated. The sect master of Dark Ghost sect grit his teeth and braced himself before shouting, "I don't know how we offended you, Tao Lord. Please explain." The sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult said in a deep voice as well, "Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, Exalted Master Lang Yu, who tried to kill you more than 10 years ago, had already announced his departure from Mystic Firmament Divine Cult. His actions have nothing to do with our sect. He must not admit to something like that. The moment he admitted it, it would be used against him. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal would have an absolute reason to kill them here." Furthermore, that was the truth. Back then, the 6 conjoint body mighty figures had already announced that they were leaving the sect in advance because they were worried about implicating the sect. If Dark Ghost sect, 7 Kills sect, and the other upper sects insisted that they had nothing to do with this matter, nobody would have any proof. "Oh," Su Zimo replied indifferently and did not get entangled with them on this matter. He continued to ask, "A few days ago, cultivators from your sects were stationed outside Pingyang Town. What were you guys up to?" At that time, we believed that you would definitely be able to advance to the Dharma characteristic realm. Therefore, we sent cultivators over to congratulate you. The sect master of Dark Ghost sect and the others had long prepared excuses. Of course, that reason was filled with loopholes and could only be used as a momentary defense right now. They could not possibly tell Su Zimo that the cultivators of the sects were heading to Pingyang Town to steal his treasures after he was dead. None of them would survive if he said that. Oh, Su Zimo nodded. Very good. Although Su Zimo looked so calm, the sect master of Dark Ghost sect and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. In that case, you guys did nothing wrong. I was the one who was overthinking. Su Zimo murmured softly, and a white sword chi gradually formed on his fingertip, emitting an extremely sharp aura. Pest! The pupils of the 5 men constricted and they gasped. At that moment, they felt the aura of death. Not good. Desolate Marshal wanted to kill. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult was scared out of his wits and blurted, "I'm guilty. I'm guilty." Oh, Su Zimo smiled. The sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult felt his mind race as he gulped. No matter what, Exalted Master Lang Yu was a mighty figure of my cult. We have an undeniable responsibility. Right, what should we do then? Su Zimo asked with a friendly smile. I am willing to compensate you, Tao Lord. Pausing for a moment, the sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult grit his teeth and said, I'll compensate you with a perfect grade Tao Lord dermic weapon. Su Zimo retracted his smile. More than 10 years ago, Exalted Master Lang Yu nearly killed me. Sect Master. Do you mean that my life is only worth a perfect grade Tao Lord dermic weapon? And no. The sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult panicked and cold sweat poured down his forehead. We'll hand over another 100 grade 6 elixirs and Tao Lord dermic weapons. Grade 6 elixirs were elixirs that only Dharma characteristic Tao Lords could consume. They were extremely powerful and difficult to refine. Each elixir was precious. The fact that the sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult was willing to produce 100 of them was proof of his sincerity. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he shook his head. 1,000 grade 6 elixirs and 1,000 Tao Lord dermic weapons above superior grade. 10,000 tons of spirit stones as well. Even the sect master of Stellar Luna sect and the others were shocked, let alone the sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult. This was truly an unreasonable demand. Tao Lord. 100 grade 6 elixirs and 100 Tao Lord dermic weapons are already our limit. The sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult lamented internally and could not help but say, I really can't afford 1,000 grade 6 elixirs and 1,000 superior grade Tao Lord dermic weapons. Su Zimo said, It's fine if you can't afford it. You can use spirit herbs, immortal fruits and universal treasures as a replacement. Xianxia said at the right time from the side. Spirit herbs such as the yellow dragon heaven grass, dark bamboo, 10,000-year lingji silverlight fruit, true essence lotus and skunda fruit will do as well. She was an elixir refinement grandmaster to begin with and naturally knew the ingredients required for grade 6 elixirs instantly. Su Zimo said, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult and Dragon Tiger Sect are both upper sects. With their 10,000-year foundation, Dragon Tiger Sect has way more than that. Are you sure Mystic Firmament Divine Cult can't afford it? The sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult was on the verge of tears. Although Mystic Firmament Divine Cult could afford it, it would definitely be a huge blow. That single move would cost half of their foundation that was passed down for tens of thousands of years. It was too ruthless. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect and the others were equally shocked. With that, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult would definitely suffer great losses. It would take at least 10,000 years for them to recover. Suddenly, the sect master of Dark Ghost sect spoke. If our sect hands over those items, our grudge with you? We'll naturally call it even, Su Zimo replied indifferently. As long as you guys don't provoke me in the future, I won't cause trouble for you guys either. All right, the sect master of Dark Ghost sect nodded. With that promise, we'll give it our all. It'll be our congratulatory gift for fellow Taoist desolate martial's advancement to the Dharma characteristic realm. With the sect master of Dark Ghost sect making the first move, 7 Kills sect, Blood Mist sect and Yuan clan agreed readily as well. The sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult could only submit as well. Tao Lord, there's definitely no way we can take out so many treasures right now. We've got to return to the sect and prepare for it. I'll give you a month, Su Zimo said slowly. I'll pay a personal visit after that deadline. The sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult chuckled dryly. That was a blatant threat. After a personal visit by Su Zimo, Dragon Tiger sect was removed from the North region. How could Mystic Firmament Divine Cult defend against that? Tao Lord Desolate Martial truly lives up to his reputation. Despite facing so many sects and factions alone, he's still able to control the situation. He's even more terrifying than I imagined. An elder of Stellar Luna sect lamented and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect replied with a voice transmission as well. Now that Dragon Tiger sect of the 10 upper sects of the North region is gone, Ethereal Peak is probably about to rise. With so many resources and treasures gathered at Ethereal Peak, the foundation of that sect will no longer be weaker than our upper sects. That's right. What Ethereal Peak lacks right now is a conjoint body mighty figure. Once they have a conjoint body mighty figure guarding them, there's a high chance they will become a new upper sect in the upper sect meet. Tao Lord Desolate Martial alone is comparable to 10 conjoint body mighty figures. The sect master of Dark Ghost sect and the others did not linger long in Dragon Tiger sect and left dejectedly. Under Su Zimo's aura, they felt extremely pressured and could only leave as soon as possible. As for the sect master of Stellar Luna sect, the valley master of Blaze Columbus Valley, the master of the Murong family and the others, they stayed in Dragon Tiger sect for a short period of time before leaving. During this month, Su Zimo remained in Dragon Tiger sect. At the end of the month, Dark Ghost sect, 7 Kills sect, Blood Mist sect, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult and Yuan clan visited one after another and offered 1,000 grade 6 elixirs, 1,000 superior grade Tao Lord Dermic weapons and 10,000 tons of spirit stones respectively. Su Zimo handed all those treasures to Ethereal Peak. None of the items were worthy of his attention. For Dermic weapons, he had his creation Lotus Platform, Mingwang Prayer Beads and Mystic Magnet Mountain. Furthermore, his Green Lotus True Body was comparable to Khanate Tao Lord Dermic weapons. The only things that interested Su Zimo were the cultivation techniques and secret manuals left behind by Dragon Tiger sect. Those items were of some use for his prime body to deduce the martial Tao and he had them all moved to Ethereal Peak. After that, Su Zimo stayed temporarily in Ethereal Peak. Monkey and the others continued to dominate the Wild Lion Ridge. A year later, Xianxia made a move and prepared to return to Elixir Yang sect in the Middle Continent. Night Spirit offered to escort her. Actually, Xianxia had already cultivated to the perfected Void Reversion realm. She could protect herself with her current combat strength. However, she did not reject him and agreed with a smile. Su Zimo had long sensed that there was something between them, but he did not interfere. Even as a brother, he had not taken good care of Xianxia all these years. It was all thanks to Night Spirit. Furthermore, it was enough as long as they were both willing parties. After Xianxia left, Su Zimo continued cultivating in Ethereal Peak. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. Ethereal Peak had been extremely peaceful for the past 5 years. After the battle at Dragon Tiger sect, everyone knew that Desolate Martial had advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm. Coupled with the existence of the old monk from Dragon Burial Valley, no one dared to provoke him. However, the cultivation world had changed quite a bit. The most obvious change was that all living beings were able to cultivate. Ethereal Peak alone had recruited more than 1,000 cultivators who cultivated the martial Tao over the years. A series of changes had already happened in the cultivation world of the North region because of Su Zimo's rise. Dragon Tiger sect was removed. As Ethereal Peak rose, it attracted many cultivators who admired their reputation golden cores, nascent souls, void reversions, and even Dharma characteristic Tao lords wanted to join the sect. Of course, there were still no conjoint body mighty figures. Firstly, Ethereal Peak did not have a conjoint body mighty figure to begin with. Secondly, conjoint body mighty figures ruled over a region and were not bound by sex. Even super sex might not be able to provide resources suitable for conjoint body mighty figures to cultivate, let alone Ethereal Peak. If they wanted to advance further in their cultivations, they might as well explore some ancient ruins or ancestral cave abodes and obtain some opportunities and encounters. As for the Great Zhou dynasty, actually, more than 10 years ago, the Great Zhou dynasty had already annexed the Great Yu, Great Xia and Great Shang dynasties to unify the North region. All these years, there were no wars between the dynasties and the citizens rested and practiced martial arts. Under Ji Yaoshua's governance, the injuries left behind by the Witch Gu calamity healed gradually, and a peaceful and flourishing scene unfolded. This day, Su Zimo sensed something in his seclusion and woke up. Before long he heard knocking sounds. "Come in," Su Zimo said. Although he had left the sect for many years, his cave abode had always been preserved for him. The door to the cave abode opened and Xianxia walked in. "Young master." A spirit crane flew in from outside. "It's looking for you." "Oh." Frowning slightly, Su Zimo received the spirit crane. The crane carried a faint fragrance and was clearly made by a woman. He swept his gaze across. The address on the spirit crane indicated the middle continent. Opening the spirit crane, Su Zimo read through the contents before long and murmured, "To think that it would be her." "Who?" Xianxia asked curiously. Su Zimo smiled. "She can forcibly be considered as an old friend that I've once met." Pausing for a moment, he stood up and crushed the spirit crane into dust with a single slap. "I've got to go and make a trip to the middle continent." "What happened that requires you to make a trip personally, young master?" Xianxia asked curiously. Su Zimo replied, "Something happened at Brother Yan's side." Xianxia was surprised. "Azura Yan Beichen?" "Yes." Su Zimo nodded as he reminisced about the past. After the Thousand Crane Tea Party, Dharma characteristic Tao lords of many sects and factions arrived and entered Hundred Refinement sect, prepared to cause trouble for him. When the Azura heard about this, he rushed over without hesitation. Those Dharma characteristic Tao lords at that time were all renowned figures. Among them, there were even titular disciples such as Tao Lord Immortal Sword and Tao Lord Cloud Rain. Tao Lord Immortal Sword was the number 1 of the previous Dharma characteristic ranking. Tao Lord Cloud Rain was the second of the Dharma characteristic ranking 5,000 years ago. As for the Azura, he had only just advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm. Despite that, he was fearless and invoked a massive battle against the 9 Dharma characteristic Tao lords outside Hundred Refinement sect. That battle was earth-shaking. 6 of the 9 Tao lords were killed by the Azura. Although a large part of the reason was because Tao Lord Immortal Sword was severely injured when he fought Tao Lord Extreme Fire back in Hundred Refinement sect, the powerful methods displayed by the Azura were still shocking. Su Zimo watched the battle from afar. That battle was still unforgettable. At that time, he even asked the Azura about his injuries. However, the latter merely brushed it off casually. To think that the injuries left behind by the Azura in that battle had yet to recover. One of the messages on the spirit crane was about how the Azura's essence spirit was injured. An injury to the essence spirit was extremely difficult to heal. Later on, when Su Zimo caused a huge trouble in the Tao inheritance ground and the situation was critical, many Hundred Refinement sect cultivators suggested that they draw a line between them and Su Zimo. However, the Azura disregarded the injuries of his essence spirit and Hundred Refinement sect, wanting to protect Su Zimo and escape to the end of the world. An elder of Elixir Yang sect admired the Azura's temperament and gifted him the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir that was preserved for many years. The 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir was an ancient elixir that had been lost a long time ago. It was extremely rare and was the best healing medicine for essence spirits. It was no exaggeration to say that it was a priceless treasure. The Azura received the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir but did not consume it himself. Instead, he gave it to someone else. It was that person who sent the spirit crane. In the battle outside Hundred Refinement sect, 3 of the 9 Tao lords survived. Apart from the 2 titular disciples who managed to escape, Dao Lord Immortal Sword and Dao Lord Cloud Rain. This was the third person to survive. She was Sword Sex Qin Pianran. At that time, Qin Pianran was betrayed by Dao Lord Immortal Sword and wanted to die. Although the Azura had never said it, Su Zimo could tell that he was compassionate. The Azura who achieved his Dao through killing and possessed a merciless saber technique was a sentimental person. Dao Lord Immortal Sword, who was known to be righteous and loyal, was a heartless person. That was truly an immense irony. Su Zimo had long sensed that the Azura was treating Qin Pianran differently. However, he did not expect the Azura to feed Qin Pianran the precious 9 Revolutions soul return elixir. Of course, the spirit crane was not sent only because of the Azura's injuries. It was because another monster incarnate in Azura sect wanted to replace Yen Beichen as the new titular disciple and take over the title of the Azura. That titular disciple sent a challenge letter to the Azura. Given the Azura's current state, he might be able to win against ordinary Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. However, he would definitely lose against this monster incarnate of the fiend sex. Qin Pianran naturally hoped that Su Zimo could head to the Middle Continent and help the Azura tide through this calamity. At the end of the spirit crane, Qin Pianran even mentioned that she had sent the spirit crane behind the Azura's back. Given the Azura's temperament, he would not plead for help even if he met with such a calamity. However, she was worried and did not want anything to happen to him. She had already severed her connection with the Immortal Sex and Sword Sect. However, the Azura had always been alone without any siblings or friends. On the other hand, he had many enemies. After much thought, she concluded that Su Zimo was the only one who could help the Azura, and that was why she sent the spirit crane. As for Su Zimo, he decided to head to the Middle Continent right away without any hesitation upon receiving the spirit crane. If he knew that the Azura's essence spirit was injured and had yet to recover, he would have set off long ago to look for medicine that could heal it, let alone the fact that the Azura was in trouble. "When do you intend to leave, young master?" Xianxia asked. "Now." Su Zimo was already heading out of the cave abode. "I'll accompany you wherever you want to go, young master." Outside the cave abode, Taoyao rushed over as well. "There will definitely be trivial affairs along the way, and I can help with those by your side." Su Zimo could sense that Taoyao was merely reluctant to part with him. "There's no need." He shook his head. "Both of you will stay here. In a few days, a child around 5 or 6 years old will come to Ethereal Peak. You can just stay by his side." "Ah?" Taoyao froze for a moment. Before he could react, Su Zimo had already leaped up and lightning flashed around his body as he disappeared from the spot. Worried about the Azura, Su Zimo wanted to head to the Middle Continent as soon as possible. "Who is the boy that young master is referring to?" Taoyao blinked and asked Xianxia with a lost expression. "I don't know either." She shook her head. "We'll know in a couple of days. Let's just wait here." 5 days later, at the foot of Ethereal Peak, a child around 5 or 6 years old arrived. He had delicate features and his eyes were clear, deep as the sea, as though they contained endless secrets. Where did this child come from? It's truly not easy for this child to be able to arrive here safely in this deep forest. A few Foundation establishment cultivators guarding the entrance of Ethereal Peak looked over with surprised expressions. The child stood still in front of the mountain gate, gazing at a gigantic stone gate not far away in a daze. "Why? You want to join Ethereal Peak as a disciple?" A Foundation establishment cultivator laughed and followed the child's gaze. "This stone gate is used to test the spirit root. I heard that when our sect's senior desolate marshal joined the sect, he caused the stone gate to explode. This current one was built later on." When he heard those discussions, the child recalled the past and smiled. The fact that this child is able to arrive here means that he has affinity with Ethereal Peak. Should we let him test his spirit root first? A Foundation establishment cultivator said, "Child, pass through that stone gate. Let's take a look." The child smiled without saying anything and walked towards the stone gate. There was no reaction from the stone gate. A few Foundation establishment cultivators shook their heads slightly with disappointed expressions. One of them said, "It's fine if you don't have a spirit root. Even if you can't do immortality cultivation, you can cultivate the martial Tao. Child, I'm a martial Tao cultivator. The person revealed his strong arm and said, I've already cultivated to the third transformation of the martial Tao, bronze skin, steel bones. Even superior-grade weapons can barely hurt me. As he said that, the cultivator took out a saber and slashed his arm, leaving merely a white scar. The cultivator had a smug expression as he handed the saber to the child. Child, why don't you try and slash me? How old is this child? Can he even lift the saber? The others shook their heads. Right then, the child received the saber and squeezed gently with his pink and fair palm, crushing the saber into an iron ball. Thereafter, he rubbed his hands together. The iron ball turned into gravel and scattered down. He rubbed the metal like it was mud. The cultivators at the entrance were dumbfounded with shocked expressions. They could no longer speak.